Yeah, cool. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. How you doing? Hello and welcome to Penguin Live, where you have the best seat in the house for the best magic in the world. I'm your host, Dan Harlan. Thank you so much for supporting live magic. Now, the gentleman that we have with us is a very funny magician from the UK, and he has fantastic magic and very funny stories, so you're going to really enjoy his performance. I'm sure of that. You might have seen him on his critically acclaimed DVD set, Supercharged Classics. That was the first product he's put out for magicians, and since then, he's become much more popular among magicians, so much in request that we are getting him as he's squeezing in this lecture between just appearing at the Magic Castle last week to rave reviews, and he'll be appearing at the big Blackpool convention this coming week. So we're very excited to have him. Please welcome Mark James. Hey, Mark.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you all. My name is Mark James. Tonight for you folks, comedy and magic. Very excited. As Holland did just say, I am from England, so just so you know, this is what a British accent sounds like outside of Downton Abbey, so I hope you enjoy that. I have only been in America for a few days, but it is the greatest country in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. It's the land of opportunity. I've been here a few days. I've just signed a deal with HBO. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, yeah. It's $15 a month. I get all the shows, so that's pretty cool. Really looking forward to that. And, yeah, so let's get on with some magic. I'm going to... Oh, by the way, apart from the HBO thing, I have just got some corporate sponsorship from Pepsi. They haven't sent me any official stuff yet, so I made this myself, and I'm just going to stick it up there. Rather... Okay, I'm not going to stick it up there. Hold on. We got some tape here. This is how we do it in Britain. We're very smooth. Okay, there we go. Let's stick that up. So that's the official Pepsi logo there. And I'm going to leave it on the table is what I'm going to do. I think that's probably for the best because the board's really nice. Okay, so we've got a sum here on the board. How many people have given this a go? Raise your hand if you've given this a go. How many people haven't given it a go? How many people couldn't be bothered putting up their hand? At least one or two? Good. Well, before we get to that, we are going to start with this. I have a kind of magician's insurance policy. Every now and again, tricks go wrong. And in case they go wrong, I bring this. It says, in case of emergency. And I would like somebody trustworthy to look after it for me. Sir, what's your name?
Mark.
Mark. Oh, good. Mark, too. What do you do for a living, Mark? You a magician? You got a real job?
Work for the library.
You work for the library. Very good. I went into the library the other day. I said, could I get a cheeseburger and fries? She said, this is a library. I said, sorry, could I get a cheeseburger and fries? Okay, Mark, if you wouldn't mind looking after that for me. This is what's going to happen. If something goes wrong tonight, we've already had one thing, so let's forget about that. All you have to do is hold that up and say, I've got the envelope. If something goes wrong, you say, I've got the envelope. We'll have a little practice, Mark. Oh, no, something's gone wrong.
I've got the envelope.
Mark, I like that. It's not quite the enthusiasm I'm going for. You've got to go crazy for this. Let's try again. Something's gone wrong.
I've got the envelope.
That's perfect. Give him a round of applause, folks. Nice work. Thank you, Mark. And we also have this. This is a prediction. I need somebody to look after this. Young man in the front row, what's your name?
David.
David. That's a deep voice you got there, David. Very nice. If you wouldn't mind looking after that. And what do you do for a living, David?
Nothing.
You don't do anything. Okay, we have a lot in common. Nice to meet you. How's it going? Good. What do you do? How do you fill your days?
School and practicing, I guess.
For school and practicing. What are you studying for? What do you want to be?
I don't know yet, really.
Oh, well, when I was your age, I said, Mum, I want to grow up and be a magician. She said, you can't do both. Sadly, that is true. So if you've had a go at this, you will know that this number is correct. 1986 is the answer to that sum. But we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to start again with some maths of our own. So I'm going to ask a few people to help me out. Don't worry if I choose you tonight. I will not bring you up here until later on. I'm going to ask, there's a gentleman over here. What's your name, sir?
Carl.
Carl, everyone say hi, Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Carl, say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Carl, what do you do for a living?
I'm a business coach.
A business coach. You teach people how to...
Make their businesses better.
Okay, that's pretty good. We'll have a really good chat after this. Carl, I'm going to ask you to choose some numbers for me. You're pretty good with numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, what I want you to do is choose a number from the top line, then the second line, the third line, and the fourth line. What would you like from the top, Carl?
5.
5, then 7,
3.
3,
3.
3. 5, 7, 3, 3. Great. Thanks a lot, Carl. Okay, we have a gentleman in the second row. So what's your name?
Me?
Oh, a Chinese name. They're getting more popular. Thank you, John Archer, for that joke. What's your name?
Reza.
Well, stick with me if that's okay. No, what do you do for a living?
I'm Science writer.
You're a science writer. Science fiction or science fact?
Science fact.
Science fact is a pretty exciting time for you at the moment with the whole gravitational thing. I knew something was pulling me towards you. Would you, would you choose some numbers for me too? One from the top, second, third, and fourth?
Two.
Two? Oh, that's like a ballet dancer. Never mind. Six. Two. 6, 2. Great stuff, thank you. Okay, David, I'm going to ask you to choose the last 4. As you're only studying, I'll make this one nice and easy for you. What are the last 4 numbers you'd like? 4? 9? 4? That's exactly what I would have chosen. Nice work. 4, 9, 4, 4. Okay, David, as a young man, you probably have one of those cool mobile phones. Do you have one of those?
Yeah.
What kind of phone is it?
It's an iPhone.
It's an iPhone. Would you turn the calculator on that on for me? Is it already turned on? Oh, good man. Nice work. Okay, what I'd like you to do for me is add up these numbers and see what we've got. So we've got 5733
Okay.
plus 2262
Okay.
plus 4944. And what is the answer that you get there, my friend?
12,939.
12,939. 12,939. We have a prediction. David, you have the prediction. Can I grab it back? Thank you. 12,939, right? Let's take a look. Fingers crossed. And the prediction is, in fact, 12,939. There it is. Thanks, folks. Now, you're probably wondering how that is done, and I'm going to tell you it's actually subliminal advertising, but not from me, from the people who do it best. And they do it to us every day. Big companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Even I forgot. You see, when I showed you this sign in the beginning, you were immediately subliminally advertised to. And if we take the Pepsi logo and we turn it round the opposite way, we actually get 12,939. And that is how it works. Thank you. Okay, so, how thrilling, eh? Right, let's talk about how it works, the explanation part. So I'm going to scrub this out, and I'm going to start again and write it all from the beginning, so you know exactly what the beginning part is. And I'll tell you why I like this trick, and I'll tell you where it comes from and all of that stuff. The thing that I like about this trick is that it is completely self-working. Nothing can go wrong. Apart from trying to stick the sign to the wall. That obviously went pretty wrong. But ordinarily, I should say that this has a little bit of... well, I made this up just for coming out here. The one that I would use at home is much bigger, but it has a little bit of Velcro on there. And ordinarily, that would stick to something that was ready to be stuck to, but... I didn't put any Velcro on the wall, so that's why it didn't stick. I just tried to use double tape. But let me get this set up. So let me tell you why doing a self-working trick is great. It takes off all the pressure. You can come out, you can chat to the audience, you can perform without having to worry that you're going to do something technical. Maybe you're nervous, maybe you make a mistake because you mess the technicalities up. I mean, I know that if I came out and tried to do card manipulation straight off the bat, I would drop the cards all over the floor. It's mainly because I can't do card manipulations, but if I could, they would still fall on the floor because of the nerves. So let's set this up again. The other cool thing about this is that, hold on, let me just write this, 927. And by the way, these numbers, they never change. I just have them on a little bit of board that I carry some other props in, and so they're always the same numbers. You never need to worry that they're going to be different. So 463, 3, 4, 2, adds up to 1980. 6, and then I write correct at the bottom and I put a question mark. That's just so when people come in and they see it, they do actually try it. If you don't write anything, they won't try and add it up. So, some cool things about why you would do this trick. Firstly, the self-working thing. It's really easy. You don't need to worry about that. The second thing is, I've now spoken to 5 different people in this room without getting anybody up on stage. So I've broken that fourth wall, the barrier, and people are more familiar and comfortable with me. I know people out in the audience. And if you're going to bring someone on stage later in your show, which I do, I bring somebody on stage in my show for 15 minutes without sending them down. And it's really important that I know that person is going to be nice and easy to get along with, and they're not going to try and take over or be too funny, but they're not going to be shy, or, you know, you can find that person. So this, as an opening effect, is like fishing. So I'm speaking to different people, and I know already from the 5 people I've spoken to who I would bring up on stage. It's easy as that. It's a really nice way to find somebody to get up here with you without having to, you know, you can't bring someone up, and if they're no good, send them back down and start again. But this does that for you without bringing people up. It's a really nice way to open. As I said, it's self-working. If this is set on stage before you even come out, it creates a point of interest, because people often talk about the audience, and I have this idea that they're not an audience. Like, they don't become an audience until you make them the audience. So what you have really is a room of, you know, 100, 200 people, 1,000 people who've had a different day to each other. They like different music, different films, different food. Almost nothing has happened to them that day that is the same as each other. And as soon as you can do something that brings them all together, that's when they become an audience. And if you're the person to do that to them, they become an audience with you as their sort of leader. And so something like this, where they can all have a go, and then you come out and say, who did this? And they all put their hands up. That's great, because they all go, oh, everyone else put their hand up, and now you've brought everyone together, so it's nice for that too. Let's talk about how it works. It's totally self-working, as I said. As long as these numbers always go in this order, it will never, ever fail to work. So, and I will tell you how you can do this for a different number if you would like, but yeah, you ask somebody, you know, to choose a number from the top line, second, third, fourth. I don't make a big point of the fact they can't use the same number again. I just cross them off as they go, because otherwise people will try and choose the same number and you have to remember and all of that. So as they choose the numbers, just casually cross them off like this, and they never try and pick a number that's already been. It's just never happened. And write them down underneath in your big space. They will always add up to 1986 as long as you use these numbers and go and make sure you use every one down in the right order like that. Once they've all gone, you'll be absolutely fine. The prediction, I like to give it out nice and early. I also have a thing for envelopes. You'll notice I've given another one out. We'll come to that later if something goes wrong, and I have a feeling that it will. I really like this image. I like the idea of having things that make it look interesting, like something's going on. Like if somebody was to take a photograph of your, just imagine your own show now, and every 5 seconds from the moment you walk on stage till the moment you leave, they take a photograph every 5 seconds. Photograph, photograph, photograph. Then at the end, they print them all out and they put them in a box and mix them up and pull 5 of them out randomly. What are the chances that those 5 photographs would make it look like you had the show that is in your own head? So if you think you've got an interesting mentalism show, or you've got a big brash comedy show, or you've got, you know, whatever kind of show you think it is, if it isn't reflected in those 5 pictures, it exists more in your head than it does in real life. And so having things like this scattered throughout, interesting visuals, helps that along. The more times you can have something interesting happening as you move, the better that's going to be. And that works for close-up, especially for kid shows, mind reading, comedy, anything. It's cool. So I really like these visual little bits. You know, there's a million ways to do a prediction. You can write it down and show it right in front of them, but I like this. So that's that. If you want to do this with different numbers, it's really, really easy. And this comes originally from a thing I saw Mark Paul do. Mark Paul is a very well-known mentalist, and he did this at a lecture in Fleetwood, which is near Blackpool, and it's in his lecture notes, the Fleetwood lecture notes. They were special just for that day. So let's choose a random 5-digit number that we want to do it with. So say we're going to do 15, 7, 8, 3. And it's best with a 5-digit number. When I first saw Mark Paul do this, he did it with the date. And the cool thing about the date was it was so relevant to that day when he showed it and went, oh, and by the way, it's the 3rd of the 6th, blah, blah, blah. The problem is, in America, you have the date differently to how we do. You put the month first and then the day. And also, in October, November, and December, as soon as you get past the 9th, then the date becomes a 6-digit number, and that's much harder to do. And I had a lot of shows at Christmas, and I found I couldn't do the effect for the day, and that's when I came up with a thing with a Pepsi. I was talking to Michael Murray, who's a well-known mentalist and performer out of Newcastle in England, and he gave me this idea for Pepsi and said I could use it. He uses it in a close-up trick called Sublime Influence, so I encourage you to check that out. It's really cool. Let's talk about how this works. David, can I borrow the calculator on your phone for a second? I've left mine away. And we'll also do a different trick here. You guys guess what you think David's texts say, and I'll read them all out and find out if you're right. He looks worried. Don't worry, David, I can't read.
I think one says, sup.
Yeah. What's up? All right, so this is how we do it. This is how we work it out for any number that we want. We take the starting number, which is a 5-digit number, and we minus any 4-digit number from it. So let's minus, say, 4871. And we write that down first. 4, 8, 7, 1. There we go. And then we get our equals, then we minus another number from that, which will be 9, 4, 2, 3. Just random again. It can be anything, it doesn't matter. 9, 4, 2, 3. And then whatever number's left, which is 1, 4, 8, 9, that's how it's going to work. Now, how does it become the trick? You basically take the numbers and you turn them like that. But obviously, you rewrite them down again, because that looks really strange. So, if you do the trick like this, 1, 3, 9, 7, 2, 8, 8, 4, 4, and 4, 9, 1, when you do those, any number from there, any number from there, any number from there, any number from there, they will become that original number that you started off with. So that's how it works. You basically just write them. I mean, obviously, this is video, so I don't really need to explain again. You can rewind back and see. But yeah, take any 5-digit number, break it down into 3 4-digit numbers, and then flip it on the side, and just turn those numbers up the right way, and that's how you do it for that number. And it will work for any 5-digit number that you like. It's really easy. Nice, simple maths trick. The difficult thing with maths tricks, thank you, David, the difficult thing with maths tricks is making them relevant and interesting to people, because maths is quite inherently, unless you really understand why it's brilliant, it's quite boring to most people. So if you predict a number and then you have the number right, it's like, oh, cool, that worked, but there's no emotional hook. There's no reason why people would remember that that was a great trick. And so something like this will really bring that alive. This is the part that they will remember. They won't necessarily remember the maths, but they will remember that the Pepsi logo backwards made a number, and somehow that was predicted, and so all of that stuff goes out the window. They just remember this bit. The other cool thing about this is, if you put it back up, so you'll notice I have another bit of Velcro on the other side, right there, if you stick it back up after you've done the trick, now if anybody takes a photograph of the show, it will have a backwards Pepsi logo in it, and so people may be liable to see that on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever, and they will ask why the Pepsi logo's backwards, or hey, your picture's gone backwards, and then they'll comment, oh, it was this cool trick, and hopefully they'll mention you. So that's a nice little selling point there too. I think that's about it. Yeah, so Mark Paul, Michael Murray, they're the two influences. Yeah, that's how you do it with the other number. That's everything, really. Oh, I should say as well, it's really worth, I don't know if you noticed this, but I also do the magic square, and I use John Archer's method for this from his DVD, which is really cool, because if you do, I've got the little crib there on the pen to be able to do that. It's the same pen as I just used, because when I do this, if I perform on cruise ships or things like that, something like this is a big prop to take away with you, and so you don't want to just use it for one thing. So I have the back all set up for the magic square, and then I can use this for 2 tricks, 1 in each show, and just flip it over and bring it back out again, and that's cool. So it's worth, if you're going to do this, learn the magic square as well. It's a great trick, and have them in 2 different shows. Any questions on that from anyone that have popped up? Oh, I should say, to make this sign, you want to get it made bigger, but anywhere like a Staples or any big printing place will be able to make this for you. This is called acetate. It's the stuff that teachers use for overhead projectors. It's still really easy to get and popular, and you just find this particular Pepsi logo. This is not the current Pepsi logo, but it doesn't work with any of the others. It's got to be this one. Just go on Google, type Pepsi, click the images bit, it will come up, drag it off, put it on a flash drive, take it to the print shop, and ask them to print it on acetate, and it will be like $2. I think this cost me like £1.50 in England, so that's cool. And then you just put it on a little thing so you can show this side, and then flip it over and swap it back. One thing I will say, I don't make a big deal out of it, but when you do the bit where you flip it over, you want to lift it up, then turn it round, and then flip it over, because you don't want people to think that at some point you did something where you changed the logo. You know, you want them to know it's the same piece. So be as fair as you can with that, so they can see that it's the same one, and that should be cool. So, any questions following that?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Cool. Okay, that's the Pepsi thing. Thank you. Wow, it gets hot in here, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, never quite feels right if you don't make that noise. Okay, let's move this out of the way. Thanks, Dan. Nice work.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So now we are going to do a trick that in magical circles is known as the book test. It's basically a trick where a word is chosen from a book, and I, as the magician or the mind reader, will attempt to work out what it is. But the thing that I never liked about book tests is they always use books that nobody's ever heard of. So I've brought my favourite magic book, because we have a room full of magicians, and I'm going to show you a trick with a magic book you will all recognise. It is called Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah, this is my favourite magic book. It's a great book. It's got all of my favourite tricks in it. It's got my favourite magician. It is a little bit unbelievable, though. I mean, you know, a car that can fly, it's on the cover. I'll believe that at a stretch. A school, especially for wizards, I'll even believe that. But a ginger kid with 2 friends, come on. Who are we kidding here? So, yeah, actually, I love Harry Potter so much that recently I was going to a fancy dress party as Harry Potter's uncle, and my wife said, "You can't be serious." In England, they would have gotten that straight away, but what can I do? We love Harry Potter. So I'm going to do a trick using this. And has anybody read Harry Potter here? Give me a wave if you've read Harry Potter. Or you read Harry Potter. You will be able to just confirm for everyone, that is really Harry Potter. Everything makes sense. It's been from Harry Potter. If you read the top line on this, it's not the same as the top line on there. It is genuinely the book as you would expect to find it. Okay, I'm going to ask a few people to help me with this. Sir, what's your name?
Don.
Don. Everyone say hi, Don.
Hi, Don.
Hi, Don. What do you do for a living, Don? You're not the head of a mafia, are you? That's like Don is the job title, too.
Yeah, no, I brew beer.
You brew beer?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Nice work. We can have a chat after I've spoken to him. That's going to be great. Don, I'm going to ask you to choose a word out of this book. I'm going to flick down the corner. Whenever you would like, say stop. Once you've said stop, please read the word and remember it. If it's a really short word, like if, at, and, something like that, you can remember the first 2 words if you want. Or you can ask me to change and pick a different word. I really don't mind. You happy? Okay, Don, please say stop.
Stop.
Don, please remember there. Take the first word or 2 words. You got it?
Yep.
Good man. I'm going to ask, let's have a look. Mark, would you mind choosing a word for me? Just say stop too.
Stop.
Mark, I'm going to come towards you. Just please take a look. I remember the top. You got it?
Yes.
Mark, rather interesting today. You've taken your glasses off to read the word. That's interesting. Okay, good. And let's have a look. We have, there's a fella in the back row. What's your name with the blue jumper on? Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Are you quite young as well? Are you studying? Are you studying? Studying?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. It's English. I mean, I don't know. We invented it, but you did whatever you wanted, so I'm trying. Matthew, what are you studying?
I'm in high school, so
You're in high school. You're studying everything.
yeah.
Okay, I bet you're a joy to teach. Matthew, I'm going to flick down the corner, say stop whenever you'd like. It's okay, smiling. Just say stop, Matthew.
Stop.
You happy there?
Yeah.
Matthew, I'd like you to remember that word for me. You got it?
Yep.
Good man. Okay, thank you so much for your help. Okay, we've had 3 people choose words. If you guys would please just stand up for me for 1 second. Give them a nice round of applause as they stand up. Okay, I'm going to try and get the words that you're thinking of. Don't do anything yet, just listen to whether or not I say the word that you're thinking of. The first one I'm going to go for, I think we've got that, no, not that, what, don't do anything yet, but what about anything and tried, what about, and anything. If I said your words, please sit down now. Okay, 2 out of 3. That ain't bad. Even Meatloaf knew that. We still have 1 person standing. It's Mark. You have a word. Don't tell me what it is. I'm going to go serious on this one. Mark, think about your word for me. I'm going to try and write this down. Just concentrate on the letters first of all. I love this bit where I pretend I don't already know what it is. Okay, the first letter's an A, am I right?
Yes.
Second letter's an N?
Yes.
Third letter's right near the end of the alphabet?
Correct.
Fourth letter's an I?
Yes.
I think I've got this. Was your word anvil?
No.
It's heavy. Okay, there's a bit of a struggle. Did you, you knew what the word meant, right?
Yes.
Would you mind coming up here and joining me? Give Mark a round of applause. I should have asked, thank you Mark, thanks for joining me. I should have asked you at the beginning if, I was going to say if you didn't understand the word that you picked, I had this dictionary here so we could check. This is the Collins Easy Primary Dictionary. It's probably in there, but it looks like the trick's gone wrong.
I've got the envelope.
No, you haven't. Go and get it quick. Wouldn't it be cool if the word that you were thinking of was inside of here?
Yeah,
What was the word you were thinking of?
anxious.
Anxious. See, I could get that, but I thought you were just nervous. I thought you felt anxious. Oh, man. Well, it would be cool if it was inside of this envelope, though, right? Let's take a look. Unbelievably anxious, right? There it is in code. That is the word anxious. It's an unusual, it's quite a formal British code from many years ago, but Actually, I wonder if this could work in the dictionary. Let's take a look. Do you mind taking a look in there for me, Mark? So we'll use 15 as the page number. Find page 15. I'm guessing it's near the front.
Yep.
Okay, if you're on page 15, they're in columns, right? All of the words are in columns. So look in column number 1 and go down to the word number 12. It's the one with a big circle around it. What's the word, Mark?
Anxious.
It's anxious. It's unbelievable. Mark, thank you so much for your help. Cheers, buddy. Very nice. Thank you. Okay, so that's the book test. There are a lot of things going on here. The first one is I actually made a mistake. I should have introduced the dictionary at the beginning. Before I have people select the words, I always point out, oh, if you don't understand what the word means, I mean, it's Harry Potter, so you will. But in case you don't, I have a dictionary here just to help you out. But I forgot to do that. But it didn't matter anyway. But if you do this trick, bring the dictionary out first. Sorry, say that again? Cloaked.
Cloak of invisibility.
Oh, yeah, it was under the cloak of invisibility. I like it. Nice work. Look at that. When's he on? Thanks, that's a good... I'm keeping that. That's a good joke. Yeah, the book. I love book tests. I kind of collect methods for them. I absolutely love them. But there is a problem inherent in some book tests in that you often haven't heard of the books that are being used. In a lot of the popular methods, they work amazingly well. You can throw the book out. You don't need to look at it. You don't need to look at the person. You don't even need to be in the same state, and you still know what the word is. But nobody's ever heard of the book. It's nice if they've heard of the book. I mean, there are so many books that become huge hits. Like, the Da Vinci Code was huge, Harry Potter was huge, 50 Shades of Grey was huge. They were all massive selling books. And if you're going to do a book test, it would be nice to maybe use a book that everybody knows and is huge, because just when you bring it out, people will laugh. It's familiar, it means something. And so that hook that we talked about before, to do with the Pepsi thing and everything, it's there, it makes it worthwhile. Actually, I did write down some different jokes. By the way, it's always good to have a real notebook. These are really cool. This is that expert of the card table one. I do a book test in my own show now, which uses a slightly different method to this. It's that classic one where you flick and you miscall the page number and, you force the page like that. The thing that I like, and everyone pretty much knows that, the thing that I like about it is that you genuinely can use a stack of books. And so I write book jokes down all the time. And I went into the library I flew via Detroit on the way here. There's a big bookstore here. What is it called? The main bookstore? It's like famous chain.
Oh, the famous chain,
Barnes & Noble,
Yeah,
that's
Barnes
it,
&
yeah.
Noble,
I knew it had two names. Barnes & Noble. I went into Barnes & Noble, and I was looking at all the different books, and they had, most popular bought books, and this is what they were. So I tried to write jokes for all of them. So the first one, so just imagine, if you're going to do a book test, the method I'm about to explain to you for this book test, you could make it into all of these books, or any books that you would like. Have a pile of them, let people choose any book that they want. It's cool. So, number 1 was the Bible. That's pretty popular here. And these are the jokes that I would do. So let's just imagine there are all these books. So here I have the Bible. I don't want to ruin it for you, but he does die at the end. Here we have, now in England we have a famous person called Katie Price, and she's notoriously not very clever. It's like, you must have a famous, like a Kim Kardashian or someone like that, who's like a person who they would be funny about is not very clever. So this is their autobiography, one of the few people who have written more books than they've read. We have a joke book here, and then I would just read a joke. The Twitter diaries, this is quite confusing. It's got 140 characters. Harry Potter, that was those jokes I just did. The Twilight book. Don't the people in Twilight look amazing considering they can't look in the mirror? 50 Shades of Grey, this is like the Bible. It certainly has a second coming. Then you've got this book. Oh, it's quite ironic that this book's bound and gagged. We've got, some of these are brutal. I should point out I do a lot of comedy clubs and things, so these won't work at the local Scouts meeting. They had a book in Barnes & Noble about the serial killer, Jeffrey Dahmer. Have you heard of him over here?
Yeah, sure.
There's a famous joke. What did the cannibal do after he dumped his girlfriend? He wiped his butt. The Diary of Anne Frank. Found this in the attic. And then we have Mr. Nice, who's a famous drug dealer in England. So you wouldn't really know those jokes. But yeah, so these were literally out of the top 10 books that were in Barnes & Noble. And so any books that you can find, you can write jokes and tie them together. Or if you have jokes that you love, you can you can find a book to do with that thing. So if you have a really funny book about sports or betting, statistics or anything like that, go and get a book about that. And if you have a joke about, you know, writing or a joke about television or a joke about science or whatever, take those jokes and then go and buy books that match and have those books in a pile, and then it gives you a reason to tie those jokes together that you wouldn't naturally have, because it's better when jokes fit together and make sense, and so that can give jokes that don't link together a cool narrative. Another way to make a book test really personal, over there in the corner we have the penguin, and sitting next to it is a stuffed toy that looks like... no, over there, sitting next to Harlan, we have a stuffed penguin. And any stuffed toy that you can find, I mean, I went to Target last night in the middle of the night. They have a huge aisle of stuffed toys that were so cheap, like $5, $10 each. And if you can find one that you can have a joke about, that's a cool thing to throw out into the audience. And so it's a template and it's a fixed structure, but using those ideas, you can make a really personal trick with the same method as the guy who works in the next street to you, but it won't feel like the same trick, because it'll be your jokes, your books, your thing that you throw out, all of that. So it's a nice way to make something personal. So let's talk about how this book test works. I basically built this into the book. I thought of this method when someone showed me a cool way that you could do like an impromptu book test at a party, which is just that you flick down the corner and you peek the page number. Basically, over the top here, I'm peeking the page number. I'll spin it around in a second. And once they've read the word, you say, cool, so this is your book. You could have had any word, blah, blah, blah. You find the page number, you quickly glance it, and you keep going. And they don't know that you saw the page number. And this works no matter where the page number is. I mean, on this, it's down at the bottom. That's even better. So when you flick like this and they read the word, I can peek the word. Just show here. I can peek the word there in that space. That's where I'm seeing it, okay, down there. So whether it's at the top, I peek it there. If it's at the bottom, it looks even fairer. I peek it there. And I took that method and I unknowingly reinvented Flashback by Larry Becker and Lee Earl. I basically took the Harry Potter book or any book I want to use at the time, and whatever word is written here, the first word, I've written it again there. So all the way through the book, whatever word is there, which is identical. On the other side, ironically enough, is the word identical. It's the same all the way through the book. Although there is a slight thing in the middle which kind of allows you to have a convincer and force one of the words. So the cool thing about that is, in Flashback, which is a great method, it's printed in a special way, and it's a certain type of book. This is just any book you can buy at the store, and you can make it up yourself. By the way, I've written the words quite small there, because this is one of the first ones that I used. Ever since then, I've also used this, the Zombie Dictionary, because of that film Zombieland that came out, and I had loads of jokes about that. And in this one, I've written the words huge. You can see up there. If we can get a close-up on that, you'll see that the words are much bigger. So I can peek them, because I realized that I didn't have to run. You weren't being chased. Nobody can see the page that I'm looking at. So just to be clear, I'll come right up. As I flick, they say stop. They read the word here. And at exactly the same time, I peek the word there. Okay? Hope that's nice and clear. Now, I would have used the zombie book tonight, but for a room full of magicians, it was a little bit too close to the bone. So I left it out. Sorry, guys. So that's how it works. Now, in the Harry Potter book, and in that one too, there's a force in the middle. So if you note, as I flick down here, the book stops in a certain place, and it's because right here, some of the pages are cut out. And on this page opposite here, there is no word written. So as this word is read, there is no word written here. Okay? And I'm always careful that the person that chooses the middle word is sitting in the middle of the room. So what happens is the first person chooses the word, they say stop, they remember it. In this case, it's hospital. And then I move down, I let the book close, I move to the middle, and you can actually see it's dirty on the middle, where I flicked there so many times. I move to the middle, I ask them to say stop. It stops on the page force, and then I open it up, and I walk towards them with the book open, saying, please remember this word. Because that way, everybody can see the book is open, and they can see that it's a regular book. And coupled with the fact that we had a guy check it at the beginning, Carl in this instance, but whoever it would be, as the real book, and I flick to the back, where there are no words written on the back few pages either, because when you do this, you're always past those before they say stop. So the back few pages are regular, and the front few pages are regular too. they have no idea that something's written there. So, flick, remember the word, I read it and remember it, and it's really nice as well that I can be so clear and say, like I did to Don, if it's only short, you can have the first two or you can change your mind. In some book tests, you can't do that, and so with this, it's really free. You're sure you want that? You want to change? If they want to change, let them pick a different one. It's really easy. We flick, we force, they read the word, and then for the final word, it's back to the top corner again. And nobody ever comments that you've moved around the book. It doesn't make any difference, because with that middle one, I walk forward and I let them pick. One thing I will say is that when I was making this up, I looked through the middle of the book. Whatever book it is, you want to try and find an interesting word that you can have some play with. And the word that I initially found was murdering. The word murdering is right there, and so I thought, that's perfect. The word murdering, I'll think of something funny to do with that. And so I cut the pages out so that it actually forced murdering. And then when I looked in the dictionary, the word murdering wasn't in there. And so I couldn't do the trick. And that was a bit of a pain, and I flicked back one word and saw the word anxious, and I thought, okay, that'll do. And so rather than make it again, I just stuck some tape over the gap, if you can see that. Now, what's interesting about that is, it actually makes the trick better, because when I flick down like this, and I stop, I can open the book and with confidence know I'm on the right page, because this finger is touching tape, and this finger is touching paper, and they feel completely different. And so what started as a mistake actually ended up being a really nice way to be sure I was on the right page. If you make this up, don't cut it out and then put tape on. Just put the tape on. You don't need to cut it out first. That would be crazy. But yeah, so that's a really nice way to be 100% sure you're on the right page, because it really does feel different. You can tell all day. So that's great. And then force the final word. Make sure you remember them. Close the book. You're done. So that's the method for that. So the credit really for that method, I thought of it independently, randomly, because of something a friend of mine called Paul Roberts from the UK showed me with that peak. I thought of writing the words in, but it does go back to Larry Becker and Lee Earl's Flashback. Do they have a new version now, Final Flashback as well?
They've had multiple versions. I don't know what the most recent one is, but yeah,
okay, cool.
they've had some really, really neat
yeah,
work on that.
I mean, it's a great, and even if you make this, check out their thing, because they'll have loads of good tips and loads of nice work in it too. So please check that out, but that's where the original idea comes from. The idea for the dictionary, I saw a show with Derren Brown, and Derren Brown did this thing where it was totally different to this, but at the end of the trick, he had the word be in some way related to the dictionary. It was years ago now, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but I thought, oh, using a dictionary is a nice segue to create some drama, give another envelope out at the beginning, have some different things happen, and so that's where the dictionary idea came from. And with the word anvil and anxious, that was just a happy coincidence one day, and it happened completely because I made a mistake. I was doing a show. I knew that the guy was thinking of the word anxious because it was a force, and I was going, okay, I think I've got it, and I wrote A-N, and I thought, oh my God, I've written the actual word, and that's not going to get me to the dictionary if I write anxious, because it'll be correct. And so I had to segue from anxious to a different word for the third letter, and the only word that jumped to mind was anvil, and then I realized, oh, V is at the end of the alphabet near X, and then I is the same fourth letter, and so if you do anvil and anxious, it really feels like you're going to get the word, and then, whoa, it's wrong, and it's anvil. And then I just dropped it, and, oh, it's heavy, because it's anvil. That was a random joke one day, too. So that's how that all came about. So if you do want to do it with this exact book, it is the soft cover of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. I believe that the printings will be the same. I don't know what edition this is, but, you know, you can go and get this book and just make it up. But I would encourage you, if you are doing this, to do it with lots of different books. Have a pile of them, and have different jokes for different books, and it will keep it nice and fresh. And having a pile of 8 books on the table, it looks cool, it's nice and visual, you can talk about them, they can freely choose the book, they can see that all the books are real, you can really mix it up, so it's a nice thing. Yeah, the other book test that I mentioned, it's not my trick or anything, but just for the sake of completeness, do you know whose book test that is where you miscall the number?
Yeah, that's it's kind of a mixture. A lot of people did it. Anneman has done it, and Hoy is it's part of the Hoy book test as well.
Oh, okay, so it's quite a classic thing. So just for sake of completeness, I'll just explain how it goes. This was how it would work. Okay, cool. David, would you just catch this book for me? Thank you. And what I'd like you to do is say stop as I flick here. Okay, page 148. Would you check out page 148 in there? Read the word in the top corner. And when he finds it, he will... Oh, cool, we've got the camera. If you could zoom right in, you'll find the word is scarves. Look at that, it's beautiful. And it's just a miscall, it's really simple. So I read the word that's in the book first. I mean, you can know it already, or you can peek it on the spot if you've borrowed 2 books. You know, let's find a good one. Wow, Harry Potter's strange. Okay, of their fellow students, that's easy to remember, page 198. I throw that out, somebody catches it, and then I say stop, and then when they say stop, I just miscall the number, and I go 198. As long as you're convincing enough, it'll work, and they'll read 198, and it's just a miscall, and they'll find the word. That's about it, isn't it? That's kind of the classic method to it. So you can do that too, but always with a pile of books is nice, where they can pick, and you can throw multiple books out, make it unique, use the teddy to throw out and keep that cool. That's about it. That's the book test. Any questions on the book test? Yes.
Yeah, we'll get a question up here if we get a
We've got a
microphone.
microphone.
While that microphone's coming up, Mark, let me ask you a question that came in here.
Go for it, please.
When you're writing your own jokes, I know that you use some classics, some standard lines, a mix of new material and that kind of stuff. How do you know if a joke's original with you? Do you research it or?
It certainly pays to have a lot of friends in comedy and magic. I mean, everybody knows what the standard lines are, you know, apart from the audience, but other magicians will. And so, in my own show, I have lines that are mine, that are definitely written, and I wrote them, and I remember where they came from. And then I have lines that are standard lines that everybody says, or that I've gotten from other magicians, you know, teaching DVDs and things like that. And I just mix it all up, whatever's better for the show, really. I kind of think that sometimes people get a bit too head up about it, you know, they get a bit too stressed out about it. It's kind of, if you put it on a DVD or something like that, it's out there, it's fair game, and people use it. Certainly don't take something out of someone's show that isn't marketed and whatnot, but as far as knowing what the lines are, I mean, you know if you wrote a joke or not, you know, you remember that you wrote it. Quite often, though, you may have a line that has been in the back of your head that you saw someone do years ago, and you're sure that you wrote it, and then you find out that it's somebody else's, and then you have to decide whether you're going to be the guy that lets it go and never says it again, or the guy that thinks, nah, you know, can keep it in. It's up to you. People do all sorts of things, but certainly if you want to go to a higher level, magicians book other magicians for things and recommend people for things, you know. I mean, I just worked, I'm sure we'll talk about it later, I just worked at the Castle, the Magic Castle in Hollywood last week, and magicians book that, people who know about magic, and this, you know, Penguin Live is booked by magicians, and so the act that I did at the Magic Castle, I sent a video and they watch it, and if that's full of stuff they don't like, or full of lines or routines they know are stolen, they're not going to book you. So there are, your act can be anything you want it to be, but there are only certain doors that will be open to you if it's original and it's the right thing. You know, it's like you can't climb to the highest level without having stuff that's your own. But I think if you have enough stuff that's your own and a few things in there that keep things ticking along, that's kind of okay too.
Cool. And then let's go to the question in the front.
When you prep the book for the break in the middle of the
Oh, yeah.
How many pages do you clip?
Oh, that's a great question, actually. I've in this one, I'd initially cut 1, 2, 3. So I'd initially prepped for it to be 4, but then I closed that one up and I didn't cut another one, so there are 4. But that's enough. I mean, it never misses. You know, it's the other thing is as well, when you do this, if you try and do a really light bevel in the book, it doesn't work as well. But if you really bend the book back, when you get to the stopping point, it really jumps. So the more you bend the book, the easier you'll find for it to be the stopping point. But it never doesn't stop on the page. You know, it always works. And that's just with 3. And the other thing is as well, don't stress too much. I mean, actually, when, it's Matthew, isn't it? When Matthew said stop, I read the word, and it was a really uninteresting word. It was the word if. And I thought, oh, that's not going to be that good. So as I walked over, I just flicked a couple more till I saw one that was good, and nobody noticed. I just did it for the sake of the words being more interesting. But, you know, if you go and you miss the page, as you're going over saying, oh, sorry, just do that again. You know, and go again, it's like you can, if they do it saying, please, oh, sorry, and you can force again. If you miss, but if it's, you know, there's no reason you will. I mean, it always works. So, yeah, that's a great question, though, but just 3 in that one. Did you have a question as well?
Oh, no. I thought I saw the pages flip, but...
Oh, what, in the early thing?
Anyway,
Yeah,
I
it just
thought you were
goes.
still calling them. You know, I still got it, but...
Yeah, that's it. As long as you walk over and they get the word and it doesn't look like you've looked or something, it's cool. But, yeah, because it's a, you know, it's a book. The pages move about and whatnot. It's not worth getting stressed over. Mark, are you just holding the mic? You have a question?
Comment. Because of the when I picked, the next word was crowd.
Oh, really?
So actually, you could use that as well. While this is an anxious crowd,
Oh, yeah,
it
yeah.
just seemed to fit in perfectly with that.
Oh, I never have noticed that before. That's really funny. Oh, you're right. Anxious crowd of Gryffindors. Well, that kind of throws it out a little bit. But anxious crowd, definitely. That's great. Yeah, you could. I mean, the good thing about the middle word is you don't have to remember it. So you can ask the middle guy to remember the whole line if you want, because you've memorized that from earlier. Whereas the first one, you don't want it to be too long, because I'm genuinely trying to remember that. I'm genuinely remembering the last one. Don't forget that you have to remember. You know, I've done it where I've had the first word picked, and then I've gone to the second guy and thought, I did not read that word. And then just like, what are you going to do then? You know, you just have to have him pick a different one. So, yeah, don't forget to remember. That's a good point, though. Yeah, really take advantage when you pick the books. Really take a look through it and find the words that are going to be best, or whatever words in the middle that you can play it on the most. You know, you've got loads of time to buy books. Go and stand in the store. Look at this one. Oh, it's, you know, and find the best thing for you. And you'll have a really nice individual thing that will be, the template will be the same, but the trick will feel different. Any other questions?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Awesome, that's
Yeah.
the book testing. Thanks. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of a stage routine now. So for the sake of explanation, we're going to use the mic stand because that's how it works in real life. But this microphone isn't on, so it's just here for prop's sake. Okay. Yeah, this should work okay, I think. Let's see. All right, I'm going to show you, so we'll pretend that it's the show again. I'm going to show you a trick now where I will attempt to break a world record.
Yeah.
That's right, I'm going to attempt to vanish the most amount of things in one go. Magicians make things vanish all the time. It's actually quite easy as long as it's one thing. Like David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. Easy. We've had guys make cruise ships disappear. Easy. Siegfried and Roy used to make a tiger disappear. Well, that was a little bit more difficult because the tiger bites, but it was still easy. What's difficult is vanishing lots of things at the same time, and I'm going to do that for you now. It's on this prop table. Give me one sec. I'm going to vanish 18,000 things from inside of this salt shaker. I know it's only small, but it's very difficult to manipulate. Okay, we should have some music. Is that up? Sorry about this. Okay, there it goes. Here we go. Let's see you clapping along, folks. Nice work. Come on, let me hear. Come on, you can do louder than that. Let me hear you. Come on. Oh, yeah. Okay, watch close as I attempt to vanish 18,000 things. Folks, don't take your eyes away as I attempt to do it without my hands leaving my wrists. Here we go. Thank you. Oh, you want to see it come back? Oh! Thank you. Sorry about this. Hold me a second. Yes, thank you. You got a little pan and a brush, have you? What about a corn? No? All right. Thank you. Okay, so the salt... I don't need that, do I? Old habits. So the salt pour. It's a bit of a classic in magic. Actually, do we have a brush? I should have asked for this early. It's a bit of a classic in magic. You don't see many people doing it anymore. It's always been one of my absolute favourite tricks. I should say ordinarily the pour is a bit longer, but I was using a different salt that I found here that I wouldn't normally use. I just got regular salt. And I'm going to talk about the different types of salt and why they're good to use. Oh, thanks. Let me give you a hand. Look at that.
Teamwork.
Imagine, all these years ago when I got into magic, if someone had said, you and Dan Harlan
think
will
we're good
sweep
there.
a stage together, I would never have believed them.
The rest of this will go this way.
Thanks, man. Nice work. Okay, look at that. Dan Harlan, folks. There he is. He's a good man. Okay, so the salt pour. Yeah, it's classic in Magic. It's a nice manipulation effect. People like to see visual things with a bit of music and everything. Ordinarily, I would have liked the pour to have been a bit longer, but I used a different salt. I've got the good salt now, which I'll explain to you what it would have been. And let's talk about how it works. The gimmick, you will love this. I've seen so many insane gimmicks for salt pour, and some of them are really amazing. And I had one, and then I lost it. And it was really expensive, and I was devastated. And then I was sitting in my office at home one day, and I saw the perfect replacement sitting right out on the desk. And you may not believe what it is. If you've ever had one of those, you know the horn, the metal horn with a squeaker thing on the end? One of those. It's basically one of those. So it's the black horn from the squeaker. So you just take that, and you pull the squeaker thing off, and you pull the other bit off, and you are left with this. Which is basically the perfect salt pour gimmick because it's black, it is soft, you can feel exactly how much is left in there as you're squeezing it, and if you're wearing a black suit or you've got a black background, you can actually drop it from the air into the bucket and they don't see it fall because the salt's going with it. So you do one final swing and you throw it in the bucket, and when it falls, it makes no noise at all, so it's great, and it costs like $1. It's insane. What I will say is if you want to do this routine, the exact track that I just used is going to be in your Penguin account to download for free. It'll be there for you. So if you want to do the exact routine, it's royalty-free. I made it using royalty-free music that was on GarageBand, and so you can use it anywhere. There's no rights problems, and you can do exactly what I just did. Let's talk about how to set it up. So the salt, I at home would use iodized salt. Over here, the best thing that I've heard you have is this, Morton's popcorn salt. We do not have this in England, so if you're in England, you won't be able to use this. But I've found that at home, iodized salt is better. Now, I used normal table salt the first time because I only just got this on the way in and I'd already set the things up. So this will do too, Morton's iodized salt. And I'll give you a little tip for transporting this. Once this is open, it will spill everywhere. The best thing you can get, they sell them in Target, and probably other places. This is a drinks bottle, and it has like a double lock thing, so you have to, let me put this stuff down. To open it up, you have to flick the metal bit down, and then press this button, and then it's open, and you've got a nice big pour, and it is perfect for storing the salt in because it is watertight once it's on. So you can keep your salt in there in between shows, fly it, travel it everywhere, and you'll have no problem. So that's perfect. They're in Target. I looked last night, and they're $7. So go and check those out if you want to transport your salt. Now, what you want to do is take your, I'll do it out of this. That'll be easier. Take your salt pour gimmick and fill it up. And one thing you will notice, which is pretty crazy, when it looks like it's full, it is nowhere near to full. And I'm going to get a really good close-up of this because I want you to see what happens. Okay, so it looks pretty full there. Let's get, can we get close-up on this? It looks like it's right near the top. As soon as you tap it, it goes, it's already down to like right below the thing. You just keep tapping gently like this. And before you know it, there is way more space in there to fit some more salt in. So give it a nice little tap and fill it up to the top, and it will be packed as high as it will go because you really want to get the most you can get out of this. Okay, there we go. And what I do is I have this little box, and on the bottom it's got a little piece of Velcro. And in my case at home, it's a big suitcase that I use for my show. I didn't bring it here because I couldn't fly with it, but I have the other piece of Velcro there, so I can put this in it, and it sticks inside the case. And so now when I pick up the gimmick, the box doesn't come with it. That's why the Velcro's there. Because if you don't do that, you'll find that the box comes with it. It sticks. It'll stick inside. So this is like a jewelry box, you know, that you'd get a ring in. So just buy a really cheap ring or ask a jewelry store and pull all the stuff out that they put the ring inside of and just put a bit on the bottom. And it's perfect for holding this as a salt pour gimmick. So that sticks in there. So in your case, that's going to sit like that. And then you're going to have the salt cellar right next to it like that. And so as you go and pick the two things up, you'll pick up the salt cellar, but on the way, you'll also pick this up too, as you're picking the salt cellar up. So as you come out, you're going to be in this situation. But I delay the moment by having the bucket too. So I put that over my hand. This is full of salt now, so I can't tip it fully, but I put the bucket over my hand, and I come back out to the front. And now you get the reveal where you say from this salt cellar, it gets a big laugh, and then put this on the floor, and we're into the effect. So I've left a little bit of space in the top, because what I'm going to do is grab the microphone. This is like that thing of trying to make the hand appear empty where you would hold a wand or something, so I'm using the microphone because I have the sound effect, and I'm shaking, so the gimmick's there. So I'm shaking this salt cellar here. This hand appears empty because it's just casually holding the mic. You've got the sound effect where the salt goes quiet and louder again, and then you begin to pour the salt into the gimmick. Get that in there. There's plenty of room in there to get a good bit more. In it goes. Then I give it a little tap, and as I put the salt cellar down, what's going to happen is this. This thumb is going to come over the top of the gimmick and kick it backwards like that, so it's sticking out of the back of the hand. I'll put the salt cellar down, and the idea is that you wipe the salt off the hand like this, but that's when you steal the gimmick out. I'll do it nice and slow, and I'll explain it from the other side. So we wipe the salt away, and the gimmick is stolen, and I hold the microphone again. Okay, so that's the steal. So let's show you from a different angle. So we kick it back, and the hand's going to come in. It basically grips it there in the thumb grip. Can we get that overhead to see this? Is that okay? Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Look at that. I'm going bald. Okay. So, can we bring that in a little bit as well, a little bit closer? Just so that, yeah, let's get the bald spot out. That's the one, okay. So, that kicks back, and now I come in and I wipe, and on the second wipe, steal the salt out, and then I move on this angle. So we'll do it. I'll do it once more from here, and then we'll go to the front. So wipe, and it's as the body's turning. So I'm standing here, and then I come across, wipe, turn, grab the microphone, and I'll just move that forward so we can see again. We just go above again. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Thank you. So it's wipe, wipe. Oh, my big head's getting in the way. Wipe, steal, straight to microphone, and that's it. We're clean. So let's go from the front again. Okay, so can we go in a slightly longer shot too, a little bit further out? Thanks, man. That's perfect. So wipe, steal, there it goes. Easy as that. So it pours in, tap, drop the salt as you kick it back, and then come in, stroke, steal, grab the microphone. Clean as you like. So that's the vanish. And at the point that you vanish, what you're going to do is drop the hand to the side. And as you drop the hand to the side, we can get this nice and close. I'm going to just orient the salt shake, the gimmick, so that it's like this. So it goes from this position down to this position. So the fingers are cradling it, but the hole is against the palm, so that when I bring it up, nothing's going to pour. Okay? And I'll show you the pour from this side. What we're going to do is this. Open it up and let it just come out of there. And let's just look at the length of pour we can get. Obviously, I put pauses in too, but I let a little bit too much go early on. And that's a good size stream. If I was standing behind it with a suit, you know, you'd be able to see better. We're still almost halfway there. So from this tiny gimmick, you can get a huge pour. And then when there's not much left, you want to open it up, make it really thick like that, and then if you're wearing a black suit, you can just let it fall into the gimmick like that and they won't see. Okay? So that's the salt pour there. So I'll show you again. I'll talk you through the blocking with the music on. Let me just fill this up one more time. And I hope that's clear, isn't it? The steel and everything. Everyone here's got that, so everyone at home will too. Let me just fill this up one more time. And while I'm doing this, I'll say that there is some great work out there on the salt pour too. A lot of the origins of my handling have come from material that I've read and seen from Paul Kozak. He has a nice version. Levent has a great version. His DVD, as you would expect, is just insanely full of everything you could ever want to know about the salt pour. They both have different gimmicks to this, but Levent's DVD has some really, really nice stuff on. Paul Kozak has some great salt tips too. There are loads of other gimmicks out there that you should check out, but for a nice, easy way to do this, this is great. Just get that horn and off you go. Okay, so we're full there.
I have a question while you're setting it up.
Go for it, please.
The top of your salt shaker, is that pretty standard?
That's a good point. Actually, so it's often when you see people do the salt pour, I'm glad you asked that actually, they take the lid off first. That's and ordinarily you would have the gimmick and you would take this lid off and you would drop that and then you would do the pour differently. This end of the salt is very wide, you'll see. And so I actually got this. I think it was a vinegar. I think it was the head of a vinegar thing. They're pretty standard in England, and I just, you buy a set where you get a salt and a pepper and a vinegar, and I'm sure you'll have them here too. And I just took the vinegar and put it on the small salt pot, because with liquid that comes out in drips, you know, a hole that big. Whereas with this, it allows it to pour nice and thick without having to take the lid off. So yeah, it's a vinegar lid. But if you get one with a smaller hole, you can widen it with, I mean, I've lost lots of these and struggled, and I've used something to widen it up, and that's always worked as well. But if you can't find these, it's easy enough when you're doing this to just take that lid off, drop it, and do the standard pour. But I save myself that trouble by using that vinegar lid, so that's how it works. So I'm going to get the music again. And I should say, obviously this is a lecture environment, so there's a slightly different atmosphere than you'd have in a show. But if you're doing this in a show and you're getting the audience to clap along, you can really buy a lot of time out of the fact the audience are clapping and cheering and whoa and singing along and all of that sort of stuff. You have a different vibe. So I'll talk you through the blocking with the music playing. Okay, hold on one second. Can you just tell me when that's on salt? Salt, okay, thank you. So the music starts to play. I ask everyone to clap along. Don't do it for this time though, we're just talking. So clap, 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 clap. And this is the track you'll get. And then I bring this in front of the mic so they can hear it shaking. It's just on the track. Bring it away. Come on, we can do a little bit better than that. Bring it back. I'm asking them to clap along. Then the shake changes to this. And now this is the point when I pour. And I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18,000 grains. We drop the salt. This is the point when we do the steel. Watch close as my arms never leave my wrists, etc. That's the salt vanish. Take the bow, reorient the gimmick, and now. So with this track, I've built in some pauses. I'll try and get this exactly right now. Thank you. We take a bow, and as the music kicks in, we pause again. And that looks great in front of the suit. I can see it there. Thank you. And then off it goes again. And this is the final pour. And this is the same track, but it's way longer. And I edited the track. Oh, and this thing that I'm doing with my hand, which is a little, kind of looks rude. No, this salt's not good. Just doing that. That really helps sell the salt being in there. I would check out, I should have used the Mortons, but that would still pour now. And on this part of the music, and now big pour, and off it goes, like that. And that's a salt pour. Cool, any questions? Yeah. Thanks, guys. Any questions about that from anyone?
There is one question. It's not on the salt exactly, but it's on the choice of the sound system that you're using.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So the sound system is a thing that is invented, was invented by, I think it's Carl Andrews, and let me show everyone. I'll get the thing, actually. Let me just grab this. And guys, I'm just going to pull it out. Thanks, man. Okay, so I'm using an iPod, first of all, and, oh, thanks. Cool.
Oh, we'll do that now? Yeah,
yeah, if you like, we'll go for it. There's not as much this
It's not
time.
as much. We'll just we'll get it together. And that
I was a bit more careful.
Yep.
Look at that. We should be a double act. What a team.
Perfect. Yeah, we're really cleaning up, aren't we?
Hey, look at that. So, it's an iPod. The system is called Show Cues, and I bought it from iTunes. I'll show it to you there so you can see. Show Cues 3.1. There is a newer version than that, but I haven't updated my iPhone. But they update it all the time to do some really cool effects. Let me press the info thing and it'll tell you all about it. Instructions. Show Cues manual. Okay, let me see if they've got the credits. Okay, here we go. So, concept and hardware, Sean Pop. Programming, Carl Andrews. Graphic editor, Joni Andrews. They're actually on the thing, so that's cool. Yeah, you'll find this in the iTunes store. It's just called Show Cues. It's really, really cool. I'll talk about that bit in a second. But you can set up playlists and things, and you can add individual tracks into it. This is the the playlist that I was using at the Magic Castle last week, I just added 2 more tracks on the bottom to make it easier. But when you open the tracks individually, you can change all of the different options. If the tracks have different volumes on them and they're not level, you can change that inside of this program using this bit, which is cool. If you want some of the tracks to be quieter than the others or louder than the others, you can do all of that in here, which is really cool. If you have specific lights, anything that you write in this box will appear on the screen while that track is playing. So that's really helpful if someone's running the lights and they don't know your show. So that's show cues. And the way that it works, once you've set the list, you just press this, and it opens up, and that will be the show. And you can plug this in, which is the remote control thing. Now, if you've got an old-style iPhone, just this bottom bit will do, just the iNav bit. But I've also got this adapter on because this is a newer style iPhone, and the iNav remote is the old style plug. So that goes in there, and that comes with this remote, and the 2 things work together. So if I press play, you'll see the track starts playing. It's not playing out loud because this is plugged in. You have to have the thing plugged in the bottom into the sound system, and you can flick through the tracks, you can do the whole thing. So they're the tracks that I just used, the Soulpaw there. And you'll see actually the volume levels, they change as I've set them and everything. You can see the battery level, you can see the amount of time that the track is, the actual time in, well, that's the time in England. So yeah, that's that. So that's called show cues. And this system here, this is called the Show Remote. I bought this from a friend of mine called Gary Dunn. He sells them in England. You can find them though. They're called Show Remotes. They actually have them in the UK, in the US. I'm not sure what the company is though. But yeah, that's what I'm using there. And the cool thing about this system is the tracks, they auto pause in between. So once the track you're using is finished, it will automatically click on to the next one, and you don't need to worry about it or set it up or anything. It will just be ready. So all I ever have to do on this remote is press play. But what's cool is if you have a track, if you're not sure like how long something's going to be, if you want music underscoring, bringing someone on stage, you can have a track that will just loop over and over and over and over. It'll keep playing until you press next, and then it'll fade it out for you. So it's really versatile, and it's called Show Cues. It's available on iTunes. So that's the music system.
Yeah, very cool.
With the remote. The 2 things paired together, it's incredible. There are lots of systems out there. Loads of people sell different things. I've used this for 4 years. In those 4 years, I don't know how many shows I've done, but it's a good amount, and it's never failed. I can remember one time the remote wouldn't work from the stage. I was standing in the exact spot it wouldn't work, and when I went like that, it did work, and the phone was on top of a stack of microphone receivers, and that was messing with the signal. But every other place it's worked. I mean, the length of this room would be fine. It goes a really good way, so that's the system. So show cues and show remote, put those 2 things together, makes it nice and easy for you. Any other questions on Soulpaw or anything else? Yes.
Oh, we have a question in the back. We'll get a microphone over there.
Get the microphone out there?
Yep.
Ah, cool. Thank you. Check if I've missed anything.
So what was the cost for those 2 items together?
Oh, well, the Show Cues program has gone up a little bit now. I think when I bought it, it was probably about $25. I think it's a little bit more than that now. I'm not exactly sure. But as I said, it's really worth the money. I mean, if you look on iTunes, it'll be there now. I'm just not sure how much it is exactly. It's probably about $50 or $60 or something. And the remote was £30, which I guess is like $50. So, yeah, maybe $100 total, which pales in comparison to the price of some of the other systems you'll find. You know, there are other systems that are thousands of dollars, and this for $100. And like I said, it's never failed me. It always works great. So that's that.
Yep. Very nice.
Any other questions?
No, I think we're good.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Cool.
So that's the Soulpaw. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but if you look in your Penguin downloads, that track is going to be there, so you can do it with the exact track that I use. And as I said, it's totally royalty-free and everything. You can use it wherever you want. I just made it in GarageBand. GarageBand, by the way, is so great if you're looking for music for your show. There are so many royalty-free tracks in it that are just perfect already that you can take and use. So, you know, give those a look. Okay, let's do another trick. All right, so we'll step back into the performance. Sorry, I keep moving the camera.
Before we go, this just came in a little bit late, but have you ever thought about using an ankle switch or anything like that? The magnetic reed switches?
It's really funny you should say that, actually. This does that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this also has the reed switch ability in it. If you bring this near a magnet, it will play the track. So inside of this remote built in is a reed switch, and so you can put this in your sock if you want and put a magnet in the other sock, and as soon as you bring the feet together, that will set off the play function, or any way that you like. You can have this strapped to the microphone and have a magnet under your watch and bring it up and it will play, or whatever you want. But yeah, the standard show remote comes with that reed switch built into it for like $50. It's crazy. It's amazing, and you don't have to put your hand in your pocket. I ordinarily at home would either have it in the pocket, or I also have it fitted here. I have a little holder that I fit it like there under the microphone, so as I'm talking I can just press it casually, but I didn't bring that with me because I was scared of the TSA. I shipped a lot of the stuff for this. I actually shipped ahead weeks ago, but then some of the things I needed for my show now, like at the Magic Castle and things, so that's why I couldn't ship this, because I was using it. But yeah, the little holder is pretty neat, and it goes on there, so that's that. No more questions about that? That was really
we have a question here.
Mark.
So when you travel with everything on your phone there,
Yes.
as far as the speakers and all, is that just feeding wirelessly through?
It's plugged in wired into the venue sound system. I don't have a sound system of my own, but I never work venues where you need one, like the circuits in the UK, which I guess we'll talk about later on. They all have sound systems, and other places that I work, cruise ships and things, they have them too. So I just plug that in with the wire straight into their sound desk, and off it goes. You know, there's no problem. Yeah, cool. Anything else for that question? Happy? Cool. Okay. Right. Next trick?
Sure.
Awesome. Thanks, man. So I'm now going to show you the world-famous rope trick.
Yeah.
You guys pretending to be excited. Okay. I tell you what, forget the rope trick. I'm going to let you choose what trick comes next. We're going to do it in the guise of these 4 envelopes. Envelopes. Do you say envelopes or envelopes?
I say envelopes because I want to sound like I know something.
All right. From these 4 envelopes, we are going to choose the next trick. We're going to eliminate them, though, so whatever envelope is chosen, I'll show you what that could have been, and we'll get rid of it. So, Mark, if you wouldn't mind choosing first, which envelope are we getting rid of?
The green one.
The green one, okay. Whatever is in the green envelope will not be getting performed tonight. And tonight you are missing out on dwarf juggling. Which is handy because I didn't bring anybody with me, so that's handy. I actually used to go out with a woman. She was very small. She used to go up on me. And yeah. I remember once we were on a plane. I was getting my bag down from the overhead compartment, and it hit her on the shoulder. She said, "I'm not happy." I said, "Well, which one are you?" Comedy clubs, not scouts, remember. Okay, so we won't be doing that trick tonight. Let's have a look. Sitting next to Matthew, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, hello, Chris. What do you do for a living, Chris? We haven't spoken yet.
An engineer.
An engineer. Vroom, vroom. Little impression for you. That's an engine. Never mind. Okay, Chris, would you choose an envelope for me? We'll eliminate that too. Red, okay, whatever is in the red envelope will not be getting performed tonight, so tonight you are missing out on the Mouth of Wasps illusion. And that's a very dangerous one, let me tell you why. It is almost impossible to train for. What you have to do is you buy a cereal, like Snap, Crackle and Pop, do you have that here? Where you put it in your mouth and it makes that crackling noise, and you buy a record that's the sound of wasps, and you put that on and you eat the Snap, Crackle and Pop, and you listen to the record at the same time, and that kind of simulates what it's like to have wasps in your mouth. Like I said, it's impossible to train for. I actually hurt myself performing this just a few weeks ago, in training, because the record sounded nothing like wasps. I took it back to the record store, I said, "I bought this record, it's supposed to sound like wasps," and it doesn't. He said, "You're listening to the B-side."
That is a long way to go.
We went a long way for that. Okay, we have 2 left. Let's have a look. Gentleman sitting in the back, what's your name, sir?
Don.
Don. Oh, Don and Don. Very good. What do you do for a living, Don?
Take down barns.
You take down barns.
Barns. Old buildings.
Okay, but mainly barns.
Barns and cabins.
That is a job that would not exist in the UK. That's amazing. That's like, we just don't have that. Don, would you choose an envelope for me? Blue. Would you like me to perform what is in the blue envelope, or would you like me to eliminate it like I have done previously?
Like you have done previously.
Okay, we'll eliminate what is in the blue envelope. Tonight you are missing out on the floating naked illusion. That's a shame. It's actually, it's not me that floats, but it is me that gets naked. It's pretty amazing. I bring a lady out. She floats in front of me. I have no clothes on. There's no visible means of suspension. Can work that one out for yourselves. So you've left this until last, the yellow envelope, which means tonight I'll be performing the world-famous rope trick. It's exactly as we always hoped. Okay, so this is more of a gag item. It has its roots in something that I once spoke about with a chap called Rune Clan, who is so funny. And we were talking at the bar at this convention, the session. He told me about this, and I believe it's now in his book. It's a green book from Vanishing Ink. I don't remember the name of it. Rune's World, it's called. And I believe he's put it in there. But in his, it was like a prize that the audience could win, and I think they were all, a free beer, or they were a free holiday, and the final one was they won a free beer, and it was like the disappointing prize. That's pretty funny, and it was great for him, but he's so funny anyway. I realized that it would work great for me in a different situation, and it's a situation where I'm putting a new trick in the show. Whenever you've got a new trick that you want to try out, quite often you don't know how long that trick's going to last, how funny it's going to be, how relevant it's going to be to the show, and all of those things. And so this is the perfect thing to put in front of any brand new trick, and it will really help you get the confidence to do that trick. Because with this in front of it, it doesn't matter if that trick is a total bust or it doesn't last very long, or any of those things. You've had this in front, which has padded it out, you've gotten some laughs, and if the trick isn't very good, you can say, maybe we should have done the wasp thing and throw it away and get on with the next thing, and it'll work as a comedy bit. It does surprisingly fool a lot of people. I think it's probably down to the fact that the envelopes are different colours, they know that you can't be switching it or whatever, and the solution is the easiest thing imaginable. Like I said, I don't really care if it fools people. If it does, it's a bonus, but it is meant to be a comedy bit, and basically every envelope's just got 2 bits of paper in. Simple as that. There is a piece of card inside of each envelope too, which is there in the middle, in between the 2 pieces. That doesn't really serve the purpose of splitting up the 2 bits of paper, but what it does do is stop the envelope from flopping over when you're holding it by itself. Because if you just hold an envelope with a bit of paper in it, might bend over like that, and it doesn't look very nice. So the bit of card was just a handy little thing. I didn't put the pieces of card in, go out and buy them for that purpose, but when I bought these envelopes, they were separated with those perfectly sized pieces of card. In between, there were like 5 of these, 5 of these, 5 of these, 5 of these. There were 5 orange ones too, but I don't use that one. And the cards were in between, so I just put them in the envelopes because it was handy. In the UK, these are called C6 size envelopes. I don't know what they'd be called in America, but in the UK...
I think they call them greeting card size.
Oh, greeting card size envelopes. There you go. So greeting card size. You can pick whatever colours you want. Again, it's a funny visual. It's got like a game show element. There's so much play with the audience. You can write whatever jokes you want. And I've kept the rope trick thing in there for this because it was the rope trick that I originally did. I was doing the Richard Sanders thing, fibre optics, and it's a tough routine technically, and I wasn't sure in the show if I would have the do you say bottle here? Like if I had the bottle?
No, that's a new one for us. Well, I mean, I've heard it, but...
Yeah, so in England we say like you lost your bottle or you had the bottle. It means like the courage or the confidence. I didn't know if I would lose my bottle halfway through the routine and not dare to do the bit where the rope slides down or any of those technical bits. And so I thought it may literally, I'd get to the show, I'd be nervous, I'd cut the rope, put it back together, and that would be the end of it. And so that's when I decided this would work for that. And you can put it in front of everything. It's anything. It's really nice. What was the one envelope that didn't get opened?
The yellow one. What's in the yellow one?
So in the yellow one, it would have been the razor blade eating, which I actually do in my show. And so that's a callback for me. If the yellow one gets seen, I'll say, oh, let's do another one of those tricks from the envelope. Would you like to see the float naked? They'll all shout, no, please, no. I'll say, has anybody got any wasps? They'll say no. I'll say, okay, let's do the razor blade eating, and I go into it that way. So for me, this is a callback joke. But you can put anything in the envelopes that you want, any tricks that you like, make them as crazy as you want. That mouth of wasps thing, I have such a misplaced affection for that terrible joke because it takes so long to get to, and the audience are just staring like, what on earth could this be about? And then you say the B-side thing, and it just gets a nice laugh. So I love that joke. It is a misplaced affection, though. But like all children, you have to love them. So, there it is. So yeah, get the 4 envelopes, put 2. Oh, I should say, the bits of paper that I'm always taking out, the one that gets seen most often is in the back, so that I'm not fiddling, because I'm always just going in and pulling it out, which is nice and I mean, only at a magic lecture would a grown man teach adults how to take a piece of paper out of an envelope. But this is how it works. You just putting the finger in, pushing the envelope away, boom, drag it out. And then for that last one, it's normally on the big moment of like, this is the trick you're going to see. And then I'm just holding the whole block, pulling out with the thumb, and out it comes nice and smooth. So there's no messing around. And that's that. So 2 bits in each one. Off you go. Full credit to Rune Clan for the brilliant idea of just doing a silly thing with envelopes. His also is just white envelopes. I think making them different colours adds an element of fooling to it. And the prize thing, it wasn't for me, but using it like this to force a trick, it's a nice full circle. Oh, I'm going to do the trick I always said I was anyway, and this is just something that happens along the way. Any questions about that?
I think we're good. Yeah.
No? Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the board. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to clear the table, and I'm going to show you a really quick thing. So I was working on a cruise ship once, and I realized that I was missing something that I really, really needed, and so I had to make something up last minute, and I'm going to show you what that is. I'm going to ask Don, would you mind joining me up here for just 1 second? Folks, give it up for Don. Thanks for joining me. It's a big hand you got there, my friend. Okay, Don, I'm going to ask you to choose one of these cards in a second, and I'm going to show the camera that they are, in fact, all different. And Don, I want you to see that they're all different. And Don, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through them for you, and I'd just like you to remember one card, okay? I don't want anybody else to know what card you pick, but Don, just take a really good look, and if you could just please remember one card for me. Poker face. Don't tell me which one you're thinking of, but just remember one. Did you get one? Great stuff. Thanks, Don. Keep that in your head for 1 second. I'm just going to grab a pad and a bit of paper here. You are just thinking of one card, right? Yeah. Good man. Okay, Don. Let's write something down. I think this is correct. Don, what was the card you were thinking of? 3 of diamonds. The 3 of diamonds? Yes. I forgot which deck it was. There it goes. The 3 of diamonds. I wrote the 3, but I put hearts. Thanks, Don. Thank you for your help. I'll explain the deck now. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so the deck is just a really quick thing if you're stuck. This is how it works, basically. That's what the deck would have looked like to Don. Pretty much. So the cool thing about this is, if you fan it ordinarily like this, it looks like a regular deck. You close it up, fan it again, and now it's forcing. Oh, it was hearts.
Well, I said it wrong.
Oh, you said...
I thought it was that.
Oh, that's funny. I should have taken a little longer. That's close, but there you go. So that's basically what Don would have seen. Now, because Don's a magician, I knew he wouldn't pick the front one, but ordinarily I would say, don't pick the front one, and I would take much more time with a regular spectator. But I can show this like this very cleanly, and then I can say, I'm going to ask you to think of one. Poker face, don't think of the front card, and as I fan through, and you'll see this, please just remember one card. It's weird in the camera that you don't. And so there's only one that they can see there. And this was just literally a last-minute thing. I needed a force deck for a trick, and so I went through. I had it. The problem is with a cruise ship, if you don't have it with you, you can't buy it on board. Unless it's a small diary with the words Carnival Cruises written on it, or a towel with P&O on it. You know, you can't buy it. You just can't get the stuff. Or maybe a small hand soap. You're stuck, so you have to make things on the fly. And so I just took a regular deck and a Sharpie, the 2 things that I literally had backstage, and I blacked out every corner just like that, apart from the force card. And so it's like the world's easiest to make force deck, just a really quick idea. I should say a lot of the things I'm going to tell you about today now are going to be half-baked ideas that aren't finished, that I want you to run with, and some of them are going to be full routines. But yeah, so that's just a quick force deck. And it's nice that you can show it this way, casually drop it down, bring it back up the other way, and your force is there. Or if you can do a nice wide fan, you can show it like this, close it up, turn to the person you're forcing to, spread again, and then they see the force like that. So that's the force deck. Any questions about that? No? Cool. I should say that I've written force deck on the box. That's for purposes of explanation, and I would not suggest that you do that with your real one. Because it gives the game away a little bit. So that's a little force deck thing there. Okay, I've got another little thing for you. Let's do this first, actually. Okay. So for this trick, I'm going to ask some of you to help me out a little bit with some things. But first of all, I have a prediction here. Mark, could you choose a number for me between 1 and 100? Don't say it out loud. Okay, Mark, yes or no, was your number 35? No, correctly predicted, no. Hey, come on, I got this from the Wizard of Oz. Okay, moving on. All right, now, so let's put that down. It's not actually the envelope, it's what's inside that counts. Those are all the old jokes, but inside of here there is a prediction, which we will get to in a second. I'm going to ask you guys to give me some items, some things from your pockets or random things that you have. If we could get, 7, 8, 9 things, that would be great. Anything will do. I don't want 2 of the same thing. So we've got a ring there. Oh, that's a cool ring. It moves and stuff. And what have you got there, Mark? We've got a deck. We got... David, you got anything down there, my friend? Anything you got, guys, from your pockets will be great. Cool, thank you. What have I got over here? I've already got some of those, but I'll take... Can I borrow that pen? That'll do. Yes, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Any other things, guys? We're magicians. We should have unusual stuff. There's a phone. We got anything there? You're my friend. We got... I feel like I'm mugging you all. We got some glasses there. It's like I'm mugging. We got one more thing. What you got there, my friend? There you go, look at this. Core Power, the protein shake. I love these, I'm always in the gym. Okay, so we have a ring, we have a deck of cards, we have some keys, we have a pen, we have a phone, a cell phone, we have a set of glasses. And we're going to do a prediction type effect with these. We're going to have some things chosen. Mark, I'm going to offer you 2 things. You can choose one of them, and that thing will go back to its owner. I'm going to offer these, the glasses and the phone. Which one would you like me to give back, Mark? The phone. Who does the phone belong to? It's over here. There you go, my friend. Would you choose 2 things for me from the table, and I'll give one of them back? We got the ring, the keys, the deck, the pen, the drink, and the 2 glasses. Pick any 2. This? Oh, the deck and the glasses. Okay, I'm going to give the deck back. Who did the deck belong to? There you go, Mark. Thank you. Let's have a look. I'm going to pick 2 more things. Let's offer the pen and the ring. David, would you choose one of these that will go back to its owner?
The ring.
The ring. Okay, whose was the ring? Oh, there you go, my friend. Would you pick 2 things for me as you've just had your ring back? We only have 4 things left now.
The keys in the bottle.
The keys in the bottle. Okay, whose was the bottle? That was yours. You drank that, though. You're going to be buffed by the end of the night. Oh, sorry, dude. Let's have a look. Don, would you choose 2 things for me? Or I'll choose 2 for you. Which one would you like to go back? The glasses. Who's the glasses? Oh, you'll be able to get a good look at this. And as you've just gotten your glasses back, we have 2 items left. Which one of these is your favourite?
The keys.
Were these yours?
No.
Oh, they weren't. You're absolutely sure these are your favourite?
Yeah.
Okay, whose was the pen? Oh, that was yours too? Okay, there you go. Thank you. So we have been left... Sorry, buddy. And we have been left with a set of keys. I didn't know what items we would get up here on the table. I had no idea what you would choose to give back. I had no idea what would be there for me to give you guys to get rid of. But in this envelope, I have 1 prediction. I have 1 prediction. And that 1 prediction, luckily for me, a set of keys is a set of keys. There it is. Thank you. So this is a great, completely underused force. It's insane that nobody does this trick because it's so good. Who's with the keys? Oh, there he goes. Thanks, Don. Nice catch. I'm going to use a deck of cards just to explain this. We'll grab some of these out of here. So it's called the patio force. Pick any 2, eliminate 1, that stands for. And this is how it works. Let's place some cards down and say we're going to force the one that is face down like that. Or actually, it's easier if... Oh, there's only 1 red card. That'll do. Can we get just a close-up on the table from above? Is that okay? Okay, there you go. So I'm attempting to force the red card. This is how it works. Pick any 2, eliminate 1. I'll keep my head out of the way, don't worry. So what's going to happen is I'm going to offer someone the chance to give any card back. And so whenever I pick, I don't pick the one that I'm trying to force and say they give back this one. Off it goes. That goes back in the mix. Then somebody else is going to choose 2 cards, and I get to pick which one goes away. So if they pick these 2, there's no problem. I can get rid of either. And then I pick 2, and they get rid of 1. And then if they pick these 2, all I'm going to do is just get rid of the other one. So whenever I choose the 2 cards or the 2 items or anything, I never pick up this one. And if ever they choose that one and another one, I just give back the other one. So this never has the chance to go. Okay? So let's just run it one more time from there. I'll do it with just you, Don. Don, can you see all of those cards from the screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to pick 2, the 6 of clubs, the 4 of clubs. Which one would you like me to get rid of?
6 o'clock.
6 of clubs. Don, would you pick 2 for me?
The King of Hearts and the 10 of Spades.
King of Hearts and the 10 of Spades. Okay, let's get rid of the 10 of Spades. I'm going to pick the 6 of Spades and the 4 of clubs. Which one would you like to go back?
4 of Spades.
4 of Spades. Sorry, the 6. Oh, we've had the...
4 of clubs.
We've had this problem with you before, Don. The 4 of clubs. That only leaves 2. Don, would you pick 2 for me?
The King of Hearts and the 6 of Spades.
King of Hearts and the 6 of Spades. There are 2 left. Okay, Don, which one of these is your favourite?
The King of Hearts.
The King of Hearts. You sure this one's your favourite? Okay, well, let's get rid of this one. And then we're left with 1 card. And that language is very important at the end. Which one is your favourite? You can do this trick so that when it comes to the end, it's my own choice. You know, I pick which one of the last 2 goes back. But I always found that was a bit weak. It was a bit like I made the decision at the last point that I wanted them to have the decision. So I always just say, which one's your favourite? And if I say, which one's your favourite, and they say the King of Hearts, then I say, cool. Are you sure this is your favourite? They say yes, and I put that one down. If I say, which one's your favourite, and they say, this one, I go, okay, and I give it straight back. No questions, I just give it straight back. That language always flies by, no problem. We're not dealing with cards, though, usually. Remember, it's individual items that have something attached to them for people and for different reasons. And if you do this at a table in a restaurant, when it's just women at the table, the items you will get, trust me, will be a lot different to the ones than I got tonight. And there is a lot of comedy to be had in that. The kind of people that you do this trick for will greatly influence the items that you get. But one thing that is sure, if you ask for 7, 8, or 9 items, you will always get a set of keys. Because I'm asking for things that people have in their pockets, in their bags. You always get a set of keys. Tonight, the keys were the 3rd thing that came up here, and I kept going and got a few more. But you will always, always get a set of keys. Let's just think about how strong this could be if you didn't know what the cards were, though. So just for instance, say I have a card that I want to, if you are using this as a card force, and I wouldn't necessarily say you should use this as a card force, but if you were, say I want to force this, the 6 of Spades. I would have that on the bottom. I'd have a nice break here with my finger jammed in. I think we call that a truck driver's break, with the finger in there. And so this is what's going to happen. I'm going to ask people to touch random different cards all the way through the deck. They push them out, and then as I square these all up, and I take those cards out, this one that I'm holding off on the bottom is going to ride along, and out it comes. So I've added on my card that I'm trying to force. And then I'll deal these out onto the table randomly, and I'm following this one with my eyes. So then I do the exact same process where we wind up with 2, which one's your favourite, off it goes. And now it's a card force where I had no idea what the cards were going to be picked. It was random from the last few that we had on the table, etc. You can use it for that. You could use it in a game show type situation that would fill a stage. Say, for instance, you say that as a magician, I'm often being referred to as Mr. Average, average sense of humour, average personality, average looks, slightly above average weight, but I am Mr. Average. And I'm so Mr. Average that I'm perfect at spotting Mr. Average in other people. And so what you would do is you would get 7 guys up onto the stage, and you would hang numbers on them so they're all holding a thing with 1, 2, 3, 4 on their chests. Then you get a lady up and you say to her, I want you to pick the 2 best looking guys, and I'll get rid of one. So she picks the 2 best looking guys, and you pick the guy that you think looks the most unsavory or rough or whatever, and she picks the one she likes the most, and you get rid of the other one. And so at the end you're left with 2 guys. You send one down and the prediction matches. And really it's a number prediction. You said it would be number 4, and it's number 4. But you've had 8 people on the stage. You know, you can. This force is so versatile. There are 1,000,001 things that you can use it for. It's called the Patio Force, and there is a lot of material for it online. P-A-T-E-O. Pick any 2, eliminate 1, the Patio Force. I use it for this because it is so packed small, plays big. I mean, it fits in this space. I'm getting items from a table full of people, and there are loads of jokes you can do with those items. Normally at this point, when I get the cell phone, I do that joke I did earlier about we'll read out the messages and see which one was, you know, see what they say, etc. You'll get hairbrushes, you get all sorts of stuff. It's really funny, the stuff they give you. And they will try and shock you with stuff as well, which is funny. But you will always get a set of keys, and it is a table-filling trick that fits in that space. What I will say is, pack small, plays big is a great theory, but I also think that it's a bonus. It's not necessarily a criteria. I don't think you should buy a case first and then try and build a show that fits inside of it. You should build the show and then buy the case that it all fits in. You know, don't like cut your cloth according to your thing. But pack small, I mean, there is nobody who's thought of better pack small, plays big stuff than the guy sitting right here. Dan Harlan is like the king of that stuff. But most people are not as good at thinking of great stuff as he is, and so you don't have to, you know, pack small, plays big. You've got to fly and take it all in hand luggage, it's ideal. But for your main show that you can take anywhere, it's more of a bonus than a criteria. Don't let that necessarily affect your choices. But this certainly fits that brief. It's in your pocket, it's tiny, and it works. So that's that. Any questions on this?
We have
Yes.
a question up front.
Let's
We'll
get
get
the
a microphone up there. While that microphone's coming up, I just wanted to comment on the particular subtlety that you involved in the handing of the objects back. Is that each time that one of them goes back, that person gets to then choose
Yeah.
the next two, and you eliminate one of those. And,
Yeah,
you know,
'cause-
which is it's a nice back and forth. Instead of just between two people, it shifts to the next person to make a choice. And it seems like at the end of it, psychologically, everybody's had a chance to make a choice, even though they haven't. They've
Yeah.
only done it half of the time. It's really nice.
Well,
Yeah.
in an ideal situation, everybody would get the chance. I mean, in this room, we had multiple items from the same person, whereas when you would do it at the table, you would get at least one thing from each person. That's part of the criteria. I would ask every person to give me something, and so as their item goes back, they are the next person in the thing. Whereas today we had multiple items from 4 people, and so that was more difficult to do. We had to go to the same person. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That is built right in there as a happy coincidence that every person will get to be involved, and so that's nice. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and before we get to the question, there was a comment that came in. I just wanted to clarify it for one of the viewers that your equivoque at the end there, if you say which one is your favorite, and they pick the one that you have to eliminate, you will give it back to somebody. They're concerned that you're eliminating what the other person said is their favorite, but I don't think they're understanding that that makes sense in the process. You've been eliminating what they've been choosing the whole time. Equivocal language has that way of being both positive and negative at the same time.
Yeah.
It's a good choice, but it may not make sense to somebody who's never done it.
It's a bit of an open goal at the end that they can interpret it, or rather you can interpret what they say in any way that you want. And the very nature of how quick and free-flowing. And also, I'm always very certain after we're left with the final item to reiterate the conditions that I didn't know what the items were going to be. And one thing I do know is that I do know I'm going to get a set of keys, because if someone doesn't give me a set of keys straight away, I'll get 1,000 items on the table until a set of keys appears. But they will. You know, if they're not allowed to have 3 cell phones and 2 of something else, they've all got to be different, and there are 6 or 7 people, you will get a set of keys. And so at the end, when I say I had no idea we would get a set of keys, I didn't know what the items would be, I didn't know what you would give back, I didn't know what you would give back, that puts conditions into their head that are tighter than the conditions were in real life. It reinforces something for them that didn't really happen, but they will remember as having happened. And so the equivocate, it's always that way. It's like, okay, we have the red cards and the black cards, pick one. And then once they've chosen, you then say, throw those away. They remember beforehand that when they remember it afterwards, it's like, he told me to throw one set away, and I picked black. When in reality, you picked black, and then he said throw one away. Like that equivocal language it's an open goal. But if you just do it, there's only one way to get confidence in things, and that's to just go out and do it. And you'll find that nobody will ever question it. I've never ever had that. And I'm not the sort of guy that carries tricks with me. I don't have things socially that I would do or anything like that. If someone did ask me, I would happily get a pen and a bit of paper and write it down, put it in a ball, and then ask for the items. You know, you don't have to carry this. You could just do it on the fly, write it on a napkin, turn it over, and off you go. Get loads of items up, and it's cool. It's easy to go.
Yeah,
pack
and
some
we
paper.
did have a question. So
Yes.
Concerning the number of items, first of all, is there an optimum number you like to work with? And where do you start the patio course where you end up with the final 2 items?
Well, so if you start with an odd number of items and you give them the first choice of which 2 you're going to get rid of, it will end up at the end where it is your choice to get which of the final 2 go back. But I flip it round anyway, and I just say, okay, we've only got 2 left, what's your favourite? So it doesn't actually matter with knowing that at the end. It doesn't matter how many you start with or who you give the first choice to, because you're going to do the ending that you're going to do anyway. It makes no difference. But as far as optimal items go, I like 7. 7's okay. You know, people are sitting at a big table, you're going to get 6 people, and maybe you can add 1 more item in, or, you know, a bigger table. I wouldn't go as far as maybe 11, because it takes too long. Unless they're really up for it. But, you know, 7, 8, 9, something like that is pretty good. That's the optimal amount.
And then the other thing that occurs to me, that you could make a prediction after seeing the items on the table.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You totally could.
Do a prediction of the items that were available.
Yeah, you could totally do that, especially if you're doing it on the fly. One of the convinces that I like at the end is the fact that I can say I didn't know what these items were going to be, because I'm always certain that I'll get keys. But you could absolutely make the prediction afterwards. You know, look at the items and say, okay, boom, write it down, and off you go. Yeah, there's no harm in that. I don't think you can necessarily reiterate the convincer in the same way, but if you have enough force of character, it won't matter anyway. You know, a lot of the time as magicians, we ask questions that they don't happen in the real world. You know, there are a lot of situations where people might write off a trick because you can only do it on video. Like, this is the most popular one. So many tricks come out now that only work on a YouTube video. And people say, this is terrible, it only works in a YouTube video. And I always think, well, just make a YouTube video with it. You know, like, it's a problem. You paid $20, make a YouTube video. Like, so much magic exists online now and not even in real life. I think that as a full-time magician, 30% of the magic that people see me do, or 30% of the people who see me perform, only see me online. That is just the nature of the business we live in. And so there is no problem to only having magic that works online. It's cool. Just get a trick. If you can only do it on video, film a video, put it on your Facebook page, put it in the drawer. You got what you wanted out of it. You know, not every trick is going to be pack small, plays big, instant reset. You don't have to do anything. You don't even have to be there. It'll still work. It's like tricks have specifics and they're fine. Perform them in those areas. But that is a great question. I mean, what I just said has nothing to do with the question you asked. It's got me onto a bit of a rant. But yeah, you can make the list afterwards, or make the prediction afterwards. I've never done it like that, but you absolutely can, yeah. Any other questions?
No,
then?
I think we're good, yeah.
Cool, okay, that's the patio for us. Thanks. Okay. All right, so I've got a trick now that I thought of about a week ago, and I've never performed it for anybody, but I thought I wanted to bring it along because I wanted you guys to see it. And please go out and try it at home and come up with your own things for it. And it's because I bought this book. And by the way, all that stuff about never having done it before, it's not part of the magician's pattern. It's true. I've never done this before. So I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but we'll find out on the way. Because I bought this book in the airport. I read something in it that made me think this is so perfect for a trick. I thought of this, and then I shipped it to here. So I haven't seen this book again until today. But this is a real book. It's called Forensics, The Anatomy of Crime. And I'm going to read you the thing that started off this trick for me. And you won't believe this. It's great. So it opens on the... I should say, by the way, that this card sticking out of here is a joker. And I guarantee if you go to any magician's house, almost all of the bookmarks will be jokers. It just seems to be, you know, what else do we do with them? So this is what it says. It talks about the forensics, the history of forensics on the very first page, and this is great, right? One of the earliest examples brought together pathology and what we would now call document examination. In 1794, Edward Culshaw was murdered with a pistol shot to the head. Back then, pistols were muzzle-loaded, and a wad of crushed paper was tamped down to secure the ball and the powder in the gun. When the surgeon examined the body, he found the wad inside the head wound. He opened it up and revealed what was found to be the corner of a betting sheet. The murder suspect, John Toms, was searched. In his pocket was the rest of the betting sheet, and the torn corner from the man's head was perfectly matched. At the trial in Lancaster, Tom was convicted of murder. So a torn corner from a betting sheet was used to convict a man of an actual murder. If that doesn't say card trick, I do not know what does. So, with that in mind, we're going to do a card trick, and I'm going to ask someone to choose a card. David, would you do me a favour, please put your finger on any, whoopsie-daisy, on any card you would like. That's a great choice. Take it out, have a good look at it. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the card. Yeah, absolutely, you can show the camera. Don't let me see the three of spades. And we'll play some... That monitor's really handy. Let's rip the corner off there. And David, can you shuffle it all? Yeah. What I'd like you to do is take those cards. You can give those a good old shuffle. Oh, he's doing it properly. I like your work. And we're going to take the card and we're going to place it inside of the deck with your torn corner off it, any way you would like. Great stuff. And what I would like you to do is hold on to the corner, and I'll take the deck back. Thank you. Okay, now it is my job as the magician, or in this case as the forensic examiner, to attempt to find the card. And I'm going to look here on my foot for a footprint. What was the Well, the torn corner's not missing, and so that... Wait, but the deck is. This is a problem. We've lost the evidence. But you still have the torn corner. Maybe if we look back in the book, we'll find exactly the clue that we're looking for. Oh, wait. There's a 3 of spades sticking out. What's weird about this card that was once a joker is that it has a missing corner. Can I take the corner that you're holding from your ripped card? Whoops. And just like John Toms, it looks like I am guilty. So there it is. So I literally, I don't have all the finesse on this because, like I said, I thought of it a week ago, and this is how it's going to go. That story, by the way, is absolutely true. I genuinely, I don't know about you guys, but I read on the toilet. Anybody else? Yeah, I always have books in the toilet, and I bought this on the way back from a flight because books are always quite cheap in the airport, and I was reading the first page, and when I read that story about the corner missing from the betting sheet and the whole thing, I shouted to my wife, "Babe, come upstairs and see this." And she said, "Aren't you sitting on the toilet?" I said, "That's a good point. Wait until I come down." So, yeah, she thought that I wanted to just show off about something I'd just made. But I was really this story. So all of that story is true. So, and this is a really nice-looking book as well. It's really bold, and I like it. So it's called Forensics, The Anatomy of Crime by Val McDermid. And you'll probably find this. I mean, this is crazy, but if it helps, I'll give you the ISBN. It is 978-178-125-1706. I'll read that out again because I see you guys are all writing it down, so that's cool. 978-178-125-1706. If that helps you find it. It was only £8.99, so it'll be like, $12. It's cheap as chips. That's a phrase we have in England that I guess you don't have here. So yeah, that's the book. So let's talk about how it works. I didn't think of a way to switch the corner, so I literally just did it in the pocket then. There is obviously a corner switch involved. I mean, we can do it with any other card now. It doesn't matter. So let me just find the right one. So that's the missing corner there. That is my joker. So this is the setup that I did today. Take this principle, though, and put it to anything, or use this. It's cool. I took the joker, and I stuck it in the book with it sticking out like that. And then I just flicked to the very next page, and I took the 3 of spades, with a matching corner right there, the one that I ripped off, and I put it into the book with the corner bit down, and I put it lower than the page was, so it's like that. But it's on the very next page from the joker there, and I closed it over. The joker's in that position like that. It helps you find your gimmick for later. Then I put the matching corner in my pocket, and away we go. There is now a 3 of spades in here with a missing corner, so let's just find that. And do it again. Okay, so I classic force the card, which I'll talk about when we come to do some close-up, which is going to be like the next stuff after this is going to be all close-up stuff, so I'll talk about forcing then. But I classic force the card, and then I rip the corner off. There's no gimmicks, no things to help you rip the corner. It's actually pretty easy if you take a card to always rip it fairly the same every time. There's not a huge amount of difference there. It's really easy to just rip them. So off you go like that. So I ripped the corner off, and I then picked up the deck, and I asked him to take the deck and shuffle it. Whoops, and I held out the card. And then while he was shuffling, I literally just took the torn corner and I swapped it in my pocket. There is a much better way to do this. I just haven't had time to think about what it was, so I switched it in the corner. Then I asked him to put the card in and give them a shuffle, and then I handed him the corner. So that's now the corner that matches what's in the book. And now we're going to do a move that I got from a friend of mine called Matthew Dowden, which is going to be coming up in another trick later on. But it's basically a deck vanish. And I just had this idea that I would palm the card, which we'll also talk about in a bit too, and pretend that it was on the shoe. So I reach down and produce it like it's off the shoe. And because I haven't performed this before, what I'd probably say is one of the first places forensic experts look is for footprints. Like if you had a card with a footprint on, that would help you solve the crime. But this one doesn't have a missing corner, so that won't help. But in that whole thing, that's when I vanish the deck. So all that's happening from this side is I reach, grab the card, and as I grab the card, I just ditch the whole deck in the pocket like that and come out with an empty hand, but as if I'm still holding the deck. So I'll say, this doesn't have any footprints on, and it's a full card, so that won't help. And the other problem is now we've lost the rest of the evidence. So the deck's vanished, so you get a little extra effect there. So just to do that again, I'm holding the whole deck in the regular grip. I've palmed the card, and as I turn to the side to produce the card from the foot, I'm also coming behind my own body and ditching the deck into the pocket and coming out like this, mentioning there is no footprint, and this is a full card, so that won't help. Let's try one more time. It looks like it's the deck. And we're now lost the rest of the evidence. This is a problem. Maybe if we look in the book, we'll find what we're looking for. And now the trick's over. We pick the book up, and as soon as you pick the book up to look into it, they'll notice that this is now the card. I'll talk about the switch in a second. You pull it out, and the trick's finished. As far as the switch goes, I told the actual story. I would recommend, to make it more interesting, write a slightly different story that's a bit longer or has some more detail in, and just pretend you're reading it out of this book. You don't have to tell the real story, but you can if you want. So flick to it, comment on the fact that, oh, a joker. If ever you go to a magician's house, I guarantee all their bookmarks will be jokers. Put it in flat, continue to read the story, and now pull the card back out, but don't flash it. Close it up, and down it goes. So you're done. And now when you pick it up, they immediately see the 3 of spades, and you guys saw it, you laughed, and you knew the card was there. And now the real nice surprise comes that this also has the torn corner, and they match it up. And I just like that line, just like John Tom's, it looks like I'm guilty. That's like a nice way to finish a trick. So there it is. That's the torn corner.
Yes. Nice. Now, Mark, because this is a new trick that you've just come up with, I love this. I think it's really fantastic.
Thanks.
I'm going to save you a little time and tell you something that you'll eventually get to.
Go on.
And that is the card that you produce from your foot
Yes.
must be the joker.
Oh,
It
that's
simply
so
must be
brilliant.
the joker, right? And to do that, just short corner a joker, have it in the deck to begin with. You can cut it right to the top just before you do the palm, and you're all set to go. So that you'll
Yeah.
get your transposition, continuity, everything.
Yeah, because you don't even need to necessarily know where it is.
No.
You could say, well, the first thing we're doing is we're going to look at the evidence.
You could even just cut it, yeah.
And then you can bring it to the top, yeah, and that'll make it nice and easy. You can just look through, cut. Obviously, in this case, the card is going to be easy to find because there's a missing corner. Just push past it and say, but I can't seem to see it here. Let's check the foot. Oh, that's so good.
Yes.
That's why you're Dan Harlan. That's exactly why. It's got to be the Joker. So there you go. That is so. You have made my night. That is so great. So let's have a name for this. Any thoughts on a name? Well, we only have one miracle.
Yeah, no. Names take longer.
Yeah,
tricks are easy. Names are hard.
Let's just call it forensics.
Yeah, that would be the first suggestion. But I wanted to try to get something in about the murder. I'd probably call it shot to the head.
Shot to the head. There you go. It is officially called Shot to the Head. Yeah, so buy a book about forensics. This one looks great. There it is. Literally, I thought of that a week ago, and I couldn't leave it out because I knew it was good. Any questions about that then? Any other questions about anything?
Just the details on, that you're going to go over on classic forcing. And,
yeah, of course. No, I'll
yeah.
really get into the close-up stuff
Yeah,
when
sure.
we do the close-up stuff.
Anybody else
for
have
sure.
a question?
Any other questions, guys?
No, I think we're good.
No? Okay, that's forensics then.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, cool. So we're going to get into the close-up stuff, I believe, now. Let me just check out the list, see if there's anything I've missed out. Oh, there is one thing I want to talk about, actually, which is really quick. This is really more to explain a point than the trick itself. So forget about this trick, but I'll just quickly do this to explain something. Where's the notepad? Okay, so I'm going to just write down a prediction. Okay, I've written down a quick prediction then, and I just came up with this to explain this point. So it was my nephew's birthday recently, he said. It wasn't really. I haven't got a nephew. But let's pretend I have for the sake of this trick. It was my nephew's birthday recently, and my sister, who doesn't exist, asked me to buy him a birthday present, which I wouldn't do because he isn't real. But she asked me to buy him a birthday present. The first thing I thought of was something I loved as a kid, and it's one of these. The Rubik's Cube. I mean, who knows how to solve this? Yeah, you know how to solve it. You drink protein shakes, you solve Rubik's Cubes. This kid's a genius. Anybody else know how to solve these? Yeah, a few people know how to do this. These have become really popular amongst magicians recently, but I love this. But apparently kids these days, they're not into it so much. So I asked him to write me a list. And like all kids, he didn't just write a list, he printed one out on the computer. And it's quite a long list. So my initial reaction was to give him a set of these and tell him to go and run around the house for a while. But failing that, I thought I would use them to cut down the list a little bit. Let's take a look at some of the things that he wanted, though. Oh, a magic set. He must want to be like me. Look at that, David, at the top. A magic set, right? That's pretty cool. And we got an Action Man. A friend of mine actually bought me one of those, and I pulled the back, and it said, going once, twice, 3 times. It was Auction Man. We got Buzz and Woody here. They sound like my wife's toys. We have... what else we got? We got a jigsaw. I actually bought a friend of mine's kid a jigsaw recently, and he cut one of his fingers off. We got a jigsaw, right? Barbie doll. Have you ever seen Divorce Barbie? It's like regular Barbie. It comes with Ken's house and car. Chemistry set. There are all sorts of things here, but we're going to use these scissors, and we're going to attempt to cut down this list. So I'm going to ask Mark, as I flick down the list, just say stop for me.
Stop.
Mark, you're kind of in between 2 things there. Would you like me to move up slightly or down slightly? Up slightly. I'm going to go up. And whatever is below where you've just cut, Mark, that's what we are going to choose. Mark, could you just take a look at the list and tell me what it is on that list that you have chosen?
Bicycle.
No, on the very top, whatever's at the top.
Toy car. Toy car.
A toy car, okay, cool. So, Mark has selected a toy car. We got a toy car, we could have had a microscope, we could have had a ukulele, that would have been cool. We could have had the magic set, the phone, but we've got a toy car. But what colour? What colour to buy a toy car? Tell you what, Mark, this is what we'll do. We'll use the Rubik's Cube. We're going to mix it up. I want you to say stop whenever you want, and whatever colour is on the top, that's the colour we'll go for. So for in this case, it would have been blue, whatever's in the middle square. I tell you what, Mark, I'll let you do this yourself. Catch that, my friend. Give it a good mix. We won't have blue because people will think it's a fix. But whenever you've stopped, take a look at the middle square that's on the top. Remember that colour and shout it out to me.
Red.
Red, okay. Throw me the Rubik's Cube back. Thank you. So we have a red, what was it again?
Toy car.
A red toy car, and my prediction is a red car. There it is. Okay, so it's not necessarily the greatest trick in the world, but what I want to talk about is appropriate forcing. Those 2 forces there are perfect for that trick because they're relevant to the things we're forcing. I'm not a huge fan of when you want to force something and you get out a deck of cards with that written on because it feels like it's very route one. It's like the obvious thing to do. And when this first was out, was this like a newspaper? It was a newspaper headline.
That's right, yeah.
It's quite common, yeah. People used to use this for forcing a newspaper headline. Well, you can force anything with it. It's like it's a cool, easy thing to do. And basically, this is the list. So there are any toys. Again, this is a great way to tie together random jokes. So I just thought of some jokes then from things that are on this list. They're not original, or they're just jokes that came into my head as I was reading, because I literally just did this the other day to talk about this point. But this is a good way to link things together. You'll notice that a magic set is underneath toy car. So it's not at the top, it's second from the top. But when I asked David to confirm, I didn't say, look at that at the very top with nothing else above it. I just said, oh, cool, look at that at the top, a magic set. And he goes, yeah. So you get the impression that it's at the top. It's not really, and that'll be used as a little convincer later, which I'll come back to. So really at the top is the toy car. Then you've got the joke. I thought you could run around the house with scissors. Because this is a toy list, kids write lists all the time. Kids love computers too, so there's perfectly good reason why it would be printed out. I should also say that if you're going to do this trick, the method involves turning the piece of paper over, and so you want the words to be center aligned. If we can get a look at that, you'll notice that they're all center aligned, so there's no left or right margin to the list. Because if there was a left or right margin, you can see through that, which you can vaguely there. When it flips over, the audience could potentially see that all of the words were lined up on this side when they should be on that side, and that would be problematic. So they're center aligned. So this list force is perfect for the kind of stuff you would write in a list. Some shopping or a toy or anything like that. It is not perfect for other things like, say, celebrities or whatever. There are other better ways to do that. They say stop whenever they would like. You cut the list, and what really happens is this. The thing that you want to force is at the top there, but it's really now at the bottom, a toy car. So when that falls onto the floor, which I'm going to stop it from doing, I hand it out to them, and they read the thing that's at the top, which is what was just at the bottom, but it was at the top, if you know what I mean. They say it's a toy car. Once they've said it's a toy car, I go, and you could have had anything. I mean, here we've got a magic set, which is really at the top of that one, but I'm miscalling as the convincer. So that's a force. It's a really easy force. You can force loads of things with it. Is it the greatest trick in the world? Who knows? But it's appropriate, and that's the thing that I wanted to talk about. Again, the Rubik's Cube. This is a cool way to force a colour. we used to sell, when I used to work in JB Magic for Mark Mason, and we used to sell Daryl's Enchanted Cube, which involves a gimmick Rubik's Cube. And that was the first time I'd ever seen the idea of the stickers not being in the place that they originally started off. And that got me thinking about some things. Since I've shown this to a couple of people, this Rubik's Cubes force, they've told me that someone else has a similar idea. And I believe it's Patrick Cuffs. Is anyone familiar with this?
Well, we know Patrick, but I haven't seen this from
It
him.
might be Patrick Redford. It's someone called Patrick.
Yeah.
They have this. Someone only mentioned it to me in passing, but I just thought of this because of Daryl's Enchanted Cube. But the idea is this. One side, the blue square, is the middle, and on all of the other sides, the middle square is red. And this involves no skill of doing the Rubik's Cube, but it does involve some skill in peeling off stickers and putting them back on in a different place. So you mix up the Rubik's Cube like crazy, and then you take off all the red stickers, and you take off all the middles, and you just realign them so they're in different places. Because if you know anything about a Rubik's Cube, which is why I asked who knows how to solve this, and David put his hand up, I would not ask David to do this, because as soon as he held it, he would know that it was not right. Because people who solve Rubik's Cubes, they focus on the middle. And don't worry about finding someone in the audience who can solve it and didn't tell you. That person doesn't exist. Okay? Anybody who can solve a Rubik's Cube, when you ask them, they want to tell you. It's cool. So, yeah, swap the stickers around. So that's how it works. But it's cool that the middle can never not be a middle. Like that side piece there, no matter how much I twist it and move it around, if you follow it, it always remains a side piece. It can't be a different shape than what it is. It always stays on a corner. It's the same with all the middles. So you just peel the stickers off and swap them round, and that will be perfect for forcing a colour. And on this one I used red. If you're going to make this up, I suggest you buy two, because I guarantee you will mess up one of the stickers when you peel it off. It's quite tough to get them off. You need a small craft knife to peel under them slowly and then stick them back down with some 3M permanent glue. But then you'll make that up and it's cool. And again, it's appropriate because it both matches the story and it's the perfect thing to force a colour when it's already been introduced in the trick. Like, I wouldn't bring this out after I'd said and then use it, but because I already said I was going to buy him this, but kids don't like these, it's on the table already, so it perfectly fits. So if you're going to force things, it's just nice to find an appropriate way to do it. You know, if you're going to force some gym equipment, you could get a catalogue of that stuff, or if you're going to force whatever, find the thing that fits that. You know, don't just write it on a deck of cards and go route one. There's always a better thing out there. So that's that. Just some thoughts on that, not really the trick itself. Use the trick. If you are going to do the trick, by the way, use like a forcing pad to get people to write down how much they would spend. And you know, the one where you get the 3 and you pull the thing and it pulls the sheet up. Because you could say, okay, so we're getting a toy car, it's going to be red. How much am I going to spend? I know. People get a bit squeamish about how much money they're going to spend. Would you write down how much money you would spend? Would you write down how much you would spend? And you write down how much money you would spend? I really love this kid. Would you add them up? I'm going to spend what all 3 of you would spend. And you've forced an amount of money. And then that way you can have like a gift box and lift it up. And it's on the back, you can see that it's a toy car, and then you can spin it round to the front and they can see it's a red toy car, and then you can say the price is on the bottom and lift it up, and then in huge numbers on the bottom is the price, and then you get a 3-phase prediction. That's how to make that into a decent trick. But really I just wanted to talk about forcing and making it appropriate. Any questions on that from anyone?
No, awesome, and awesome
Cool.
advice.
Thanks.
Yeah, great.
Okay, so I think we are about to get into some close-up. Oh, there is one more point that I've written down for the stage stuff.
Just as a note, somebody did write in. It apparently is Patrick Cuff's
Okay.
tossed out cube using a similar concept.
Oh, cool, there you go. Have they written what DVD or anything it's on? I'd like
Well,
to know.
apparently he did talk about it in the Penguin lecture, but I don't remember. I think it must be a little bit different.
Oh, that's crazy
Yeah.
then. Oh, it's been...
I was here, and I don't recall it being exactly like that.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, well, that's good then. Maybe it isn't the same thing. Someone told me at a lecture when I'd mentioned the cube, and they said that they'd seen a similar thing, but I didn't know how similar it was. So all credit to Patrick for that, Patrick Cuffs, and do check out his Penguin lecture to see some more work on that then. The final thing I want to add for the stage stuff is that the thing that's really good about that forensics book is that it's true. And the truth is always interesting. We can make stories up as magicians, we can come up with lines of patter that come out of nowhere that we pull from our heads, but it's really difficult to make them as interesting as the truth. That's why whenever I ask somebody what their name is, I also ask them what their job is, because people love to know what somebody else does to earn a living. The truth is always interesting. Today I was in the hotel getting ready for this, and there was a show on TV, and it was they were talking about psychology, and there's a disease, maybe someone can Google it at home and tweet it in. There's a mental disorder where people, there's this Welsh guy, this sounds crazy, but he could recognize all of his sheep individually and had names for them, but didn't recognize his own wife when she was one of 2 people in the room. It's like this strange disease with facial recognition, some mental disorder. I can't remember how it was described because I was shaving at the time, and I just heard it. It's called para something, para for something. But you can't recognize faces. And the people who have it are always offending people they work with. Hiya, Dave, and it's Steve, or Susan, which is even worse. So, yeah, and they have this thing. And that also speaks to a card trick, or that 100th monkey trick, where, you could talk about that thing if you found out about it properly, and then show a card to the audience. They'll see the 3 of hearts, and then top change and show it to the person on stage. What card do you see? They say the 5 of diamonds, and the audience will laugh because they just looked and it was the 3 of hearts. Change it back. You're sure it's the 3 of hearts, but you're seeing the 5 of diamonds, and you just top change it in between or whatever, because it's true, and that's why it's interesting. So if you ever hear something that's true, try and work out a way to make that a trick, because if you can talk about it, the audience will be engaged by that idea. So that's a thought on that. Any questions on that as an idea or anything? Cool, okay, let's do some close-up. Yep. That is the end of the stand-up portion. Thank you. Okay, let me just grab a drink. Okay, can I get someone to join me up here? Mark, would you mind coming and sitting up here with me? Would you bring that chair with you too, please, buddy? Give Mark a big round of applause, folks. Are the chairs stuck together?
Chairs are difficult to move, but that one should be able to come off.
Oh, okay, thanks. Well, would you sit on this side for me, please, Mark? Thank you. Look at that. He's doing his own furniture arranging. Nice work. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for joining me. Good man. Grab a seat. Okay, we're going to pretend that this is a restaurant situation, that I've come over to the table and you're chatting to your friends and I'll do the intro and everything. So just keep the camera on, Mark, and I'll come over as if it's what's it called? So, Mark, if you could just pretend to be talking to your friends. Not much conversation, Mark. That might be why you're down in on your own. Okay, cool. Hi, Mark. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. My name's Mark. I'm the magician. Hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. Don't look so worried. I'm better than a dress. Hello, how are you? Hello, how's it going? Oh, there's 4 of you. Good. Have you ever seen a magician before? No. Okay, great. Well, I'm going to show you a trick using these, a cup and a ball. Would you examine those, please? Thank you. Now, I'm just kidding, Mark. You can have a good look. Please take the ball. Make sure there's no sticky tape, trapdoors, magnets, mirrors, anything like that. Are you happy? You tell your face? Just kidding. All right. Here we go, my friend. Watch the ball really close. All you got to do is guess. Sometimes it's in the hand, sometimes it's in the cup, and sometimes it will be in the pocket. Watch close. Mark, do you think the ball is in the cup or the pocket? Well, if you say the cup, it will be in the pocket. But if you say the pocket, I sneak the ball underneath the cup. Now, don't worry. I'm going to tell you exactly how it works. I don't really swallow the ball. If you swallow a ball of that size, it will hurt. Twice. This is how the trick works, Mark. As soon as I put the ball in, it looks like I leave it in, but I really take it out and put it in the pocket. As soon as it looks like I take it out and put it back into the cup, I'm sneaking it out again, see? Looks like I put it in, I really sneak it out. So whatever you think is happening, Mark, just guess the opposite of that, all right? Okay. Mark, do you think the ball is in the cup or is it in the pocket? You think it's in the cup? You're getting the idea of the game, Mark? I'm loving your work. Let's do it just one time. Left or right, which hand? Okay, sometimes it goes on the cup, Mark. You've got to watch this real close. The idea is to keep your eye on the ball, okay? Keep your eye on the ball. My fault. All right, here we go. Mark, is it in the hand or the pocket? Pocket. You think it's in the pocket? Would it be great if it was under the cup? Yeah. That would be a good trick, but that's where I keep the lemon. Look at that. He can't believe his eyes. He can't believe his eyes. Of course, if you love that, you like the second one too. There they are, folks. And that is the lemon trick. Thank you. Mark, you may grab a seat. Thank you so much for that. Actually, would you sit in that one? I'll keep this for next time. Okay, so the chop cup. It's really quick, it's fast, it's not a card trick. It is the perfect opener for tables. There are lots of things to consider, but I'm going to try and tell you about all of them. The first one is this. Be very careful about what kind of table you perform this trick on. I did this outside at a restaurant in a town called Liverpool, which is where the Beatles come from. You may well have heard of it from that. And there were those kind of tables that you only really get outside, where the tables are kind of metal. And this is what happened. In case you don't know this, by the way, the cup has a magnet in the bottom. That's how the trick works. So I said to this kid, can you examine the cup, make sure there's no sticky tape, trapdoors, magnets, mirrors? Can you just check that out for me? And that was terrible. So you've got to be careful that that doesn't happen. Another time I've gone to pass the cup to somebody, and as it's gone past them, a fork is picked up off the table and stuck to the bottom. And a fork hanging off the bottom of your chop cup is not a great look. So just be careful about what is below the cup. Okay, now let's explain how this trick works. We have 2 lemons. They both start in the right-hand trouser pocket. Mark, you may have just thought that I was happier to see you than I am. And I was happy to see you, but not that happy. In fact, I've never been that happy. That's my wife. So I keep those 2 lemons right there in the trouser pocket. The 2 balls, they're going to be involved in this right jacket pocket, and there is nothing else in this pocket. That's really important for when you're switching the ball, that you have nothing else in there. So there is 1 magnetic ball, and the cup is also magnetic, so when you drop that in, the ball will not fall out. Okay, that's how the trick works. So we also have a matching regular ball. Magnetic one goes in the pocket. So we do this. Now there are some things that will tell a little bit here because the room's quiet. In a busy restaurant, the sound of a ball falling in a cup or falling out from the cup, you won't hear it, but you will hear, especially as I'm wearing this microphone. But that's cool. So I ask them to examine. I ask them to look at the cup, all of those things, and then I say the ball will either be in the hand, in the cup, or inside of the pocket. And this is what happens in that phase. I false transfer the ball, so it doesn't really go here. It's still in this hand. So sometimes it'll be in the hand, and I drop it there in the cup. But in a noisy restaurant, they don't hear that. So sometimes it'll be in the hand. Sometimes it will be in the cup, so you get a nice vanish. So one more time. Sometimes in the hand, sometimes in the cup, and sometimes in the pocket. And now I switch to the magnetic ball. Don't forget they've just examined everything, so they don't know that it's a different ball. The idea is this. All you've got to do is keep your eye on the cup and the ball. Do you think the ball is in the cup, or do you think it's in the pocket? And what happens now is this. The ball is lodged into the top of the cup. My hand goes into the pocket and retrieves the ball. It just holds it there. Now they say wherever they think it is, and I'll say, well, if you thought it was in the cup, it would be in the pocket, but because you said the pocket, I sneak the ball underneath the cup. And let's go back to that phase. So the ball is in there. It's turned over. Oh, so all you got to do is keep your eye on the ball. Do you think the ball is in the cup, or is it in the pocket? They guess, and I say, if you thought it was in the cup, it would be in the pocket. Because you thought it was in the pocket, false transfer again, straight up to the mouth, return before a ball, ditch this back in the pocket. I do the little joke about swallowing, etc., and show that really it was under the cup. Okay, so that's the second phase. Let's go back to the beginning. So, do you think the ball is in the cup, or do you think the ball is in the pocket? Well, if you thought that it was in the, if you thought it was in the cup, I would say it was in the pocket. If you say it's in the pocket, I sneak the ball back underneath the cup. Okay, so that's that phase. Now, I'm going to show you how it works. When you think that I take the ball out and sneak it in the pocket, I'm really placing it back in the cup. But when you think I place it in the cup, I really take it out and place it back into the pocket. And this is what's happening there. I have to go back, otherwise I can't remember where I am. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so third phase. When you think I take it out and I drop it in, it sticks to the magnet. I pretend to place it in the pocket, immediately pick up the ball. When you think I take it out, I'm really placing it in the cup. But when you think I place it in the cup, I really take it out and put it back in the pocket. And now, the magnetic ball is in the lid of the cup, and it doesn't dislodge. And I'm going to talk about some tips for getting it to dislodge or not dislodge in a second. And as I do this phase, I throw the ball underneath. It looks like it goes in the cup, but it really goes back into the hand. You can see good from that angle there what's happening. Do nice and fast like that. So it looks like it goes in the cup, but it actually is going straight underneath and back into the hand. So I'm kind of exposing, but I'm not really. It looks like it goes in. I really sneak it out and put it in the pocket. So don't take your eyes off the ball. Do you think that it is in the hand or the pocket? And at this point, they've just seen the cup empty and they've seen the ball appear. So they almost always say one of these two, but it doesn't matter. You show them the cup. They are so surprised that the ball is back. This is when you do your load, and you load the first lemon in. And this is why I have the lemons down here in the trouser pocket, because it makes them nice and easy to get to. There's nothing else in there. So I expose the ball, and I don't bring the lemon out to the cup, because that's impossible. I bring the lemon out. It's in the hand backwards like this, and I bring the cup to the lemon and turn it in like that. So even if you're looking, there is nothing there to see. But they aren't looking because they're so surprised. And also, if we can just get a long shot, yeah, just for this, I don't say, look, it's under the cup. Because if I do that, they'll look at the cup too. It's really important that when you do this, you go look, and you look at the ball, because the audience will look wherever you look. So at this point, you could sneak a baby elephant in this cup. It wouldn't matter. It's really easy. So you take that out. That's the load of the first lemon. I bring it over. I'm holding it in with this finger, just like that. And I place it back down onto the table. And now I do this bit where I say, just choose any hand, left or right. And I've loaded it back on the cup. And this is my favorite part of the routine. So I do the false transfer, and I look here, and I drop the ball on the cup. And as I turn back, I pretend to put it in either hand. And then we look down, and it's on the cup. So this is the move here. Just choose a hand for me, left or right. And it's there the whole time. And you've just got to direct your eye attention. So let me just show you that. As I put this here, I look here. Then as I come back this way, I'm still following my own hand so that they look. They will freak out when they see that the ball is on the top of the cup. That's always the bit that really surprises people. In fact, if you want to see a real performance of this for some normal people, not that you're not normal, Mark, but I mean, we're all magicians, so there's something a little bit wrong with all of us. But yeah, if you want to see me perform this for some regular people and their crazy reactions, if you just Google on YouTube, my DVDs, Mark James Supercharged Classics, the trailer for DVD 1 is the entire Chop Cup performance with no cuts, breaks, anything from start to finish. I perform the trick. And you'll see that this bit where I load the ball on the cup, they majorly freak out. This next bit I've just added in that I didn't used to do before. I'll say to this person, do me a favor, keep your eye on the ball, and I reach across their face, and they will look at your hand, and as they do that, I pop it behind the glasses. If you don't have glasses, then you are missing out on the one benefit of not having perfect vision. So I do this false transfer. I reach across them, I place it behind my glasses, and I say, look, keep your eye on the ball. Oh, my eye's on the ball. And now, the ball's been... The only reason I do all of this is to take time away from the cup. I'm trying to put time separation between the last time I touched the cup. So we do the false transfer one more time. It's always the same. And I should say the false transfer is simple. It's literally, I'm putting a thumb on it and I'm doing that. But it's all about attitude and the hands moving together. I mean, if you do it from a distance, you know, look at the space in between those hands, but it looks like the ball went in. It's about attitude, the hands receiving the ball. And it's a thing, you know, doing this is not... This doesn't work, and that doesn't really work. But if you just get it right and casual like that, it looks like the ball. And also, give some weight to this. Don't like, you know, it's got to feel like there's something inside. You know what I mean? And this kind of goes loose. So that's the false transfer. In it goes. So at this point in the routine, I now ditch the ball here in the jacket pocket, and I come down to the trouser pocket again. I say, do you think the ball's in the hand or the pocket? They answer. Every now and again, they'll shout the cup, and that's so great when it happens, because you can immediately say, no, that's where I keep the lemon, and load the second lemon. And as you load the second lemon, I mean, honestly, you could call the waiter over, teach him how to do it, have him do it and walk away, and they still won't have caught you, because that first lemon catches them so off guard. So exactly the same as the first time. Load the second lemon, move this out of the way, boom, and then that's your second production. Ideally, I like lemons that completely fill the cup. This is quite a big cup, and I just bought these from a grocery store down the road, so they didn't have the biggest lemons, but it doesn't matter how big they are. You know, with regards to them being too big, the audience will not catch you. But I like a lemon that completely fills the cup. I would have liked it a good third bigger than that, because it is nice when... If the lemon... Here's a little tip. If the lemon will only fit in that way, which they do when they're big, it will only fit in that way. When you produce it, it will have rolled to the side as you produce it, and now the cup won't go back over it. You know, it will only fit in on that angle. So when you lift the cup, it falls, and now it doesn't fit. So you can get this really nice moment where you go, look, it doesn't even fit. And that'll get a big laugh too. So that's a nice sort of thing. So that's the chop cup. With all of that said, I'm going to run it again from the beginning, so you can see the pacing and all of the stuff as it goes. So here's a little trick with a cup and a ball. Please examine them. Oh, thank you. Just kidding. Have a good look. Make sure there's no sticky tape, trapdoors, magnets, mirrors. All you got to do in this trick is watch the ball. Now, sometimes it will be in the hand. Sometimes it will be in the cup. And every now and again, it will be in the pocket. All you got to do is guess. So do you think the ball is inside of the cup, or do you think the ball is inside of the pocket? Well, if you say the ball's in the cup, it will be in the pocket. But because you said the pocket, I sneak the ball back underneath the cup. Now, don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly how it works. When it looks like I take the ball out, I really place it back into the cup. When it looks like I place it in the cup, I really take it out and put it back into the pocket. So, don't take your eyes off the ball. Is the ball in the cup or is it in the pocket? Well, it always goes back underneath the cup. Let's try this one more time. I just want you to choose a hand, left or right. It's underneath the cup. One more time. Keep your eyes on this ball. Oh, sorry, eye on the ball. Okay, one more time. The hand or the pocket. The cup, well, that is where I keep the lemon. Thank you. And now, lemon number 2. So that is the exact routine. If you're wondering why I'm looking down, by the way, I'm looking at a monitor too, so I can see how it looks. So that's the chop cup. Now, little tips on getting the ball to fall out. The magnetic ball, these balls, by the way, are from RNT2, which is a company in the United States, Rings and Things, and they made these balls. And they're really cool because they're so big. These are not the standard balls you get with the chop cup, and they're also adjustable. There's like a column through the ball. You can push a pin in, you can move where the magnet is to make them stronger or weaker. That bit doesn't really bother me because if you handle the chop cup right, the ball will always fall out or it will always stay in depending on what you want. But I just like these because they're so big, so you can get those from there. Here are the tips on making the ball fall out. When it is stuck in the top of the cup, it's so tempting to try this, to smash the cup down, and that occasionally will get the ball to fall out, but what sometimes happens is the ball falls out and it bounces back up and it sticks. So sometimes you will hit it really hard and it will still be in the cup and you won't be able to get your head around why that happened. It also might damage something on the table, it might damage the ball banging around so much, so it's better to be gentle. And the way to get this to work is to bring it down on the edge, because science tells us, or rather physics tells us, that if we do this, then the motion in the ball is up and down. But if you bring the cup down like this, then the motion is side to side. And so the ball comes out and it goes, if it's going to bounce around, it will go backwards and forwards like this as opposed to up and down. So to make it always come out, you want to bring it down on the edge like that. You don't have to put it down as hard, and you can be sure that your ball will always appear. So that's that tip. And that's the greatest thing I've ever found with chop cup. Put it down on the side. You don't have to be heavy-handed. The one time it doesn't work. But it will always appear like that. So, and from this angle, you can't tell that you're doing that because I'm putting it down naturally because it's towards me. See what I mean? So as I put the cup down, I just do that, and out the ball comes. So it will always work. Change the motion from that to that by bringing it down, whoops, on the edge. And then you don't have to worry about how hard you hit it. Pocket management-wise, as I said, have this pocket empty but for the 2 balls for this, and have this pocket empty but for the 2 lemons. Nobody ever asks about the difference between this pocket and that pocket, that I'm switching because I'm stepping away from the table and everything, so that never matters. I just don't want to get stuck. If I'm going in, if I'm supposed to be going in like this and showing them the pocket and coming out with the same ball, it wouldn't look like this. It would just look like this. So that's why you can't have more than one thing in the pocket, and that makes it nice and easy. I think that's it for that. The credits for this, it was invented by Al Wheatley, am I right? The chop cup, yeah, Al Wheatley invented the chop cup. Some of the work that I got on this, I mean, a friend of mine called Paul Roberts from England, he really showed me some stuff. I have another friend called Andy Green who gave me some great tips on this. He performed it too, and I just read all of the stuff out there on the chop cup that I could find. And talking about reading, just as a quick point, I really think that when magicians say, you'll hear all the time, oh, nobody ever reads anymore, reading's the best way to learn magic. The reason that people who read books for magic are apparently better magicians is, I think, because they read other books too. Nobody who reads magic books doesn't read novels as well. There's nobody out there who only reads magic books and doesn't read anything else. Certainly nobody that comes up with tricks. And I think it's the reading other stuff that makes people creative. Because if you watch movies, everything you need is in the film. Whereas if you read that story in a book, you have to make everything up. And so just by practice, your creativity it's turned on. And so reading books makes it more difficult to learn the tricks. You put more effort in, you savor it. You sometimes go off on a tangent, you learn it wrong, and you end up with a different trick. But reading other books too is handy. So I read everything I could find on the chop cup, and there isn't that much, but check it out. And that's how I came up with that routine over just years of doing it as well. I mean, I've done this. I used to have 3 restaurants that I did every week, and I did those for 2 years. And so I've done this trick a lot of times. I did it at every single table. You know, if you think about that, it's thousands and thousands of performances. And the only way to get any good at the chop cup is just to go out and do it. You've got to get it out on the table and do it. You cannot really practice it at home exactly as it will be live. You've got to learn where people are looking instinctively and everything, and get your hands on it. So go out and just give it a go. That's a chop cup. Any questions on it? Go on.
our viewers write in and clarify the Patrick's Cuff thing, and I remember it now. It's not really similar. Basically, he was doing a tossed-out deck where all the cards were written on the squares, you know,
Okay.
54 different cards, apparently. But he was using the center to duplicate some of them to get the tossed-out deck idea, but with a Rubik's Cube. So, you know, not really the same kind of thing that you're doing. I actually like what you're doing, you know, and I think Patrick would probably like what you're doing better than what he's doing. Makes
cool.
more sense. But we do have questions on whether you will share any of your tips on approaching a table at a restaurant.
So approaching a table. So a good friend of mine, Wayne Dobson, has always said the same thing, and that is that if the audience like you, they will like anything you do, no matter what it is. If they like you, they'll like anything you do. And I find that the best thing to do when I go to the table is shake the hand of who appears to be the alpha male first, because they're going to be the person that's going to give you the rejection or whatever. And so if they're the third person at the table, I think people worry a little bit too much about this as a rule, but just for my tips, if the third person at the table is the alpha male character, and you can often find that because while you're walking around you can see the guy that everyone's listening to, or the one that's got the loudest laugh, or the person that's making people laugh the most, they're the alpha male. And if you say to the first person, "Hi, I'm the magician," "Hi, I'm the magician," you've given the alpha male enough time to think of something funny to say that takes the power away from you to be the guy that's going to entertain them, or you've given him enough time to basically tell you that he wants you to go away or doesn't want you invading his space or whatever. So when you first walk over to the table, they have no idea you're a magician. And there is not a human being on this planet, unless they're a sociopath, that when I walk over, "Hi, how's it going?" Look at that. Immediately, David just puts his hand out. You can't help that. If I walk over to someone and say hi, they just do it. It's inbuilt in us to put your hand out. So choose the alpha male at the table, see whoever they are, say hello to them first. You're already finished with them by the time you say that you're a magician. "Hi, how's it going? You guys having a good night? Nice to meet you. I'm Mark. I'm the magician." That's on the second person. So he's like, "Oh, cool, we're already on the second person." By the third person, "Don't look so worried, I'm better than I dress." I always say that at every table because it's defamatory to myself. Is that the word? Defamatory? Is that what I'm looking for? Like self-deprecating.
Self-effacing.
Thank you, yeah. It's self-deprecating to myself. And so that guy now is listening and he's thinking, "Oh, this guy's... I'm not trying to alpha in or anything, so, hi, nice to meet you, how's it going? My name's Mark, I'm the magician here tonight. Don't look so worried, I'm better than I dress. Hi, how are you?" And now it's cool. That person's not worried, everybody's laughed. I've taken the what's the phrase here? Like taking the... no, like when you take, the joke is on yourself.
Oh, well,
Yeah, like in England we say taking the mickey.
right, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, I've made a joke about myself. Yeah, it's the same language, isn't it? But it's totally different. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I've taken the hit of the joke. And after that as well, anything I say about them, it always comes from the fact that I've set myself up as I'm the fool. You know, I'm the one who's all of this. So I do that. I get in. "Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, how's it going? Don't look so worried. I'm better than I dress. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. I'd like to show you guys some magic." And I do this, like it's a thumbs up and a nod, and it's that thing where people mirror, you know, and they'll go, you know, half the time they have no idea what's even happening. They're just like, "Oh, okay," and then you're in the first trick. The other thing is as well, I'm opening with this, and it's not a card trick, and that's great, because when you walk over to the table and you've got a deck of cards already in your hand, like, "Hey guys," people have so many misconceptions about what magic is and what card tricks are, and they think you're going to walk over the table and move all the plates and deal out 3 rows of 21 cards, and it's going to take ages and all of those different things, whereas this is such a snappy trick, and it's nothing they've ever seen before. You never pull out a chop cup and someone goes, "Hey, my uncle does that trick." It's like, it just never happens. But when you walk over with a deck of cards, people say, "Oh, I know this one." When you're just like, "Hey, can you pick a card?" "Oh, I know this one." You think, how? There are 4 million card tricks just in the books that Paul Gordon's published. I mean, that guy's amazing. He's got more card tricks than anything. It's unbelievable. So to think that someone could say, "I know this one," it just blows my mind, you know, because there are a million card tricks. But they don't know that. They don't know what they're expecting. And there are people, actually Paul Gordon's a really good example, there are people like him who with just a deck of cards can blow people away all night. And they have just the right personality to get away with it, and they've got great tricks and a nice variety. It never worked for me. I never could get away with walking over with a deck of cards. So opening up with a trick that is not a card trick is a great way to approach a table. And also opening up with just being self-effacing and saying hello and being nice. Just like, don't take over. Pick the right moment as well in a restaurant. The best time that you have to be at the table for the longest is after they've gotten the drinks and ordered the food. Because it always happens the same way. You go into the restaurant as a customer, you sit down, the waitress or server comes over and says, can I get a drinks order? She takes the drinks order, she brings the drinks back, or he brings the drinks back, and then when they've brought the drinks, they'll take the food order. And after that point is the longest time they have with nothing happening at the table. If you go over as soon as they come in, they're trying to pick what drinks they want, and you're getting on the servers, you're annoying the servers because they can't do their job. If you go in after they've got the drinks, they can't pick the food. So wait until the menus are gone. It's the best way, because what always happens everywhere is you choose your food and they take the menu away. And so you know it's time to go over because the menus are gone and they have drinks. That's when you hit the table, because you've got at least 10 minutes at that point. So pick the right moment. Be nice when you walk over. Be self-effacing. Don't necessarily walk over with any overt magic props in your hands. It's probably slightly different in America because you have tipping over here is quite a big part of the culture. Like in England, people don't really tip. Certainly nobody tries to tip the magician. I mean, like I said, I did 3 restaurants a week. It's like 150 restaurant shows a year for a couple of years. And I would do 10 tables a night at each one of them or more. You know, maybe 20. I mean, it's thousands of tables, and I can count on one hand the amount of times that people try to tip me, because in England we don't do that. And so here, you maybe have a slightly different thing in that you go over to the table and they think you're expecting a tip, and so that opens up a different expectancy from them, and because now you're going over and they potentially think that you want some money, and maybe sometimes you do, and maybe sometimes you don't. My own tip would be on places where I have been offered tips, I don't take it, because you get offered enough money for the gig in general, so I always say, oh, please give that to your server, you know, and we split, or I tell that guest that we all split the tips, and so they will give it to the server because they think that, you know, they think that I'll get it, but I won't. And I always make sure I say that loud enough for the server to hear, because that helps too. You know, if they know you're not taking their tips, they're much more likely to help you out. And if they see that you're about to do the big finale of a trick, they won't bring the food over right then. You know, I've had it where I've done a certain trick, like doing the Omni deck, for instance, where you switch for the glass deck, and I've switched to the Omni deck in my hand, and then I've gone to put it in the person's hand, and the waitress has come over and said, oh, sorry, we don't have the chicken. Do you want the beef? And they go, yeah, I'll have the beef. And then I've switched back and then shown them it was a real deck and switched back again, because I didn't want them to think that I did it in the time that someone was at the table. So if you really get on with the servers, they will not come over while you're at the table, and that all helps too. What else for restaurants? I would say that when you work a restaurant as a residency, you will get the same people coming all the time. And some magicians take the idea to try and learn a million tricks so that every time those people come in, you have a different trick for them. And that's cool, but if they're coming in every 2 weeks, or even every week, sometimes people do, that becomes a little bit impossible. So what I do is I just become their friend. You'll sometimes get just as much feedback, just as much positivity from them if you go over and say, hey, Timmy, how was the football game? Or, you know, did you get that job? Or, you know, you start to know them as friends, and they come back as much to see you and hear about you as they do to see you do magic. And so just one tiny thing and some conversation is just as good as 5 minutes worth of tricks. That's about it, really. You do have to vary the material. There's a nice way to get some applause at the end of the table. I will always say to the table, if you enjoyed the magic, all I ask is that you give me a wild round of applause as I leave the table. That way, when I get to the next table, they'll say, oh, the magician. They won't do what you did and go, oh, no, a magician. And they'll laugh. And again, it's self-defecating. And it's not self-defecating, is it? Self-depreciating. What's the word again?
Self-deprecating.
Self-deprecating.
But I like what you said.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Self-defecating is a totally different thing. And I don't recommend that you do it in a restaurant. Oh, I just said self-defecating. And now it's on video, and that exists forever. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, that'll be in the highlights reel. Okay, yeah, so it's self-deprecating. Sounds so similar. In England, we just say taking the piss. It's much easier.
Yeah.
Self-deprecating. I'm going to have to try and keep that in. Okay, yes, self-deprecating. So, yeah, the line is self-deprecating. And also, when I say thanks a lot then, and I hit the table, which starts the noise off, and I say, thanks, good night, I hit the table, they go, whoa, and they all start clapping, and I walk away from the table with that table going crazy, and the management here, and they know you're doing a great job. Because quite often in a restaurant, the management will be in the back, and they will never come out into the restaurant, they'll just sit on the computer. So there's no way for them to know that you're doing a good job unless there's a lot of noise. And so the best way to do that is to make that table clap as you leave. Tell them all you ask for is a nice round of applause, a little bit of screaming and cheering because of those reasons, and off you go, and the management here, and it's great. So that's for restaurants. At corporates are tough, man. I mean, you get tables with 10, 12 people. The room's really loud. They can be very difficult to approach those tables because sometimes the middle of the table will have a huge display in it with a fountain and lights and cards and things in the middle so you can't see the other side of the table. Or, you know, two people that just will not stop talking because they don't want to watch you. They just want to chat. There are loads of reasons why doing a corporate gig is really hard, but sometimes you have to just do the best job you can. Don't beat yourself up if the conditions were so difficult that you couldn't control them. You know, you can say to the table, do you know everyone here? Would you mind getting everyone's attention for me? I'm the magician. They'll say yes, and if they get everyone's attention for you, that makes it much easier. And then you've got to start strong. Hi, everyone. Be really loud so they can hear, because the one thing that will turn people off is not being able to hear what you're saying. If people on the other side of the table can't hear you, they'll stop watching, they'll start talking. It makes your job much harder. So make sure you're loud enough too. I can't think of any other situations. I mean, walk around is pretty easy when you walk up to people. Hi, I'm the magician. It's quite small anyway. I don't get people to cheer that loud at walkabout in the pre-dinner situation when they're holding drinks and things. I just do it more calm and get to know them to make the job easier later. And they haven't had enough drinks yet either. So that's that. That's all the tips on approaching the table.
Great. Any
Any other thoughts or questions on that, or things you guys think or want to talk about?
I think that covers it. That's good.
Cool. All right, so that's approaching table. Let's do another trick. Okay. Don, would you mind helping me out? Actually, no, because I'm going to have a card chosen, and we've been here before. This is actually, Mark, you've been great so far. Would you mind helping me out again? You'll be famous at the end of this. One of us will be, and it won't be me. Not after self-defecating. Thanks for coming back. Nice to meet you. Okay, so we're going to do a trick with a deck of cards this time, and most magicians, they say take a card. But I never do that. It's really boring. Instead, I do this. You can see that they're all different. I want you guys to see they're different too. Mark, can you please remember one? You got one?
Yep.
Okay, it's a red card.
Yes.
It's also a heart, right?
No.
This is going to be tough, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Mark, I think that you're thinking of... this is tough. I think that it's quite a low number, isn't it?
Yes.
I think I've got this. Okay, Mark, I'm going to flick down the deck. Just say stop.
Stop.
Mark, for the first time, what was the card you were thinking of?
Two of diamonds.
The two of diamonds. Looks pretty good to me. There it is, the two of diamonds. Thank you, Mark. You may grab a seat again. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's talk about this explanation. I'll talk about the outs. That didn't finish in the way that I like most, but it's just as good either way. This is the thought of card, ordinarily under cup, but there were two options there, so I didn't know which one it was going to be. The first thing to say about this trick is this. So the inspiration for this trick comes, for me, from Mark Mason's Thinker card. I worked for Mark Mason in JB Magic for, I think, 3 or 4 years. It was a long time. I learned so much from that guy. I mean, he's amazing. If you've ever seen him at a magic convention, there is nobody that can sell a trick like Mark, and it is not just on a convention stand, it's on a gig too. I mean, he sells it to the audience like nobody you've ever seen. He's great. Mark was actually taught in a lot of ways, and one of his regular customers in JB Magic when it opened was a guy called Joe Riding from England, and he was a terrific magician too. And here's the guy that started off this plot. He started off the Think of a Card plot, so it comes from Joe Riding via Mark Mason, and here is my version of it. Mark's version has a lot of outs at the end. Mine only has 2, and I'll explain it to you now. So I have no idea at the beginning of the trick what the card is going to be. None. It is not a force. I'm not reading their minds for real or anything like that. I genuinely do not know the card until they say what it is. But I have a pretty good idea, and this is how it works. So let's get a nice close-up on these cards, and I'll explain what's happening. Okay, so I say to the whole table, and I'm starting here and moving round to all of the spectators, look, all the cards are different. By the time I get to this person here in the final chair, half of the deck is gone. So that's the first thing to remember. It feels like they could have chosen any of 52 cards, but that is not true. So, Please see that all of the cards are different. They have no idea they're about to pick a card at this point. And then I say to this person, could you please remember one? And I start pushing them off like this, one at a time, much slower. Okay, so let's do that one more time as if you're the whole table. So you can see they're all different. Could you please remember one card? Have you got one? And that line there, that is the key thing that Mark and Joe Riding both nailed. That is what makes this work. If at that point they haven't thought of one, they will immediately think of one then and say yes, or you will know that they just thought of one. So let's just go back to the beginning. You can see all the cards are different. Please just remember one. Now, half of the deck is gone. Do you have one? They say yes. Half of the deck is left. So the reality is they only got to choose from 5 or 6 cards, but they think they could choose from them all. So let's go back to the beginning. Please see that all the cards are different. Could you remember one? Have you got one? Okay, please remember it. They were the only cards they could choose from in that instance. And then I immediately cut everything that's left to the top. And I say, it was a red card. And whether they say yes or no, I flip this over and do the old gag. They're all red on the back. And at this point, I get the world's easiest peek. I'm looking at this card. That's going to become my index card. So I immediately then cut these back into the middle. And the reason I do that is their card is one of the 5 cards behind my key card. Don't worry, I'll come back to this again. It's one of the 5 cards behind my key card. And so because they thought of it in the middle, it doesn't make any sense if I look for it at the front. So I have to cut the cards back into the middle and then spread to the key card immediately. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. You can see they're all different. Please just remember one. Have you got one? And just in this instance, I'm going to ask David, would you just remember one for me, for just sake of explanation? So you can see they're all different. Please just remember one.
Right.
Have you got one? Okay, it's a red card. They're all red on the back. I look at the Jack of Clubs, which is my key card. And now I spread through and I find the Jack of Clubs, and I know David's thinking of one of these. Now, he said it wasn't a red card, and that's let's get on the up-top camera here. I'll hold these out a little bit so we can see. Okay, cool. So I know it isn't a red card immediately because all of the cards behind the Jack of Clubs are black. I'll now say, but it was a spade, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I know it was either the 7 of spades or the King of spades, and I cut those 2 cards to the top of the deck and close up the fan. And at this point, what's going to happen is this. I will palm one of the cards under the cup, and I'll have the other one on the top. And I'll do this force, which I'll come back to, where you basically, I'm riffling, and wherever they say stop, I swing cut and push off what used to be the top card. I'll turn this face up so you guys can see. So I riffle, swing cut, and push, and it looks like that card comes out of the middle, but it was really always the top card. Just one more time, so riffle, swing, push, top card. But obviously it's face down, so you can't tell. So it's say stop, they say stop, I do this, and now I'm holding the card. So that's it. So they're my 2 outs. One is here, one is there. There is a chance that they didn't think of either of those, and the trick goes completely pear-shaped, but that doesn't matter either. There's another out. You have to think of this plot as being fluid, where there's no exact end in sight. So let's go back to the beginning one more time. David, you can see they're all different. Please just remember one. You got one? Yeah. Okay, it's a red card. They're all red on the back. I've picked the Queen of Diamonds. I'll go through to the Queen. Let's get that top one again. So it was a heart, right?
Yeah.
So I now know it was the 9 or the 2. And at this point, I'll say to him, and it was an even number, yeah?
No.
So at this point, I know it's the 2. So I'll bring the 2 up to the top. I'll palm it underneath the cup.
Well, he said no for the even number.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So he said no, so I know it's the 9. So I'll palm it underneath the cup, and the trick is over. If they're like a 2 and a 4, or a 5 and a 7, or whatever, they're both the same, you know, they're both even, or they're both odd, and they're close together, it's impossible to differentiate, so I don't ask the question, I just do the 2 outs. I do like it if it's under the cup, though. And that's it, so there's no fluid ending. Let's talk about if it goes completely wrong. So I'm going to put a card underneath there. This is what I would do. David, please remember one. You got one? Just make one up in your head. Okay, it was a red card.
Yeah.
It was a diamond. It's also an odd number, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go for it. So at this point, I'm thinking in my head. He's not thinking of the one I think. For the first time, what was your card?
4 of diamonds.
Oh, by the way, I'd load one under the cup randomly at this point. The 4 of diamonds. Correct. And now for my next trick. I'm just kidding. Would you be amazed, David, if I'd somehow managed to get your card to leap out of this deck where it has completely vanished and landed underneath the metal cup on the table. Now I've loaded a random card there so they see it, and at this point, after you've done chop cup or another trick, they will react as if the trick is over. They believe so strongly that you would have got the card right, because why wouldn't you? Everything else has been right up until now, that is the card. And when it isn't the card, it doesn't matter. You've stolen that reaction, it's a beautiful thing. They can't take back applause. So I now say, not only did I manage to get your 4 of diamonds underneath the cup, but I also changed it into the 9 of hearts, and that's a better trick, right? He says no, and I say, okay, I'll change it back again. And now I have the 4 of diamonds. So the quick things to talk about this are top change, palming a card, and we'll talk about classic forcing as well at this juncture. So, top changing. There are loads of people do different things with this. I see people swapping fingers and all sorts of different arrays of techniques. Personally, I find this to be way more work than it needs to be, because you've got to do this and all sorts of stuff. If you do a top change right, it does itself. If you hand a person who is not a magician a deck of cards and a card, and you say to them, can you swap that card for the one that's on the top, they will all but do a perfect top change. It is the most natural thing. But this is what happens. I'm just going to leave... let's leave that there and we get something that will do for explaining, because I don't want to drop the deck I'm using. Okay, if your wife or anyone says to you at home, could you just take that deck of cards and put it on the table, or could you take the TV remote and put it on the table, you go like that. But if Michael Vincent on his brilliant new DVD says to you, place the deck on the table, you go and you mess it up because you get stressed out. We make things that are not inherently magically difficult, because we put too much pressure on ourselves to do it exactly as somebody else with an entirely different body to us does it. It doesn't have to be exactly how they do it, it has to be exactly how you do it with the correct technique. So don't stress yourself out and make things magical when it's just putting a card on a table because you've watched it and you think it's got to be this exact. Just do it the natural way for you and it'll be much better magic. So with the top change, this is what's happening. You are holding the card between the index finger and the thumb at the very center towards the edge, and the deck comes in, and the deck does all of the work like that. You shouldn't really have to do anything. I mean, even if you're looking at it, if you get the angles right, you can't really tell that anything happened, you know, because the body's doing the cover. So let me explain the move. I'm holding it there. As I come over, and I'll show you this from top and bottom, I'm pushing the card out as I approach, and I just let the fingers do the work. This hand is doing nothing. Can we get that above view again, please? So this hand is doing no work at all. The deck does everything. And if you come in far enough, it will just work. See, it's pushing across. And as you get just slightly past the card, this thumb just moves over and takes that and pulls it back. So you're pushing this into the space, bringing the thumb over to take it away, and off it goes like that. And it just works. So there should be no stress on that move. Okay? And if you do it with the body, if we can get the long shot, so what happens is I show this person sitting here, it changed into the 4 of diamonds, which is a better trick, right? They laugh, the expectation drops, and as I turn to this person, I say no, and I've done the top change. So even if somebody's looking, the move happens at the right time. So the card never moves, the deck comes through, does the top change, gestures, and then I come back. To them, the card was here, and it stayed there, and this happened. What nothing happening looks almost exactly the same as something happening. See that? No change, change. It's almost exactly the same movement. I'm loving that camera work. But yeah, that's the ideal thing. No change looks exactly the same as change. So there it is. So that's the top change. Now, with regard, any questions on top changing that anyone's got that they want to ask now before we move on? No? Cool, okay. As far as palming goes, for palming the card underneath the cup, I use my body misdirection. I'll talk about this the palm itself in a second. But I'm coming down, and as I reach over here to ask this person to say stop, that's when I load the card underneath the cup. And because my body is covering all of this action here, they can't see. And I'm also looking where I want them to look. So I'm not doing this. I'm doing this, and I'm looking at the deck. This person looks at the deck too, and that's when the card goes underneath. But as far as the technique goes, a lot of people, when they try to palm, what makes it difficult for them is they have the deck straight like this. You'll notice there's no bevel It's exactly straight. When you try to palm, which involves putting the pinky finger on the corner of the deck here and pushing down to make the card pop up, it's very difficult because the deck is straight on the sides, so there's no give under the corner that you want the card to bend. Whereas if you just bevel the deck like this, you make the work so much easier for yourself because this corner becomes soft. And with that corner soft, it's much easier to get the card to pop out where you want it to pop out. And when you start getting it right, you'll notice that the card starts doing this and it comes out too far that way, or it doesn't come out far enough and it's out the top, but you're on the right track. So you're holding the deck, thumb is at the back, fingers are on the front, but they're not too far down and they're not too far back. They're just over the edge, but the perfect placement is this finger is on the edge of that card. And if you just put that bevel in like that, it will make it much easier to get the card to pop out. It's hard to do on this angle as opposed to this one, but yeah, it should just look like that. And it's in the perfect palm position. I'll try from this angle too so you can see. So it becomes that way, and from this angle, the finger is just pushing off the edge, and it brings the card up into palm, and away you come like that and load it. And so down it goes. And you don't want to be like this. You want to try and keep that thumb in a little bit. So card comes out, natural, and the card's underneath the cup. Easy as that. So that's palming. That's that. And that, I believe, is the full explanation for that trick too. Any questions on the think of a card under cup? No? Cool. Okay, that's that then. Thank you.
Mark, you were going to talk briefly about Classic Force.
Oh yeah, Classic Force. So everything I do on the Classic Force kind of comes from some work on the Classic Force, and also Mark Mason's work on he has a thing called the Attitude Force. David, do you mind coming up here and helping me out? Give David a round of applause. Thanks, buddy. If you wouldn't mind sitting there for me, my friend. So if we can get the over-the-top camera for this, and I'll help line it up, just so you can see what happens. So David, it zooms out too. Cool. Okay. Let's. Look at that. It's brilliant. You guys have got all the tech. Do we need to move forward a little bit, or can we forward a little bit? Can we just move it forward, David? That's cool. Okay, there we go. So I'll show you this from above, and we'll do it on some other angles too. So the card I want to force in this instance is going to be the 9 of hearts. And what's happening is this. We cut it to the middle, and I'm holding a break there. It's a big, can we get that front camera? It's a big old break. I've got the thumb in, so it's just, let's switch cards. So we're using the 8 of spades. So I cut, put the finger goes there, they go on top, and that's how I'm holding a nice big break. And so from above now, what's happening is this. I'm going to say to David, David, please take a card. And as he goes to touch one, I'm going to break the deck. I'm still holding this break, and I'm going to say, you could have any of these. And because now he's ready to take one, I'm going to immediately come back underneath. And if you could take one, David, I'm going to spread to the break, I'm going to put it on his finger, and I'm going to come away. And if you just show, that's the 8 of spades. And so this is the force. Let me just go through this a few times. So we cut it to the middle. I'm going to say, David, please take a card. And you could have any of these, right? Just take one. And it's just like that. It's called Mark calls it the Attitude Force. I'm going to leave this card face up so you can see it, exactly how it works. David, please just take one of these. Anyone you want, just take it out, grab it. You were trying to help me then. Just try and take any one. Go random. Any card. It's just like that. It's hard not to take, isn't it? It's crazy. If you are going to do it face up, put it on the bottom so that they can't see it, and it's really funny on a show. Just take one of these, anyone you would like. And there it goes. If you want to see me do this, by the way, look on YouTube and just search Mark James live at the Magic Castle, or search Mark James multiple selection Magic Castle, and you'll see me doing a multiple selection routine live at the Magic Castle a week and a half ago. And the girl who's sitting in the front row, she chose the card and she dropped it on the floor, and I saw it, and I said, I don't remember what it was now, the 3 of spades. Give me that back. You can choose a different one. And I forced the 3 of spades on her again, and again, and again, and then I did it face up, and I forced the card on her 8 times in a row. And the audience were dying laughing, and she kept picking the 8 of hearts, the 8 of spades, or whatever it was. And then at one point I said, this card just won't go away. I top changed and I threw it across the room, and then I forced it on her again after they thought I'd thrown it away. And they were just dying. So check it out. It's multiple selection, Mark James at the Magic Castle. And you'll see my whole multiple selection routine, which I'm going to do in this lecture anyway. But you'll see the force happening over and over again. So I don't just use it when I want to force a card for a trick, as I did earlier. I use it every time. And that's the real key to getting good at Classic Force. Use it when it doesn't matter. There is no harm in knowing the card that the person's picked in every trick you do. So always do the Classic Force. Always force the card, even if you don't need to, and you can practice. And then you know if someone's messing you about and they pretended to pick a different card or whatever. So let's get that above again. I'll show you one more time. So David, please just touch one, and as soon as he goes to touch one, I'm going to break the deck. I'm still holding this break, and I put them on the back of his hand, and I say they're all different. And now I immediately come back and spread to the break, and I lift it up. I physically put it on his finger. He's not coming down at the card. The card is coming to him. And as he takes it out, I continue to spread and move back. So that's why it feels fair. So let's do the 2 of clubs one more time. So David, please just take one of these. You can have any one you want. Just take one out. Yeah. And out it comes, and it's always the same card. So that's the classic force. But Mark calls it the attitude force. It's the exact same force that I do. It works face up, face down, behind your back, everything. Just touch one of these for me. Anyone, they're all different. 2 of clubs again. It never fails, even face up. It's crazy. It's like the best force ever. But that's the real tip. So one more time just for you guys at home. We spread. We stop. I haven't got a break this time, so that's not going to work. I forgot to do it. 5 of clubs. Cut to the break. There it is. It's held. Take any card, I break, show him they're all different, don't worry about that. Spread immediately break, put it on his finger, move away, and that's the classic force. Okay? I promise if you do that every single time you need a card picked, within a couple of weeks, you will never fail. I do that every time I need a card picked, and out of 1,000, maybe 5 times it doesn't work. It's just the best. And even on magicians, you can do it and they'll laugh because it just feels so, it's crazy how fair it is. Thank you for that, David. Very kind for you. Yeah, I just want to come out to give a couple of other people a chance to feel how this is. Would you just touch one of these for me? Anyone you want? They're all different. Yeah, take the card straight away. Just come straight out. And let's do the 2 of spades again. Mark, would you just touch one of these? You can have anyone. It doesn't matter. Just take it out. Yeah, remember the 2 of spades again. And there it is. And sir, if you wouldn't mind, just take one of these. Anyone, they're all different. Yeah, just take one out. Yeah, the 2 of spades. Look at that, never fails. Here we go. We've got a scientist. Any one of those, my friend, just take one. Yeah, have a good look at it. Oh, there you go. Sorry, good. It's the 2 of spades again. It never fails. Let's go over here. Don, any one of these you want. I mean, really, it can be, everyone just keeps picking the 2 of spades here. Just take any one you'd like. Anyone. You take it out. You can grab it, Don, if you want. Look at that. He didn't go for the 2 of spades. He's too good. He did get the 9 of hearts, though. I changed the force card. Look at that. So, it never fails. It's called the attitude force. It's like the classic force, but it's all about giving them the card. Instead of letting them take it, let them be about to take it, and then split the deck, bring it together, put it on their finger, move away. It won't fail. It's great. It's the attitude force. And thank you. All credit goes to Mark Mason for that. It's on his Real World Magic DVD set. I think he talked about it again on another DVD set called Decade. He talks about it in all of his lectures and everything. He's brilliant. So that's the attitude force. Any questions on that? No? Awesome. That's that then. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this. Okay, so there's a couple of other moves I want to show you that are on my Supercharged Classics DVD. That'll be relevant just to closer. We've got a pen here. Actually, David, can I borrow you again? Sorry to keep bringing you up here. I much appreciate it. Thanks, man. Grab a seat. Okay, so David, I'm going to ask you to choose a card, anyone you want. Good man. Take the 9 of hearts. Have a look at it. Please sign your name across the face. Look at that. Never fails. Not your face, obviously. Now, I'm not going to show you a full ambitious card routine here, but what I do want to talk about are a couple of ideas in ambitious, because it's a trick that all magicians do. It's a bit of a classic. Okay, David, thank you. I'll take the pen back. That's how I got it, etc. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so if we can do this from the above camera, that might be better, actually. Yeah, cool. Let's get nice and close on that. I'll have to make sure that my moves are perfect. Okay, so we have the 9 of hearts. The idea is to place the 9 somewhere near the middle and hopefully get it from the middle through all of these other cards and back towards the top. Now, that's not a great trick. I can tell by the applause. Ha, ha, ha. I'm going to place this in one more time. In it goes. Some people think I cheat and sneak the card on top, but it's that snap. That's what makes it come back. And David, I'm going to ask you to push this in. Could we have the long shot's back? Cool. David, I'm going to ask you to push this card in wherever you would like. Just say stop.
Stop.
Right there, David, if you can push that in. How many cards down do you think that is?
12.
12, okay, let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, there it goes. Okay, David, let's be fair about this. You're left or right-handed?
Right-handed.
You're right-handed. Please place your right hand flat on top of the card. Say stop. Slide it back in. Okay, here we go. Watch close. The idea is to get it one more time back to the top. Oh, sometimes, David, it jumps out of the deck. It goes under the cup. Oh, look at that. He's laughed. I can't believe it. David, take a look. Is that your card? Yeah. Nice work. All right. Did you say you're left-handed?
Right.
Oh, right hand. Put your right hand out for me, David. And I'm going to ask you just to hold on to the deck. Be very careful you don't drop those all over the floor. Name any other card in the deck you'd like.
Jack of clubs.
The Jack of Clubs. David, I'm going to change this into the Jack of Clubs. Watch close. You ready? The Jack. Oh, never mind. The whole deck was gone the whole time. And there they are. Okay, David, thanks for your help, man. You can grab a seat. Give David a round of applause. Okay, there's a few little things in this I want to talk about that I think you'll benefit from if you do Ambitious Card. And the first one is that I didn't really play it then like you would for a regular audience because David's a magician and we're all magicians and it's Ambitious Card. But I'll talk about the moves anyway. Can we get that shot from above again, please, guys? So the starting point for my Ambitious Card is that so that would be in the pocket. We'll come back to that. So as the card is being signed, the first thing that I do is I just flip this card over. I don't do any, crazy sort of reversals and things like that and then flip the deck. I just literally, while they're signing the card, I turn that card over. So I have a deck with a singular reverse card and I get a big break underneath it like that. Then as I take their selection back, I blow on it and I bring it down, so now it's a pre-made double. There's no fuss, no mess. I turn that double over and I place it in the deck. And as it's sticking out, what you're going to do is you're going to riffle through the cards and you're going to stop on a double. So that really their card is here, but you're showing the top card. And that's really easy to do if you get a nice thick bevel like that. And as soon as you get down to 2, it will automatically stop on 2. You don't need to really stress about it. So you can show that as being the top card, put it down, in it goes, boom, the card jumps back to the top. The second move is a thing called the Miracle Move, and it's accredited to Jerry Sadowitz. And it's also been accredited, I think, to Juan Tamaritz and some other people. I think Greg Wilson had some work on it too. But basically, this is what happens. Let's get that top shot again. It really is a single card for those people who think they know about double lifts and things, which for some reason more and more on gigs now is happening. People do say, oh, it's 2 cards. I don't know why that happens, but maybe it's been on TV. So we flip that down, and this is what's happening. It looks like the top card is going in, but this is what's really happening. Let me show you this with a card face up. It's called the Miracle Move, and what happens is this. You pick up a small stack of cards, and this is the card that's going to come out. So it looks like you're dragging the top card with a thumb, but really this finger is bringing the bottom card out. So it's great for if you've only got one. I can see you guys doing it. That's great. You'll find it's easier than you think. You just get a little stack, and it just, is that the perfect illusion? It just looks like that card comes off. It's great. And I get a nice bit of cover from this finger and this finger when it just comes out. The thing that really sells it, by the way, is holding the cards loose, so that as it comes out, you'll notice this card gets a flick on it, and that kind of shine that catches the light. I really think that that is what makes it look like the card's coming from the middle. So there it is. So you can cleanly show. Let's take that one card, the 9 of Hearts, and in it goes to the middle like that. And this is when I do the first double. And I use the strike double, which is just beveling, and I'll show you a couple of quick tips on this. So the card's really on top, but I bevel the deck over so we have a nice step here, and I bring my finger over, and just with the side of the finger, I'm lifting up. And if the cards are beveled right, you will have 2 there. Okay, so there's no like nipping at the sides, there's no grabbing from the top, there's no get ready, there's no doing this double, or like this one's quite common and all of that sort of stuff. They're all as good as each other really for whatever's natural, but the one that I use is this. Bevel, finger comes over, touches the side, and it comes over as 2. And the second thing that I always do, you'll notice there, is as I turn the card over, I bring it forward. And the reason for that is this. I can square it up nicely, and I also don't have to do another get ready. Because of that little side bit I've got, I can put this finger on the edge and pop it up, and now the double's already ready. So that can just pop up like that. Actually, while we're on Juan Tamaritz, he has a really nice thing, where as you turn the double down, you do that. And so now this is a single again. I think it's called unload. But yeah, as you turn it over, you do that. And so you get this nice visual that only one card was there the whole time. I think actually when he does it, he has it in line, and he pulls that one forward like that. But I've always done it so that it's sticking out, and I pull it back, and it works just as fine for me. So that's that little thing there. But yeah, strike double, push over, finger comes in, lifts up 2. And there we go. So that's the second phase. That's really worth putting the work into and practicing. And the strike double, because it's nice and clean. I don't know what everyone uses, but I've always used that, and it's been good to me. I got that originally from Martin Sanderson's Corporate Close-Up DVD. He did the strike double, and I practiced it. That was like 10 years ago. And now every time it's just the same double. So that's that double there. But really, that's the move there, the miracle move. That's the cool thing that I want you guys to take away. Now, the next part, where the card goes in the mouth, I'm turning over the top card, and I'm going to put this finger here on this corner and push down. And what will happen is it'll make a big, how can I show this? It'll make a big gap at the back. That's the one. So by pulling down here, it'll pull that up. And what's going to happen is I re-grip, so I have that break. And now as I swing cut and use this packet to turn that over, the break's here, and as I push that card forward, I'm leaving that one on. But it happens at the same time as doing this turnover. So you get this idea. You get the 9 of hearts, push forward, and just say stop. And now when I do this, it's really the indifferent card that goes in. So when they push it in, I've loaded that up into my mouth. Okay, simple as that. And now from the mouth, you'll get a big laugh. And so I do the top change that we talked about earlier, and I put it on the table. And ordinarily the cup would still be there. I'll load their actual card underneath the cup and take this, place it back in, watch really fairly. And sometimes I'll look at it and go, the 9 of hearts, and I miscall, just as a little convincer. 9 of hearts is going to go in the middle and jump back under the cup. And if you've done the thing I do at the beginning and think of a card, that's now a callback because it's already been under there once. And now as they're taking the card from under the cup, you have forever and a day to switch this in. Okay, and this is the thing that I call go, which is the Japanese word for 5. I'm going to explain that in a second. As far as deck switching goes, there's no great technique to this. Literally, this is in the pocket. I come down, I ditch the deck, and I bring this out. Simple as that. It's hard to do in the hands, but in the pocket it's nice and easy. So I'm holding this. This is just like an Omni deck, but you will notice that on the sides, it does not look like a deck. So this stops the audience from being able to backtrack. I used to find that with Omni decks, sometimes people would say, oh yeah, but it looks like a deck on the side, and they would hold it. That obviously doesn't exist. And also, it's multiple pieces. So in the hand, it really, really does feel like a deck. I'll let you guys hold on to this afterwards, but it really does feel like a deck. So I can take this card back, get the reaction, put this on top, and now I hand this to them, and it just feels so good, and they can't backtrack. And now when you do this reveal, you've just got a slightly alternate ending. This, by the way, you can use for loads of different things. If you do packet tricks where you want an Omni deck kind of finish, you can just use 1 or 2 of these instead of the whole pack. If you want to do loading stuff in between, if you're doing a multiple selection that finishes with this, it's really easy to do the switch as you take the cards back. And now you literally put your finger on the bottom and you can peel 1 card into each layer. It's easy as pie, and from above, as they're looking, you can't tell what's happening. And so you can make all the cards vanish but theirs. And so there are loads of easy things to do with this. It's called Go. Penguin sell it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys have
and,
that? Yeah.
And also, you didn't mention it, but anybody that does the XCM, card
Oh, yeah,
cardistry
of course.
stuff.
Yeah, you can use these as practice tools for that if you want to use them for, I mean, certainly 5 Faces of Sybil. You can, wow, I haven't done that in about 10 years. But yeah, you can practice all that stuff. It's pretty cool. There are just loads and loads of things you can do with this. And loads of people have come up with their own ideas, and that's cool. But it's called Go. It's on the Penguin website if you want to get one. But that's what I use as an alternate to an Omni deck. I came up with it a few years ago, and Penguin bought it, which is awesome. So there it is. And there's no backtracking, and it really feels like a deck. I'm going to hand that out so you guys can pass it around and you'll feel it. But, I mean, with your eyes closed, you just can't tell at all. It really, really feels like a deck of cards. But the best thing is that backtrack thing. I used to hate it when people would say, oh, it feels like a deck, you could see on the side or whatever, and it doesn't happen with that, so it's cool. So yeah, please pick those up from Penguin if you want one. They're not expensive or anything, but they're some little tips on Ambitious Card, which everybody does, and they're just my little thoughts. The Force, the Palm, the Miracle Move, all the other stuff that makes it work. That's Ambitious Card. Any questions?
I think we're good.
All good? Cool, that's Ambitious Card then. Thanks, guys. Okay, let's see what we've got. What time is it? Whoa, I should have been in bed an hour ago. It's really crazy. I'm only in America for 1 day, so to me, this is 3 a.m. because that's what time it is in England. Yeah, okay, so let me just take a look at this. Okay, cool. So here's another classic worker that everybody does. There it is. And I'm going to ask someone to come up and help me for a second. Don, would you help me for this? Is that okay? Give Don a nice round of applause, folks. Don, if you'd grab a seat for me, my friend. Don, what I'm going to ask you to do is just put your hands out for me like this. Can I just borrow that? Oh, do you feel that little bit of electricity? We had a little bit of static shock there. Have you ever seen one of these before, Don? You don't have to lie. He's a magician, of course you have. Don, take a look at that. Make sure there's no sticky tape and trapdoors and all of that stuff. It is just a regular small orange sponge ball that you'd find in any magic shop. Does it pull apart in any way or anything like that? Well, actually, if you take it in the right place, look, and just give a twist, you can get 2 of those. You just pop your hand out for me for 1 second. Hold that very carefully there. Hold that one in the other hand. And Don, I want you to copy everything that I do. Close your hands around them. Turn them over. Give them a little shake. And you'll notice that the balls change places. Look at that. It's amazing. In your hands. Don, let me show you what this looks like halfway through. If I place 1 ball in here and 1 ball over here, if they really change places, 1 ball would jump to one side, and just before the other one went, they would both end up in one hand. Let me try this in your hands, Don. Are you left or are you right-handed?
I'm right.
You're right-handed. Do me a favor, hold that really tightly in your right hand. Close this hand over. Turn that one too. And don't forget, you can turn that over. You don't need this one, that's okay. And don't forget that I have my ball here. It's not going to jump in that hand. That would be a miracle. Watch close. Put that hand down, Don. I'm going to take my ball. Don't forget about it. And just, did you feel anything? Take a look. He's got 2, folks. It's a miracle. Show them, Don. They can't see at home. Look at that. It's amazing. All right. I'll tell you what. Let me take one of those, Don. If I put 1 here and 1 away in my pocket, how many do I have here?
1.
1. No, it's 2. Let's try this one more time. Look, if 1 goes here and 1 goes away in my pocket, how many were here? 2. You can say 1 if it looks 1. Let's try again, Don. It was 2. If we put 1 in here and 1 in my pocket, how many were there here?
How many were there?
Well, how many are there now?
1.
No, none. It's the end of the trick, though. Thanks a lot. Folks, give Don a round of applause. Okay. So it's sponge balls. We've all seen sponge balls, but I'm going to talk to you about a little thing that I do that I don't think I've seen anywhere else that will just set you up for another bit, and it's a really nice convincer, and that is this. Use 3 balls. You can do nearly all of that routine with 2. It's really nice if you use 3, and this is why. I should say I normally have these in my back pocket, but for the sake of this lecture, I have a microphone in there, so I can't go in my back pockets, but that's fine. We'll do it in the jacket pockets. So I start off with 1 ball in my fingers here, and I have it really tightly clamped there, and I say, just put both of your hands out for me, and I show them this. This is like a sort of Ramsey subtlety. I actually went to see the house that Ramsey lived in. You can't see it, though. You have to sort of look over the wall like that. Yeah, so I have it like this, and I ask them to put their hands out. And then I do this, and I say, just like that. And as they do that, I reach into their hands, and I pick the ball up. That actually started off as a move where you would split it. So what would happen is they would have 1 ball like that already, and you would come over and do that. And it was like they split in 2. Do you know whose that was?
No, no idea.
It's someone really obvious, and I should know. I can't remember, but if you know, please tweet in and tell me. I use it to produce the first ball. So they see the hands nice and clean like this, and then I reach into their hands and I produce the ball, which is cool. And I ask them to check it out. As they're checking it out, I take the second ball in exactly the same way here, and I come over and I do this, transfer, so now there are 2, and I do that little rip where now there are 2 balls. That little thing where you do the change places, don't underwrite that. That gets a huge laugh for regular people. It's great. And if you want to do it all in their hands, do this thing that I did where they're copying you. So you say, they've got the balls, but you're saying, close your hands around them, turn them over, go like this, copy everything I do, and the balls change places. And if they're copying you, you can instruct them while still keeping on your own script. So that'll get a big laugh. Now you're going to place the ball in this hand. I'll talk about this vanish in a sec, and pick this one up. That's the halfway through point where it jumps. And this vanish, it just looks great. I love this. I'm full of myself here. Nobody else cares, but I love it. So this is what's happening. I saw a sponge ball DVD, and it had this move on, and it kind of encouraged you to do this. So you put the ball on top of the hand, and you push down like it's gone in. And what happens is this. It actually stays there. It's thumb clipped. And I like that as a move. Like it works, like you're pushing it in. But you've got this problem now of this sort of Tyrannosaurus look, which doesn't really work. So if you do it all in one swift motion, rather than setting the ball on the hand and then pushing it in and doing that, just take it from there and immediately go straight in. It's much better. It's much more natural. So straight there, in it goes, and you're out of there. And you can let the hand drop to the table. So you push, it stays thumb clipped, and the hand goes to the table, and it's clean as you like. Okay? So I'll show you one more time. And you can't, this move works even if you try to do it wrong, as long as you put your thumb in the right place. If you put it in the middle, it'll push the ball in. If you put it at the front, it will not work. But if you put your thumb at the back and do that, the ball will not push in, and it will end up in the thumb clip position. you can't help but take it out. So all you have to do is you pull the thumb out, is just tighten it up a bit, and it's perfect. So you get that perfect illusion of it's gone in, like that. So that's the sponge ball vanish. Does anyone know whose that is? Do we know what that is? It's a classic sponge ball move. It'll be a Goshman thing, no doubt. So in it goes. But I just love that natural of putting it in like that. It's great. So there's that. So we're in this phase. So we take one ball. I say, look, if we really could stop halfway through, it would look like this, and you'd see one ball that jumps across. Let me do it in your hand. I'll hold on to this one. I've done the move. So I'll hold on to this one, empty hand. You hold on to this one. And now as I give it to them, I'm going to bring this empty hand and just steal a ball back and keep it there. So now as they're holding two, which in most sponge ball routines, you're stuck in this bit now where you can't show them your ball again, and it jumps across. It's way stronger if now you can say, hold on to this one. Don't forget I have mine here. And now you do this move again. Watch. And now when your ball is gone and they see the two, it's so crazily stronger. They freak out. But you're now perfectly set up for the next phase, which I love. So don't forget about my one here. In this hand, open yours. Boom, mine's gone. And now you take one back, and it's two already. Two in the hand, one in the pocket. And as you put it in, you just thumb clip and come back out. How many here? They say one. You say, no, it's two. Let's do this one more time. Whoops. You secretly put two in. They think it's one. Put this away. This time I really do put it away and show them, because we're building the climax. How many here? They'll say one again. You say, no, it's two. Let's try this one more time, and this time I do the move. One here, one in the pocket, and really it's two. And now they'll say two, and when you open your hand, there's none. It's a perfect surprise on the third time. So it builds to the right climax. So that is the sponge balls, and it's just a nice way to make it work. So let me just show this one more time from the beginning. Here's a ball. Boom, production. All we're going to do is take the ball. Turns invisible. Oh, I forgot about this bit. Sometimes I do this, and I just mess with it. I turn it invisible for them and bring it back. It's the same moves we've already been using. Check it. Make sure there's no sticky tape, trapdoors, magnets, mirrors. I pick it up. I've already got one here. Split, so now that's two. Place them in your hands. They change places. Let's do this one more time in my hands. Look, if one's here and one's here. That's what it looks like when it jumps across. And now, if I take one and you hold on to this one, steal. Don't forget I still have mine here. It's gone. And now one goes in there, one goes here. There's really two. One goes in there, one goes here. Don't forget it really goes in. Two. Look, I'll show you this one more time. One goes in, one goes here for real, and no balls. That's the end of the routine. Any questions on that? Awesome.
Nice.
Sponge balls then. Thanks. Yeah, a bit of a classic that. Okay, we're doing well here. Okay, here's a quick thing for if someone makes a mistake in a trick. This happens all the time. I used to have this happen all the time. We're just going to imagine, for the sake of, let me get rid of that. I don't need somebody for this, but I'm just going to show you a quick way to get out if someone signs the card on the back. Have you ever asked someone to sign the card and you're chatting to someone on the table and they sign the back of the card by accident? It happens quite a lot, or it used to happen a lot to me. So this is what I'll do. I'll take the card. I immediately see they've signed the card on the back. Can we get the above view here? Yeah, so I see that they've signed the card on the back by accident. And I say, let me just line this up properly. I say, don't worry, it's not a problem. We can take the signature off like this. And if we throw it up, let me just see what the card was. It was the 7 of clubs. So we throw it up, and hopefully it will land on a different card. Who knows what it could be? We go through. We find the card that it's landed on. It's landed on the King of Clubs. But what was your card? The 7 of Clubs. So I cycle through, and I look for the 7. Where is it? I've actually lost it. Oh. The 7 of Clubs, and if we take the 2, can we get that above again? I'm trying to stay out of the way. We take the 2 like this, and hopefully we can just make the signature jump back onto the 7 again. That's just a little thing that I always do. So it just looks like this. As soon as I see they've signed it, can we zoom that out at all? So I can, on the above view. Yeah, that's cool, that's cool. So we can see the signature. Let me just make this really thick. Just a really quick little bit. Hang on, just zoom out again on the above view. I can fix this myself. It's perfect. Oh, man. Brits, eh? All right. So I see that they've signed it. I palm a card off the top, and I'm holding it here in my hand. I ask them to put it back on the deck, and I say, don't worry about it. It's fine. We can just pull the signature right off, and I just add the card on. And then I say, don't forget, it was on the 7 of clubs, but if we throw that signature up in the air, and I just do a one-handed cut, let's see which card it lands on. And I spread through and find that it's on. It's obviously really still on the 7 of clubs, but I do a double here. 7 of spades, typical. So it's landed on the 7 of spades. Let's put the 7 of spades there. It's really the 7 of clubs. So now when I say I'm going to look for the 7 of clubs, I go and I take the 7 of spades, and I do that move where, as you put it under, you bring it back. It's like, is that called a Mexican turnover?
Yeah, it's basically a Mexican turnover.
Yeah, as you turn the 2 over, you pull this one back so they get the illusion that, the card was on here. And then I just put the 2 together, pull one through the other, and show that it really jumped back on. And then I let them keep that card. Just a silly thing rather than waste the card that they've accidentally signed on the back. It's a nice way to get rid of it. So that's a quick little thought. Okay, so we should jump. Okay, this is cool. All right, now, folks, it's time for a big prediction. Give us an ooh.
Ooh.
Jesus. Wow. So it's time for a big prediction.
Ooh.
Very exciting stuff. I have here a jumbo version of a card. That's why it's a big prediction. I also have here a deck of playing cards. And what's going to happen is thus. I'm going to give these a nice even spread. I want you guys to see that they're all different. We can get the above view there if you like. And I'll try and see out of the way. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give these a nice cut. And let's do this. David, just shout stop for me.
Stop.
Okay, the idea of having you shout stop is that now I have no idea which card is in the middle of the deck, which cards are on top, because you picked where we would say stop. Now what I'm going to do is cycle through one more time, and I'm going to go backwards and forwards as many times as you like, but whenever you say stop, that's where we'll stop.
Stop.
Right there. Now, David, exactly where you just said stop, we're going to use these 2 cards to make a new card. So we have the King of Hearts and the 3 of Spades. You can either have the King of Spades or you can have the 3 of Hearts. Which one would you like? The 3 of Hearts. So we're using the value from one and the suit from the other. So you can either have the 3 of Hearts or you can have the King of Spades. You happy with the 3 of Hearts?
Yeah.
David, I'm going to give you one more chance to change your mind before I turn over my big prediction. This is what you'll call buyer's remorse. If you didn't change your mind and this was right, you'll be devastated. Do you want to change to the King of Spades?
No.
You're absolutely happy. Unbelievably, my prediction. Number 12. There's some disappointment, but let me show you this. Number 12, check this out. 1, let's get this from above if we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one's 11. Fingers crossed. Number 12 is the 3 of Hearts. Okay, so this comes from a really...
Mark, don't tell them.
Don't tell them.
No, because, up to this point, I think only you and I have been performing this trick.
Oh, do you know about this too?
Yeah, I love this one.
So-
It'll be okay.
Oh,
Nobody
well-
else will do it.
Well, this is on the front. The guy who I got the idea from for this is on the front of the Penguin Magic Monthly this month, Chris Mayhew. I saw him at the session years ago. I mean, what a great performer. The guy is amazing. And he has some great tricks. And he had this trick. I don't know if he does he do exactly this?
No, it's not exactly this.
Oh, okay.
I also had, I had dinner with him, and he showed his trick. And this was, I don't know, maybe a dozen years ago or something like that. And I was working on this trick.
Oh, that's so funny.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I saw him do his at the session, which, as you'll know, and has he done a Penguin Live?
No, I don't think so. I don't think Chris Mayhew's been here.
If anybody
Has he a long time ago, before I
has
started?
he?
Yeah.
Did he do this? Did he do a trick that uses Cy Stebbins?
I don't think
I don't remember. Well, he's got this trick that uses Cy Stebbins. And basically, in Chris's trick, you get to a similar point where you have these 2 cards, but you have to force which one it is. So it has to be the ace of clubs. It can't be the 4 of diamonds. You can't have that duality of option where they can pick whatever they want. And I was sitting on the plane looking at, it uses Cy Stebbins, which I'll talk about in a second, and I was sitting looking at this whole setup, and I realized that if they picked the opposite version, that would be 12 from the face. And then the first, so let me just do it so I can show you. That's going to be easier. So we stop anywhere, and we take 2 cards. So the 2 of hearts and the 5 of spades. Now the 2 of hearts will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sorry, the 2 of spades, because the 2 of spades will be 12 from the top. And the 5 of hearts will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 from the face. It just always works. It's great. And it uses the Cy Stebbins stack. And what I'm going to do is spread these out nice and evenly for you so you can see them and set them up in the same way. But I will also explain how this works. Okay? I mean, there's loads of material on Cy Stebbins, but if we can get a nice above shot of that, and I'll move my ever-balding head out of the way. Okay. Move that forward a bit. So that's the setup there, and basically the cards, as they go up in threes and they revolve through the suits like this: clubs, hearts, spades, diamonds. So let's start on a club. So we have the. Let me get to a nice.
The easy way to start is that ace of clubs on the bottom. Move it.
Yeah,
to the
let's
top.
get.
That's usually a nice place to start.
That's a good point.
Clubs,
I brought it to the face.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ace of clubs, and we're going to go up by 3, so we get the 4, and then by 3, 7, 10, king, 3, 6, 9, queen, 2, 5, 8, jack. That's the order that they all go in. So ace, 4, 7, 10, king, 3, 6, 9, queen, 2, 5, 8, jack. But they're also going up in that chased order: clubs, hearts, spades, diamonds. So it's club, heart, spade, diamond, club,
Move
heart,
your
spade,
balding
diamond.
head. Your balding head's in the way.
Oh, my balding head's in the way again, is it? Sorry. So club, heart, spade, diamond, club, heart, spade, diamond, club, heart, spade, diamond, all the way through. But also ace, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king, ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king, ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So it's going up in threes and in that chased order. And with the deck set up in that way, there are so many great tricks you can do that don't disturb the stack, and this is one of them. And so we have this big prediction, which is number 12. One little tip is, when you bring the prediction out, even though I've written it this way, hold it this way, because it is supposed to be a playing card. You wouldn't hold it that way, so hold it like that, and put it down. And then, literally, they can stop anywhere. It's so fair. You take the next 2 cards, which in this case are the 2 of spades and the queen of hearts. And if they pick the 2 of hearts, you must explain clearly to them that they get the suit from one and the value from the other. So if they pick the queen, sorry, this is awkward because this card is higher than the other one. So let me explain. When the cards come off the deck, if it's the queen of spades, you go down the pack, and if it's the 2 of diamonds, so the bottom
I've
one
got
on
an
the
easier way for
you
you.
go, please do.
Yeah,
please
much
explain.
easier way. All you have to know is the card on the bottom of the deck that remains, and you just need to know the color of it. You just peek the color of that card. Okay. And if they pick the same color as that card, you have to count from the top.
Oh, so
it's that simple, because they alternate in red black sequence. So from the bottom of the deck.
So if they pick the queen of spades, it's a black card
from the top. It has to be from
and
the
it's
top.
black on the bottom. They go
black
from
on the
top.
bottom. Got to go from the top because all the.
Oh, and if they pick the 2, okay, I understand. So
think about from the bottom of the deck.
Of course, yeah.
How all the even cards from the bottom of the deck must be red.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that I keep in mind is if they pick a red one, it's got to come from.
Ah, cool.
You know, if they pick opposite of the bottom, it's got to come from the bottom.
I've always thought about it as low then high. But then when you get to like a queen of spades, this one is higher, and that can mess you up. That's a really good. That's a good tip. So, if the ending card is the same colour as the card on the bottom of the deck, count from the top, and if it's the opposite colour, count from the bottom. So queen of spades is a black card. The bottom card of the deck is black, so we're going from the top. And the 2 of hearts is a red card, and the card on the bottom is black, so we're going to go from the bottom. That's good. That's a great tip. And it's hard to take in one go, but you can rewind this as many times as you like, and you'll learn it really easily.
Yeah, and then one last little detail that I do, since we're finally giving the trick to everybody, what I do is I have the spectator, we show that they're mixed, and then when they cut them, I have somebody decide if they want a card from the top or the bottom of the deck. And then I go to the second person and I say, do you want a card from the top or the bottom of the deck? And it doesn't matter if they both pick cards from the bottom, both pick cards from the top, or one picks from the bottom.
Oh, that's cool. So you don't just have the cut. And
then I use
your
those
selection process is different.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So that breaks it into a different trick too. So rather than spreading and picking 2 from the middle, which is what I do, spread, cut, And then, do you want one from the top or one from the bottom? And then the second person gets the same choice. It doesn't matter because they're both going to be next to each other because the deck is cyclical. There's no top and bottom. They're always next to each other. I'm sure if you rewind that a few times, they'll get it. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry to have taken away the trick that you
Oh,
love,
no,
man.
it's good.
I love it too. It's
Yeah,
so great.
yeah.
When I found that day on the plane, I was so happy that because Chris's trick was so great, but it was also it was really the process, and it was quite difficult to understand mathematically.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy who initially worked out that Cy Stebbins thing, he's in a straitjacket somewhere, just in a insane asylum, because you've got to have some brain to think of that. But yeah, good on him. So that's a great trick. Thank you for that tip. That's
Yeah.
really cool. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. It's a contribution, the forensics trick on that. I'm loving this. Any questions on that?
Cool. I think we're good.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, that's Cy Stebbins. Okay, I think we only have a couple more things, which is good because we've been here for about a year and a half. So I'm going to show you this. This is one of my absolute favourite tricks to do. And it involves these, Skittles, my favourite sweets.
Finally, a Skittles trick.
Finally a Skittles trick. Any fans of Skittles in?
Yeah.
A few fans of Skittles. These are popular. I'm going to show you my favourite trick with these. But the thing with these, and we can come in really close on this because it's a nice little illusion. So let's get, yeah, that's perfect. My favourite thing with Skittles is this. I don't like to waste them. So whenever I, let's rip these open. Whenever I have them, whoopsie daisy, it's always really nice to be able to take that and just reseal the pack like that. That's a Skittles trick. Now, I have a different ending for this trick as well that I can't do in this country because I didn't have enough time to shop for you say candy, right? We say sweets in England. But can't... oh, my God, I'm going to die. Okay, and your Skittles packets look a little bit different here, too. And I hadn't practiced with these, so I used the English one, but you'll be able to do it just fine. So let me explain. This trick comes from a good friend of mine called Michael Kaminskis, who initially gave me permission to put this trick on my DVD Supercharged Classics, also available from Penguin Magic. And a lot of the tricks we've done in the close-up here, you'll be able to see full performances of them for real people on those DVDs. If you get them, Penguin have them. So all you need is a thumb tip, a couple of Skittles, and a corner, and this is it. We take the thumb tip, and we put the Skittles inside, and then we take the corner, and it's important to know which corner it is. On this Skittles packet, I choose this corner because it's the most obvious one, because it's multicolored and it's all thingy. So I tear that corner off, and I put it inside of the thumb tip with my thumb against it, so that when I don't put it in the thumb tip first and then put the thumb on top, because it'll be hard to get out again. So put your thumb against the back of it like this, and then put the thumb in so that my thumb is here, but also the Skittles packet is in against the thumb too. Okay, so they're both set up. So it's a nice opener. It's quite difficult to get into in the pocket. But as we talked about earlier, that doesn't make it a bad trick. It just makes it not a good trick to do in the middle of your set. But it's a great trick for a video. So you show the Skittles packet. Don't be afraid of the thumb tip. You know, I'm not a big fan of when people like do this. Have a thumb tip on. Normal people don't know about this. Mark Mason used to have the best test that we all did in JB Magic. If ever we told someone about a thumb tip, they would say, oh no, people see them, and then we would say, well, look at this deck of cards, do you notice anything different? And I honestly saw Mark do it once, where he spread through a deck and somebody said there is nothing weird about them, and he had a thumb tip on every single finger. And it just blew my mind, you know, because they weren't thinking about the thumb tip, they didn't see it, and they just went, all right, give me a thumb tip. But whenever people say people see it, it drives me insane. People don't see it. Because, look, it just, even now when you know it's there, it's not exactly glaringly obvious, is it? It's just, you know, it's a thing, so don't worry about it. So, this is all you're going to do. You take the Skittles packet, you have the thumb tip on, nice and natural, and you come over, you know, you have the thumb tip on, and you come over like this, and what you're going to do is bend back the corner. And once the corner is bent back like this, let me just find the angle for this. I want to come over for you guys. Oh yeah, that's cool. So this is my view. I use the thumb tip to bend the corner back, and I also use it to wedge the corner down. And I'm going to just pretend to rip, but that's what happens. So the thumb tip is holding the corner back. And I place the corner down on the table, and I tip the two Skittles out, and I eat them. Or I drop them on the table so they make the noise that people hear. And then all you've got to do is this. You take the corner back, you push it into the thumb tip, and you go past the corner of the packet, and as you come back, the thumb tip will actually unfold it for you, and you make a nice moment of this, and it's sealed back on. So let me just show this from the front one more time. Perfect illusion, that. Not if you do that, obviously. And there it is. So that's the Skittles trick. Let me tell you the alternate ending, which Michael likes too, and I think he's done it, but I couldn't get anything the right size. But basically all I do is I have a different packet of candy, and I say to them, do you like Skittles or you have another favourite? And when they say another favourite, I say, oh, I've always liked Reese's Pieces. And I just switch like that. And all that happens is this. I take these out of a pocket and I have them in this hand, and I pick these up a couple of times. And then the third time I pick them up and I come up like this, and literally that goes on the back of the hand as they fall out of the front. And this doesn't really work on a camera or in a formal situation like this, but remember at a table, and you'll see this again, if you go on YouTube and search for Supercharged Classics Volume 2, this trick is the trailer for that DVD. And you'll see me do this whole routine with the switch at the end, and they freak. And it's because people are sitting here. And so you can do something here and then step out of the action in a way that you can't do in this formal situation, and people won't see it. So while they're looking at the Skittles packet, like, because the corner's gone back on, I take this out of the pocket, any other candy. I pick these up. Has anybody got any other favourite candy? And then I just do this. I've always liked Reese's Pieces. And they immediately lean in to grab those, and as they do, I just step back and I put these away in the pocket, and it's no problem. So just one more time, these are here, or rather these are here, and just like that. But at the same time, and out they go. Try and get it so that it makes sense, you know, where they fall, and out you go, and then they can keep those if you want. You know, if you've got some that you want to give away. So that's a little switch I came with at the end. And Michael Kaminsky's himself, he loves that too, and I think he does it. So that's a little nice ending you can do. What you could do as well, if you wanted to, is you could go to the trouble of opening this up and putting Skittles inside. And then you'll get the biggest laugh ever later on for no reason. Because, you know, I've always liked Reese's Pieces. So you get this, boom, you walk away from the table, and then you say, you guys can keep those, eat them whenever you like. I guarantee they'll open them up, and when they open them and it's full of Skittles, you know, it's just a funny moment. Or you can do it in front of them. You say, yeah, it looks like a great trick, but I only changed the packet, and pour the Skittles out on the table, and you've got a nice thing too. So that's a nice little thing that's worth going to work on if you're going to open it up. And put a folded card in there too, you know, do something crazy. But yeah, if you're going to open it up and glue it back down, just put the same candy in. Or whatever you want. Wouldn't it be cool if you could force a candy on them in some way, and then do the switch, and then, oh, that isn't the one you wanted, open them up, and then it's the right one. Something to play with.
Yeah, I'd probably, along those lines, go and put in, you know, maybe 8 or 10 different candies.
Oh,
in
lots
one
of
bag.
different types. Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
You know?
So have
whatever
them,
you don't want.
you have them name loads of
whatever you
different
want.
types. Do the switch. I always like Reese's Pieces, but you picked, I don't know the candy here, Hershey's. What are the other ones?
There's all kind of.
Yeah, there's loads of
candy in a
different
long
ones.
time.
So they pick them, and then you say, hey, they're all in there somewhere, open the bag, pour them out. But that's great, that'll be awesome, yeah, that's good. Why didn't we talk about this 10 years when I put that DVD out? Oh man, I've learned more than you guys tonight. So it's good. So that's a Skittles trick. Any questions or anything on the tweets?
I think we're good. Yeah.
Cool, okay, that's Skittles, thank you. Okay, I'm going to show you just 2 more things. The first one is this. This is a trick that this is just a nice way to use some multiple things. So I'm going to ask Don, would you grab a card for me? And David, if you'd get one too. So there's 2. Great stuff, thank you. And if you'd get one for me, my friend, there's 3 and 4. And let's go crazy. Let's have 5. You know what? Adam, I feel like you're getting left out working the camera. You take one too. Good man. All right. So we've got 6 cards chosen. Guys, will you please take a look at them and remember them. If you forget those cards, the end of the trick is pretty weak, so it's important that you remember them. You got them? All right, good stuff. Don, I'm going to take yours back first. Please remember it, and we're going to place it very fairly into the middle of the deck. Nobody believes me now. Okay. David, take this. Please remember it. Adam, I'll take yours back next. Let's put that in there anyway. Like, oh, I'm getting close up. Look at that. Hello? Hi, Mom. She's not watching. My wife was, though. It's Valentine's Day, too. Happy Valentine's to my wife, who's at home, and definitely didn't stay up to watch the rest of this. I should have said that in the first 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Please don't leave me. I said, I'll wish you happy Valentine's in the first 10 minutes of the lecture, I promise. Here we are. 3 hours and 40 minutes. I love you. Okay. Yeah, self-defecating. Sorry. I went and came all the way to America and embarrassed us, didn't I? Okay, so we have 6 cards chosen. I'm going to try and find them all, but I'm going to try and find them in reverse order. Let's have a look. What was your card, my friend? Ace of Spades. Would you like to see me find it the fast way or the slow way? Fast way. I'm kidding. The fast way looks like this. Let's zoom out a little bit. I don't want you to miss this. Oopsie days, the light's right in my eyes. Let me try that again. I'm going to close them this time. That'll be better. Okay, let me get used to that. Okay, fast way. There we go. That's the first card, the Ace of Spades. This is normally the bit where people go wild with applause. Thank you. But you had a card too, right? What was the card you were thinking of?
Three of Hearts.
The Three of Hearts. I already found the Ace, so let's not waste that. That looks like the Three of Hearts to me. It's pretty good, not bad at all. Let's have a look. You had a card too, right, my friend? What was your card? The King of Diamonds. Let's do this one up here. You see the Three of Hearts? Magicians never show you what it looks like when the card changes. Well, that is what it looks like. That's the King of Diamonds. Thanks. Adam, you had a card too, right? What was your card?
9 of clubs.
9 of clubs. You're going to wish that I'd left you out. Hey, don't judge me. Oh, no, it's your 3 of Hearts again. I must have a thing for you. What was it?
9 of clubs.
Oh, sorry, let me go back in there. Plums, I don't remember buying them. 9 of clubs?
Yep.
That'll do for me. Look at that. Don't judge me. I found it, didn't I? That leaves us a couple of cards left. Don, what was your card? The 2 of clubs. That one's down here on my foot, the 2 of clubs. And David, what was your card?
Ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs. That's easy to find because it's the only card left. Thank you. Okay, so this is a multiple selection routine. My pants were down earlier. Thank you, Jenna, for telling me about that. She said, "Is your fly down?" I said, "I don't know." Yes, it is. I'm glad she told me. So the multiple selection is really, really just an easy way to make a card trick play really big, and also it gets a great reaction. Again, I'll encourage you to go and check out the Magic Castle footage I told you about before. You'll see me doing the multiple selection for a room of real people, or as real as they get at the Magic Castle. You know, it's a dream world. It's amazing. If you've never been, it's like the greatest thing ever. Their reactions are just off the charts. But what I do when I do this normally is I have 7 cards chosen. And the 7th card I force, and that is really coming up in a routine that's later on in the show. So I find the 6, and then the one that's in the middle kind of gets missed, and I come back to it. So I'll explain that now. So it's really simple. We're just going to get multiple cards chosen, and doing a 7-card, a 6-card trick, or a 10-card trick is exactly the same as doing a 1-card trick. You just have to control a slightly larger block. And really, when you control 1 card, you're almost always controlling the top stack. So it's exactly the same. So I just do this. I'm not going to go into huge detail of every little move of controlling the cards, but I control them in all different ways. The first one I do this move, the miracle move we talked about earlier. For some of them I do the double undercut move. That's quite a common, thank you for that, quite a common classic thing. You'll all know this, I'm sure, where the card is on the top and it looks like it's cut in like that, and you do this double undercut, and that retains the top stock. So that's another one. I quite often do false cuts where I just put it on the top and I do this little false cut where this packet always ends up back on the top. I'll just show that one more time. So you cut it, and as it comes under, you're splitting these two and keeping it on top. So that's it. So I just do all of these random different methods of controlling the card, so that inevitably what happens is I have all of the cards that we're going for on the top of the deck, but they're in reverse order. Rather than try to put them in the correct order, which Aldo Colombini brilliantly does in his fireworks routine, which is also on DVD, and it's great. In his version, they all end up in the right order, but I don't really mind that, because I want it to be quick and fast, and they can really take them out and everything. And so I make a virtue of the fact they're in reverse order, and I'll say, not only am I going to find the cards, check out the Magic Castle footage to really see this performed, I'm going to do it in reverse order. Ooh, they think it's more difficult. It's much easier. So the first card that I find, I do this. I can't see at all because of the light, so I can't catch it, but I just can't see. It's correct. Yeah, there we go. So thanks for that. Can we, hang on, I wonder if I move forward. No, you really can't see in the light. But I'll explain how the thing moves. So people have done loads of different methods for firing the card out of the deck. Mine comes from a standard grip. So I'm holding them here. And it's just like when you come over to riffle the deck at the back. If you can riffle the deck at the back like this, you're in the right position to fire the card. So you just go as if you're going to riffle, and then you pick the deck up. So from this position here, what's going to happen is this. This finger that's naturally there from the riffle is going to flick the card up like that. And it just contacts with the side, and that's what fires the card. And so you can get some really nice velocity. And you can, I'm going to face this way so I can catch it. You can get some really nice velocity like that. And you can do it fast too. You can fire loads. Jesus, I still can't catch. So there you go. You can see that nicely. That's a good angle. So it's sideways. But it comes from that natural grip. You hold the deck here, you riffle, and there you go. So that's the flick up thing. And I always do that joke at the beginning, the fast way, the slow way. And I do that just so I can double check that the card on top is the right card. Because if it isn't the right card, I know that the trick's gone wrong somewhere. But if I can find their right card and cut, then I know all the cards underneath it will be correct. And so it's just to make, it never is the wrong card, but I do that joke about fast way, the slow way, just to get a peek. So I find that first card. I'm going to face this way so I don't drop it. I show it to them, and now the second card is in the second position. So I say, I've got your card, but what was your card? They name it, and I say, well, we already found one, so let's not waste that. That's card number 2 with a top change. I place this between my teeth as I cut one in underneath, because that's the card I just top changed, so that's going to be in the way. I'll then bring these together for the third card and put a back-to-back double, and this is that, like that shapeshifter change where you flip the card like this. It's always a 6 to a 6, isn't it? Why does that always happen? Hold on. So it's like the shapeshifter change, but you're spinning it round with your fingers. So I bring it up because it's normally in the parlor. I would perform this. And so as I'm shaking the card, you just use this finger to flip it over like that. Nobody ever notices that revolve of thing, so they get this look, the 6. It just looks great. It's a lovely change, that. It's one of my favorites. So they get that nice thing. Then I bring the 2 cards that I've just had back to back, and I cut them both into the middle, and I ask the 4th person what their card was as I palm the 4th card. And now with the card palmed, we're going to have to put some attention to my crotch here. Yeah, happy Valentine's, baby. With the card palmed, I'm undoing the zip. And there's so much, you can't see it, it's just a lovely thing. I'm talking about the card, by the way. With the card palmed, I unzip. Again, it's there, and I reach in. And as soon as my hand's in, I use the fingers to feed it past. This sounds so bad. To feed it past the crotch, so the hand never needs to go all the way in. And then it looks like you pulled the card out. That's the 4th card. Remember to zip up. And then that goes in. And now for the final bit, all you're going to do is cut the top card to the bottom, because they're the final 2 cards, the top one and the bottom card. And so you do this palm, and it's the thing that we talked about earlier. And as I come down to the foot, I'm going to ditch everything but the bottom card. And exactly the same bevel we used before to get the card in mouth move, I get that bevel, and so I drop the whole deck in, apart from one. I produce this from the foot, the ace, put that in a pocket, and then I say, what was your card? That's easy to find because it's the only one left. And I really like, I'm struggling to get the angle for the camera. But yeah, so I've basically got this look. So to them, they think it's the whole deck. And I really like this, because it really makes it clear that it was one card. Stand that up. It's the last card. It's an obvious applause point. And the audience will hopefully go crazy. You guys. And then ordinarily for me, because the deck's vanished when I do this, I would say, oh no, wait, we missed one in the middle. Don't tell me what it was, and then I'll do a different routine that will find a card, which is something just random in my own show. And so it works nicely. The multiple selection for me is a trick that has, you know, a further application. But that's it. So any revelations you know, string them together, you will have a huge trick. There is nothing kills a table in a restaurant like a multiple selection routine. It's just so, so great, especially when it's nice and flashy and you've got all of these different things happening. One card jumps out, then one card changes, and then back to back you have a card change. One comes out of your fly, and then the whole deck vanishes with the thing, and it can happen as fast or as slowly as you want. I will also say the best multiple selection routine I've ever seen goes in by far to Joshua J, who has this new thing that I've seen on his Unreal DVD set. And he does every card that he finds is like from a different country, and he talks about traveling the world, and he has this presentation. It's so great. So if you see him at a convention, he may well do it. It's brilliant. And Aldo Colombini as well. He has a thing called Fireworks, which is a multiple selection, and he is both having the cards seen and stolen back under the deck and everything, but that's his thing. So check out his DVD too. That's multiple selection. Any questions on that? Awesome. Thank you then. Multiple selection. And now, folks, we come to our final trick. Give me an R. I can tell that you are sad. Oh, by the way, here's a funny little idea I just thought of. And I don't have a full trick for this. But someone was talking to me, and they said that they really wanted to do this, and they loaned me this so that I could explain this thing that I thought of. I think this is called a mystery box. I've never done this trick myself. But they said they were really struggling with the moment when they had to do the move, which if you don't know, let me get the deck. The move, where have I just put them? There they are. So in this, you have to do a Mercury card fold. The basic idea is this. You do the card fold, and you get it into a little square. That's not the best one I've ever seen. Let me try again. So this pulls down. I don't do this myself, and you have this. And now it's palmed, and you show the inside of the box, and it has a folded card in. And you do that, and it's like the card came out of the box. They're really struggling to find a way to get enough time because they weren't confident in doing the move. And they asked me to help them out. And I thought, what's the maddest thing I could think of? And so I said, this was the presentation I would do, and you're welcome to do this. And you'll find the picture online, and you can make up your own jokes. But basically, I was going to say, my granddad never got to see me perform magic. And unfortunately, he died not too long ago. So I've brought him with me. And there he is. It's quite a small box, I know you're probably thinking, but I actually brought a picture of him with me. He was a wrestler. He's quite a small man. And this is the idea. So you have the picture out and you have the whole thing, and you do the card routine, and at the end you struggle to find the card. And you say, well, I've not been able to find the card, but my granddad actually gave me some advice. And he wrote it on the back of this picture that he sent me. Would you mind reading it out? And as the person reads out the advice, which I've written some stuff on the back here, which I'll read out to you, I would really pretend to cry. And, you know, like as if these words meant so much. And as I was crying, I would literally just, like, fold the card up. Because you're going, oh, please, stop. It's too much. Keep going. And then you've got the card folded and you put the deck down, and it's like the easiest way to get by. So I wrote on the back of this, I just thought of this like the other day. So, dear Skinny, this was obviously a long time ago. As you're almost a man, here are some words of wisdom. If you lend somebody £20 and never see them again, it was probably worth it. It's good advice. You're not an ugly person, you're a beautiful ape. Something worth bearing in mind. The early bird may get the worm, but always remember, it's the second mouse that gets the cheese. Silence is golden, but duct tape is silver. If a barber shop has two barbers, choose the one with the bad haircut. Think about that. If at first you don't succeed, skydiving isn't for you. So those things are written on the back. And basically, as the person who's reading those out, I'll cry and, oh, and then, you know, oh, well. In the end, actually, my granddad, we didn't get him cremated, which was a shame because we really wanted to use this box. And we had him buried instead, so I thought I'd use this for a trick. And inside there's a card, and the one card happens to be the one with your name on, and you've got a really easy way to do the thing. So the point of all this is, by the way, if you type in dwarf wrestler, on Google and press images, the FBI will start following everything you do on the internet. But you will also find this picture, and you can just take it on a flash drive and get it printed on regular photographic paper. And I just think that is so funny because it's a reason to have the tiny box. But yeah, anything you can write on there, you can make it any trick that you want it to be. You can have all sorts of funny things. You can have some phases. You could put the instructions for a trick on the back or whatever. But the point is they're reading it, and you can really pretend to cry. And then in the crying, you can take all day and fold the card perfectly, come back with it palm, put the deck down and say, oh, I missed that guy, and then go into the thing and boom, tip the card out and it's good. So that's just a funny little tip. Just let's have a good close look at that one more time. Look at that. My granddad was okay, but I would swap him for this guy in a heartbeat. Look at him. He's amazing. All right, now time for the last tricks. That was just a silly idea, as some of them have been. Okay, and I've got some stuff to talk about. All right, last trick. I'm going to need some help from this, but I'm kind of just going to walk around, I think. Okay, so we may need some above for this and some front and everything. It's quite hard to capture magic. Okay, so we have a deck of cards here. Look at my head. Okay, yeah, that's the best way to do it, isn't it? I'm glad I worked that out on the last trick. Okay, so we're going to do a trick with a deck of cards. What have I? I've got the wrong deck. Oh, no wonder. Okay, so where were we? A trick with a deck of cards. Let's get rid of the old jokers. Okay, now I'm going to ask somebody choose a card for me. I have a favourite card. Oh, here it is on the floor. I didn't really prep this very well. Okay, I'm going to pop this into the deck. David, what's your favourite card? Oh, that's so weird. What a coincidence. Because your favourite card is exactly the same as mine. Look at that. Isn't that weird? Of course, the strangest thing about this is that the whole time I was actually using a red deck. Can you get a look at those? So let's have a different card selected. Do you want to stick with the 2 of spades, David, or should we try with a different one? You happy with it? You don't want a different one? Just say stop.
Stop.
So we'll take this one, the Jack of Spades. Remember that the colour of the back of that card is red. But what's strange is one card has changed to blue. It's pretty cool, right? And it's your Jack of Spades. This is normally the point when people go crazy. So let's forget about the Jack of Spades. David, just say stop.
Stop.
Stop right there. Let's take a look at this card, the Ace of Spades. See if we can change that one blue. Nothing. That's weird, right? But remember, the strange thing is that there was only one blue card. And it's the one that was on the table. Look at that. Let's try this one more time. And just say stop for me again.
Stop.
Please remember this card. We'll use a 3 of clubs. And this time I'm going to change it face up, okay? Watch the colour. Well, it's blue already, but we'll change it to the 3. 3 of clubs. Oh, this doesn't quite work. Can we get a zoom in here? A real zoom on the ace? Yeah, get right in. Really close, really close. Closer? Oh, that's as close as it goes. Let me bring it up to this camera there. You'll see that it says right underneath the ace.
Go to the one next to it.
Yeah, go to this.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. And back up a little bit, because that camera will get a close-up of it. There you go. That's it.
I know you chose the 3 of
clubs. I know
clubs.
you chose the 3 of clubs. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There it is, the 3 of clubs. Okay, let's really try and change the back of this card. Pick another colour, David. Actually, everyone just shout out a colour. Any colour you like.
Cerulean.
Okay, it doesn't matter. They're probably in here somewhere. There it is, thanks. Okay, so I haven't done this trick in about 5 years, and it kind of shows, but that's okay. I'm going to show you how it works. It's a multi-phase routine that I came up with in the restaurants. So we need a what's it called? A rainbow deck, which is in the pocket with a red card on the top. We also need a, let's get the cards out. We also need a regular red deck, and what we do is we take 2 blue jokers, we put those inside at random points, and then we take the regular ace, the red ace, and we put it on the face, and then we take this card, which I'll talk about in a second, a gimmicked blue card, and we put it on the top. So this is the setup, if we can have a look at that from the top. 2 random red jokers in the center of the pack, the red gimmicked ace on the top, and the regular ace on the bottom. Okay, and we push all that together, we put it in this box. That's why there was a red. Okay, so, and what you also need to do, that's the bit that I forgot because, you know, there's a lot of setup. So you have this situation. You have a single playing card, and you have the full blue deck like this. And you open the deck, and you say, we're going to show you a trick with a blue deck of cards and a single red card, which you don't show them. And you spread through the deck face up like this, and say, we're going to get rid of the jokers. And this is a little convincer that the deck is blue. As you turn those over, they go on the box. And so now everything that they've seen is blue. If you want to, you can do some of this, you know, some of these things to show them, but I don't really think that it's necessary. So there we go. So we've got our blue deck. You then take the singular red card and you start to push it in and you ask them what their favourite card is. And just as they answer, you say, that's so weird. And whatever they said, you can spread, take it out, flip the deck over and comment, that was my favourite card too. And as they pick it up to look at it, you're just going to cut this single blue card to the bottom so it joins its mate. Okay? Now you say, would you like to stick with this or change? Most of the time they say stick with it. So take that 5 and cut it in. And now you're basically in a regular Chicago Opener Red Hot Mama where you cut. If you just do this, it'll work. You do the double because now that blue card is on top of their card. Put the 5 down, but it's really the ace. And now you're going to do the, is this the Hindu shuffle? Yep. Like this, Hindu force. So you show the ace, in it goes. It's going to change colour. You spread through, it doesn't work. And now as I turn them towards myself and show them the backs, I'm looking for the 3 of clubs, which I put on the face, but they're just seeing the backs. And now I say, well, yours was the ace, but there was only ever one blue card. They see the ace. Now do the same force again. And I show the 3 of clubs. And now cover it, all this stuff happens. But when they look, it's printed underneath the ace on the card. I know you chose the 3 of clubs. This is a gimmick card you can buy. It's by Jay Sankey. It's called the Fine Print. Jay Sankey and Elmwood Magic. Elmwood Magic's Penguin now,
That's
though,
right.
Yeah. So you guys have this. Yeah.
I would assume so.
The fine print card. So that's there. And then you say, okay, I'm going to try it. And while they're looking at this, which, by the way, they'll really look in to read that, and they all want to see it. So while they all lean down to look, you go in your pocket and you switch the regular deck for the rainbow deck, which still has a red card on the top. Move those out of the way. And you say, I'm now going to change the colour of the back. You get a nice moment here where they all name different cards. And you say, it doesn't matter. They're all different on the back anyway. And this trick is the trailer for Supercharged Classics 1 online, so you can see a proper performance of it for real people in full thing when I used to do it. When I used to do it every day, you can see it properly then when it was at its best. But that's the explanation of it. And you get that nice spread on the table. And when you spread them on the table, they go crazy. It's awesome because they totally do not expect that to happen. There are loads of tricks you can do with the rainbow deck. I just like it as a switch for the end, as the end of my Chicago Opener routine. Any questions on that?
That's great.
Awesome. Then that, my friends, is that.
Cool. Big round of applause for Mark James. Mark, bring your water over here. Have a seat with me.
Thank you. I'm going to take the jacket
Relax
off,
a little
if
bit.
that's okay.
We'll talk briefly because in addition to the great magic that was promised, which you delivered on,
Thanks.
We also promised that you would tell us some stories.
Yes, I'll tell some stories.
So I think the best use of our time is to just sit here and listen to the stories, and I will lead you into them.
Okay.
But some of them I remember were in the promo.
Okay.
There was something about not betting with Daniel Garcia.
Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
Danny just made a bet with me, and there's an old story in. Oh wow, how do you sit on this camera, Dan?
Impossible.
Yeah, you look like you look great. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so yeah, basically, there's a phrase in what's it called in Guys and Dolls, it's a musical sort of
Sure, I know.
film.
Yeah,
And he says, if someone bets you that he can take the
it
deck.
comes from O. Henry, from an O. Henry novel.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
You know this quote?
Yeah, I know the quote.
Someone bets you that the Joker will jump out of the pack and squirt cider in your ear. Don't take the bet because you'll end up with cider in your ear.
Mm-hmm.
And I should have listened to that with Danny. I didn't end up with cider in my ear, but we're in a restaurant, a British restaurant called Chiquito. It's like a Mexican restaurant, and we were just having some food with Alex, a friend of his, Alex Rangel, and me, Paul Roberts, Andrew Green, a couple of other people. And Danny was there, and Danny went to the bathroom, and he came back, and he still had a paper towel in his hand, and he kind of was looking like where he was going to put it. And he said to me, if I can throw this paper ball into that empty glass, would you drink a pint of their hot sauce from this chicken plate? It's like, and it's really hot. And I said, yeah, of course I would. I mean, it was like from here to the other side of the room. And he threw it, and it perfectly landed in the glass, like LeBron James, swoosh, straight in. And so I drank a pint of the hot sauce. And Danny was laughing for longer than I was on the toilet, and that was a long time. So that's why you should never bet with Danny Garcia, because he delivers.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And it was like a legitimate shot. He didn't
Oh, absolutely.
rig it in any way.
Threw it and it went in. It was
That's
unbelievable.
fun. That's crazy.
I wish I'd never said yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, that's a silly one, really.
Now, I think there was also something about somebody's pants being pulled down Was it?
Oh, in an airport.
Well, yeah, I don't know where it was, but
Yeah, so
yeah.
I was doing a cruise ship and I got asked to fly out to, so it really starts sort of 2 months before the cruise. My agent said to me, I've got this cruise, you'll fly home from Barbados and fly to Tobago. And I thought, oh, cool, a Caribbean cruise, this will be great. And then I got the flight itinerary 6 days before getting to the ship, and it said, you'll fly to Togo and fly back from Barbados, and Togo is in West Africa, and so that's a totally different deal, you know. And to go to West Africa, you need to have had a yellow fever injection and all of these other things, and I hadn't had it. And one of the rules about getting a yellow fever injection is that you need to get it 10 days before you go to the place, because the certificate doesn't become valid for 10 days. So I found this private doctor in Manchester who was a kind of give you the injection, ask questions later sort. And I walked in and I said, I need a yellow fever injection. They said, great, roll up your sleeve. And then they gave me the injection and she said, Juan, what's your name? It was like, you know, I'd never had that before. So I paid the money and I explained the situation and she said, okay. And I got out and the little form that had the yellow fever thing on, she hadn't written the date on it. And so I was able to write the date in myself and go. Because they're being over precautious, you know, a few days is fine, but they just have this rule. So I managed to get on the ship. I kind of wish I hadn't bothered because I flew out to the ship and I landed in Togo in the middle of the night. It was like 2 a.m. And as I'm coming through, there's this guy who's supposed to look after you called a port agent, and they pick you up from the airport, they take you to the ship, they make sure you're okay. And I get pulled into this little room with two policemen with guns and everything, and they ask what's in the suitcase, and the suitcase has got magic props in, so it's like the most insane stuff you've ever seen. So he says, what's this, and I say, oh, this. And as soon as I put my hand out, he throws me against the wall, and the guns get pulled out and everything, and out of the corner of my eye, the port agent just leaves the room. And so everything's like, the whole situation exploded, and I'm like this close to wetting myself, you know, I was really scared. Yeah. And they give me the full search. We go in the room, the trousers are off, everything's off. I sit on this metal chair for about 40 minutes, completely naked. The guy comes in, they give me the full exam, finger up the butt, everything. I finally, oh, it sounds funny, yeah. It felt great, actually. He's very gentle. But so he gives me the full rectal exam, and then I get all my things back, and I get in the car by the port agent to get driven to the hotel. And when I get out of the hotel to give the guy a tip that helps me carry the bags, I open my wallet and there's no money in. And so the police who searched the bag stole all of the dollars that I had out of my wallet. And then while I'm in the hotel, the guy says to me, who's running the hotel, and it's a really horrible hotel, and I'm like carrying one of the bags up and there's cockroaches on the stairs, the guy's stamping on him there. Because what happens is, the company, they pay a lot of money to the port agent to put you in a nice hotel, but they keep the money and they put you in a terrible hotel. It doesn't happen everywhere, but it happens in some places. And so I'm in this awful hotel, and someone got shot in the street outside of the hotel. And I tell people this story, and I almost have stopped telling because people don't believe that this happened. But someone got shot out in the street, and about 10 minutes later, a van pulled up and the doors opened, and two policemen got out and they picked the guy up and they put him in the back of the van. The guy that was dead, they closed the doors and they drove off. And the next day when I got picked up, his blood was still on the road. It was just, there was no investigation. They just took the guy away. And I didn't sleep a wink. I was awake the whole night, like sitting on the bed. And in the morning, the phone rang at 7 o'clock. And I answered the phone, and the guy said, oh, I'm here to pick you up for the ship. And I thought, you're not supposed to be coming until 10. So I said, aren't you're here early? And he went, come now, I'm ready. And I said, oh, you'll have to wait until 10 o'clock. It just felt weird. So I waited, and I went down at 10 o'clock, and the same guy from the night before was there. And I said, why did you come at 7? He said, I didn't come at 7. I said, who came at 7? He said, nobody came at 7. So whoever came at 7, it's a good job I didn't go out. But yeah, if you fly out to somewhere like that and you're British or American, you know, you can get in a lot of trouble. I met a guy in an Uber cab last week in LA, and he was from Togo by coincidence, and I told him this story, and he said that sort of thing happens to locals all the time, but the locals deal with it in a much more like, leave me alone, go and get your boss, I'll tell him what you're doing, and they back off then. But being a tourist, you don't know, you know, you don't want to get killed or whatever, so you just put your hands up and say whatever, you know. So it was a pretty terrifying experience, and the worst part was that was my first cruise. And so I'd done a few gigs flying out to holiday resorts and things, but that was the first time. And so I got on the ship and I told the cruise director the whole story, and I just started crying. I just broke down.
That's awful.
Because I hadn't been to sleep. I was so tired. And at the end of it, she went, well, cheer up, you're on tonight. And I just thought, oh. So I went and I sound checked and I set up the show. And by this time it's like 11 a.m. So I go into the room and it was a really nice ship. I won't name the company, but it was a really nice ship. And they have a bath. The room had a bath in it, and I thought, this is great. It was in the bathroom. It wasn't like next to the bed. So I went in the bathroom and I ran the bath, the tub, and I got in and I fell asleep. And this was at 11:30 in the morning, and I woke up at 9:15. Still in the tub, freezing cold water.
Had you missed your
The
call
show was
for
at
your show?
9:15, so I
So
woke up with 30 minutes to go
yeah.
in a freezing cold
Yeah,
bath.
yeah.
I'd been in the water for so long that at the end of the show, I still had wrinkly fingers. It was like, it was terrible. And the show didn't go very well,
Yeah,
and she said, you know, how do you think that went? And I just lost it. Like, how do you think it went? I told you. I just was out of my mind, you know. So, yeah, I'd slept all day in freezing cold water, had a brutal time. It was terrible. First cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it back since then, and it's always been great.
Right.
And I've been to Africa like 4 times since then, and it's always been terrific. I've never flown in there, but all of the people I've met have been wonderful, and it was a great place, and so many places that were beautiful. But specifically, if you're a tourist flying into a small airport in that country, it can be problematic if you don't know how to deal with it. So yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, I always like to hear the glamorous behind-the-scenes stories of show business. How about working kids' parties where there's a piñata?
Well, I brought the piñata to the kids' party. So I did a kids' party, and I haven't done many kids' parties. But a friend of mine was getting way too much work doing kids' shows. And he said to me, you really should do a kids' show. You know, there's a lot of money to be made. It's Saturday afternoons and things. And I'd been performing in venues with families and getting children on stage, and that was fine, and I really enjoyed it. So I took the effects that I had that involved kids, and I padded the show out, and I ended up with an all right show. And I did kids' shows for a few months. And then one day, the lady whose party it was, she rang me and she said, some of my daughter's friends can't make it, but her brother's friends are going to come and make up the numbers. And the daughter was 6, and the brother was 11. And so I immediately knew this was a disaster waiting to happen. 6-year-old girls, 11-year-old boys in the same party. This is going to be a tough gig. So I'm driving past our version of Walmart in the UK is called Asda, and I went in there because I knew they were selling piñatas. You know what a piñata is, right? The thing. They're not as popular in the UK. Everyone knows what they are here. I bought one in the store, and I forgot to get the stick, but that was fine. I took it to the gig, and I thought, this will keep the older kids a bit more entertained. I'll keep promising this as a way to keep the lid on them, you know, that's the best way, isn't it? Promise them the big thing. It's like busking, you know, you promise the big end to while they stay for the middle and all that. So I kept promising. And so it comes to the end of the party, and I get the piñata out, and the kids are hitting it with this hockey stick because we're in a sports hall. And they're hitting, and this kid is so aggressive, like this I mean, he's probably an NFL quarterback now. He just was insane. And actually, the quarterback's the one that throws the ball. Who's the big guy that kills everyone? Yeah, linebacker. He's one of those.
There you go.
If this kid could have been a linebacker then. I mean, he's as tall as LeBron James, and he's 11 years old. So he smashes the piñata, and it explodes into 1 million pieces. But nobody had told me that you have to put the candy in it yourself.
Oh, you got one without?
Yeah.
That's great.
So it was completely empty. So it exploded. All the kids went insane, and there was nothing on the floor. And all the parents looked at me, and I looked at them, and they knew I didn't know. And so there's like this situation, and I said, this is a health and safety issue. You can't put candy in these anymore because it's dangerous. So whoever smashes it open, they win the big prize. And I always carried a pass the parcel in case, you know, something ran short or long or whatever. I always had this thing. But it was always specific to the party I was going to. So I give this 11-year-old kid this pass the parcel. I said, this is your prize for breaking it open. And the kid said, thank you. And I said, don't open it while you're at this party, though. Partly because I knew it had 10 layers on. And secondly, it had a hair braiding set inside with all of the little things, you know, that girls like. So, yeah, that kid was disappointed when he got home. But it got me out of a sticky mess. But, yeah, the look on their faces and mine just...
Oh, I think that's great.
Nothing.
Yeah, I would have said, let that be a lesson to
Yeah.
you kids. There you go.
Yeah,
Get used to it.
Well, this is
Grow
what
up.
life is like.
Disappointment.
So, yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, not everything's filled with candy.
Not everything.
How about tissue paper on your forehead?
Oh, this is just a tip for restaurants. If ever you get too hot in the restaurant, never ever wipe your head with toilet paper or tissue paper, because I did it. I wiped my head. I went to the toilet. I got some from the roll. I wiped my head and I threw it in the bin. And I did 2 tables. And on the 3rd table, someone said, you know, you've got tissue paper stuck on your head. And a
It took
full
3
piece,
tables.
like that big,
Yeah.
was across my forehead. A big white, wet piece of tissue paper. And nobody had said that. I'd done 2 tables. And, yeah, so just that's a tip. Never use that. Get like a proper cloth.
Yeah, yeah.
One that matches your tie is always good.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So, yeah.
How about the foreign students at a college workshop?
Oh, this is great. So I got booked by this college. It's called Myerscough College, and it's not too far from where I live. Actually, in the UK, everything's not too far from where you live. Because, like, California is 3 times bigger than
Yeah.
the entire UK. I live on the coast, and you can drive to the opposite coast in 3 hours. It's like, you know, the UK is a slim, long country, but even from the highest point to the lowest point is like 16 hours, just to give you a bearing. It's not a big country, but 70 million people still live there. It's you know, there are a lot of people. There's a quarter of the people that live in America, but it's way smaller. So I get booked for this gig, and they said to me, we want you to come and teach a magic workshop at this college. Just easy tricks, things that in an hour you can show them some funny things, do some performing and whatnot as well, you know, keep it ticking over, you'll be fine. So I turn up, and all of the kids are coming in, and I say kids, they were like 16 years old. They're all coming in, and I'm looking at them and thinking, these kids look very European. They definitely, you know, they don't look English. They look, you know, and I can hear they're kind of whispering in hushed tones, and I'm thinking, they're not speaking English. So I said to the teacher, these kids they're not English, are they? And he went, oh no, it's an exchange program. Every single person in this room is Italian. I said, do they speak English? He said, not a word.
Who thought
said,
this was a
"What?"
good idea?
And the worst part was, I'm doing the first part, I'm doing an hour in the morning, and then I'm doing the other half, there's 400 of them, I'm doing the other half in the afternoon. So I'm thinking, well, at least I've got time to think about it in between, but for the first one, I said to him, how do you expect me to teach them magic? They're Italian, they don't speak English. He said, well, it's visual, so we thought it'd be okay. I said, but you've asked me to teach it, and I'm not like a manipulation act, you know, I do comedy, so it was terrible. I got through, I like blundered through it. It was awful. And then, but I remembered a friend of mine called Ian Moran, who's a British magician. I don't know if you know him. He's got some products out, and he's a great thinker. And he's a good friend of mine. And he'd just come back from Italy doing a lecture tour, and he's English. And so I called him up, and I said, Ian, you just did a lecture tour in Italy. Do you speak Italian? He said, I learned it for this tour. He's a clever guy. And so I said to him, I need you to tell me some basics of Italian. So he taught me how to say the names of all the cards, and I'm pretty all right at languages. He taught me how to say all the cards, how to say please, thank you, could you help me? All of these phrases, I had like a flash sheet, I wrote them down, I learned it. So 3.5 hours later, I'm back in the room, and they all come in. And I open up, I don't remember it now, but I open up in Italian, and I say hello, and they all laugh. And I say, is that not right? And they all just look at me blankly, and I look at the same teacher, and I went, am I not saying it right? He said, you said it right, but they're all Spanish. In the afternoon, they were all Spanish. So I spent 2 hours getting an Italian lesson, and they didn't understand a word.
Yeah.
I thought I might as well do it in Spanish. We're making a difference.
Yeah.
So I had a bash in a bit of Spanish that I knew, but it was terrible.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So it was a long afternoon, and then on the night time, I had to do a 10-minute cabaret for all of them at the same time.
Yeah.
And that was just, you know, it was pointless. So yeah, and the next year you want to come back? No, I couldn't believe they asked for me back.
Yeah. Yeah. A cherry gig like that, you'd give it up.
And the worst part was they didn't have a good PA. I had to explain to them about needing a microphone and everything. And they had, you know, there's like a DJ microphone where the cable is like this long. It was one of those. So I was standing with my body against the sound desk, and the microphone was tight under my arm in the mic stand. And I was trying to do Kevin James Bowl-O-Rama, and all kept just it was terrible. Yeah. So I really learned in that gig that you need to be very specific about the conditions that you need, and also really specific about what they expect. And also, it never hurts to ask who's going to be in the room.
Yeah.
You know, because if you're doing a kids show, but a lot of the adults are going to stay, then it's plays to have a family show. And if you're going to do a family show, there are going to be a lot of kids. You know, you need to have some kids effects too.
Right.
There's one thing I've noticed. I don't know if you ever do any celebrity kids parties. I did too.
Yeah,
and
they're
they're
all the time.
oh yeah, they're the only ones where all the parents stay.
Yeah.
Like you do a regular kids show, and the parents, they drop the kid off, they leave. If the parent is famous, every parent comes and they all stay, which never happens any other time. I've only done 2, but yeah, funny.
Yeah, they're usually great though. You know.
Oh, they're always real nice. Yeah.
How about doing the knife through arm at a wedding?
Oh, so I used to have this bit with a knife through arm, and I was doing... So actually, one of the best ways to get cabaret gigs is through the close-up gigs you're already doing, not necessarily restaurants, but weddings and things, you know, and it also helps you get a good fee. So what I would say is that when someone calls you up and they want to do a wedding, I have no idea what their fees are like in the US, but say, for instance, you're getting $350.
We don't do a lot of wedding work in the U.S. We should. They should break the market open.
Actually, it's funny, Jenna told me that before. She said that it's quite common in England that a lot of people have magicians at their weddings, but also we have wedding fairs. Do you have that here?
Yes, but so far, no magicians made good use of it.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the big thing in the UK. Magicians all go to wedding fairs and they set up their table and they have banners and they have an iPad with video of them performing and their promo video on, playing on a loop. And people come round and they show them a trick and give them a brochure and give them a quote, and, you know, they give them 20% off if they book today, but it's 20% off the fee that you made up. So you give them a fee that's 20% higher than what you want, and you take 20% off and they book that day and pay the deposit and everything. So wedding fairs are like great, you know. But if you're already doing weddings or other gigs like that, family parties or anything close up, just offer them a cabaret bit on top, you know. Say, I also have a 20-minute cabaret show, it's an extra $50 or whatever, and if they book it, you've got a 20-minute show. But you've got a 20-minute show for people that already like you because you've done close-up for them. And so they're a soft crowd. It's really easy to do. It's a great way to build on getting getting cabaret work and building up an act. And also it helps you get a good fee. So say it's $350. If someone calls and says, I want a magician, I say, oh, cool, it's $350. If they say, no problem, I say, but it's $50 extra if you want a 10-minute cabaret on the end. If I hear them go, oh, right, you know, because it's too much money, I'll say, don't forget that includes a 20-minute cabaret. If you don't want that, it's $275. And so you give them an option to get the gig for cheaper without feeling cheap, because there's nothing worse than making them feel like they can't afford it. So if you can take money off and give them the ability to be able to say, oh, well, we don't need the cabaret, what they're really saying is, we'd rather pay $275. But, you know, it gives them that option to do that. And then at a last-ditch effort, if at $275 they're still a bit on the fence, you can say, listen, if you book right now, I'll throw the cabaret in for free, and you get the gig for, you know, change the fees appropriately to whatever it is here or whatever. But I'm assuming that's low because that, you know, but that's how you can swing it and work the cabaret in and have different fees. And so when I first started doing cabaret, I used to do it on the inner close-up gigs that I would book through the restaurant. I would get booked for a wedding, and then I would offer them the cabaret, and I would do it that way. And one of the things I would do was a card in orange effect. And to cut the orange in half, I would have someone throw me the orange, and as I went to cut it, I would miss and get the arm, and whoa, you know, I've caught with a standard knife through arm. So I did that in the gig, and it always got a nice reaction. And then at the end, I'm packing away the show, and I'm thinking, where's the knife through arm gone? And I couldn't find it anywhere. I'm looking all over the place. And then I suddenly see everyone cheering and the wedding photographers taking pictures. And I look over and the bride and groom are using it to cut the wedding cake. This knife with a big gap in it. And they're just digging it into the wedding cake. And so it's on all of the pictures, this really strange knife. Thankfully, I didn't use the blood thing as well, because I always thought it was a bit brutal for, you know, a family audience. But yeah, it's fun. And I go and get it back afterwards, and it's covered in wedding cake and the whole thing. So yeah, I just left it on the side, you know. It's so yeah, you've got to be careful where you put your props back.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I'm curious to find out this one. There was a kid on stage with you, and they asked a question that was unexpected.
Yeah.
So
I'm on stage with this kid, and it's in a holiday park. You don't really seem to have this in the US. We talked about it a little before. There are places a bit like this, but in the UK, there are lots of different circuits. You know, we have comedy clubs and corporates and all the things you'd expect. But there's also a vacation thing where people will go on holiday and they'll stay in a trailer. We call it a caravan, and they're often quite luxurious and nice inside. And people will take their family and they'll stay in that for a week. And there'll be a big venue on the place that will have like an amusement arcade, a swimming pool, restaurants. It will have a big theatre inside of it. And every night from 6 p.m. until 1 or 2 p.m., entertainment will run. And there'll be a resident team, and they will they'll do dances that have specific moves, party dances we call them. And it's a really British tradition, you know. It goes back forever. It's like an old thing. And they will also book a cabaret act every night. So at 9 or 10 o'clock, there will be a magician or a juggler or a comedian or a band or a singer or a ventriloquist or anything you can imagine. But every evening, there's a different act. And so some guys in the UK like me, they do a lot of those shows. You know, I do like 120, 140 of those a year. And you'll do them in, like Monday to Thursday, there'll be the gigs, and then weekends you'll do corporates or whatever else. So I'm doing one of these venues, and they're really big too. So this particular one, it's a big place in the UK called Butlins. There are only 3 of them. but the venues, one of the venues on the site seats 2,000 people and the other one seats 1,500 people. So a lot of people go to these places. And you go out on stage and there are 2,000 people in the audience. It's a huge room. So I've got this kid up on stage and I suddenly realise that I've got some wind. And I think, I need to fart. But I know the kid won't hear. So I think, I'm going to let this fly. And I'm at the bit where I'm asking the kid what his name is. And so I say to the kid, what's your name? And then I do the fart. And it sneaks out. There's no noise. It's beautiful. And I hadn't really thought about the fact that I'd have to tell this story and talk about the fact that I farted. So the fart sneaks out. And I say to the kid, how old are you? And he says, I'm 7. And then I suddenly smell it. And I think, oh, I hadn't thought about the two elements of a fart. There's both the noise and there's the smell. And I say to the kid, where are you from? And the kid goes, have you just farted? On the mic. And the whole audience explodes with laughter. There's like 2,000 people in the room. And this kid calls me out in front of everyone. Did you just fart? I'm like, I said, of course not. Horribly embarrassing. And I got off stage and the team just, I really got it in the neck about the team really gave me like funny,
Sure.
And every time I've been back to that place, what have you eaten today, Eggs?
Yeah.
Or, you're going to be okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's funny. I'll never live it down, especially not now that it exists on video and thousands of people will have seen it. So that's pretty brutal. But, yeah, so you got to be careful what you ask a kid. Where are you from? You just fart? No. Right. Killed me.
Just thinking if there's any way to work that into a show.
Yeah.
And then the religious guest house. What's that about?
Oh, this is America as a country is quite religious, I believe.
Yep,
It's not
parts of it, sure.
Yeah, it's not so much in the UK, and so it's quite surprising in the UK when you meet someone who's very openly religious. But it's not so much a part of our culture as it is in parts of here. And so I checked into this guest house where I was staying for a week, and I was going to be there over the Sunday. And so the people asked me when I checked in if I'd like to go to church with them. And I said, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not religious myself, and so I'm okay. And so I get into the room, and there's a small crucifix on the bedside table, a metal statue on a wooden base, a full crucifix. It's about this big. And I take it and I put it in the top drawer and I close the drawer. And then I go out the next day and she's come in and laid out the room and everything and made the bed and the whole thing. And it's back out of the drawer and it's back on the side table. So I think, oh, it's back. It's funny. So I take it again, I put it in the drawer and I close the drawer. She comes back in the next day and it's back out. The whole thing, it's made up. And it's on the table again. So I think, okay, I put it in the drawer and I put it away again. And then I come back the next day and she's made up the room. It's back out again. And I think, okay, this time I'm just going to leave it. She's always going to put it back out. I'm just going to leave it. And then I'm sitting on the bed and I think, I'm going to put it away. And I open the drawer to put it back in and there's a Bible in there that hadn't been there before. It just made me laugh that she knew I was going to open the drawer.
Yeah.
She put the Bible in there especially. It hadn't been in there any other day. So it really made me laugh. But, yeah, they were the greatest people. Yeah. It was a lovely time. And they made me dinner every night and it was beautiful. But there was like this undercurrent of, we'd never talked about it, but it kept appearing.
Sure.
Maybe she didn't do it. Maybe it came out itself. Who knows? Maybe I witnessed a miracle.
I think that's it. I think you do that 3 times, you get a Bible.
Yeah, I like it.
That's the secret,
From then on, I just left it. Yeah.
Well, it has been super fun hanging out with you, and you shared some great stuff with us tonight. Thanks so much for being here. Another big round of applause for Mark James.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for coming,
And
guys.
thank you guys for supporting Live Magic. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thanks again, man. Fantastic.